Here is the Apple Valley Police Department Property and Evidence Report, print date 1/20/2015 at 10:43 a.m. Item number 1 is the mail recovered from the mailbox for 1051 Ramsdale Drive, collected by Brian Bone. Item number 2 is a toy wrapped in black and white gift wrap labeled From Uncle Danny, collected by Brian Bone, AV2. Item number 3 is a brown paper bag containing a bill, a black flashlight, VFW mailing, a card with check for $14,000 from Daniel Crowley, and a gift from Sue and Al containing a coloring book, collected by Brian Bone. In the notes section of item 3, which is also AV-3, this says, contains check, be sure to properly destroy. This was found on the front step of the residence. Item number 4 is a world map wrapped in black and white gift wrap with label From Grandpa, collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-4, found on the front steps of the residence. Item number 5 is a bundle of assorted shooting targets, also collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-5, found on the front step of the residence. Item number 6 is This Week newspaper dated 12/26/2014, found by Tara Becker. This is AV-10, and it's found in the kitchen trash can. Item number 7 is a document with the name Kamel on it, found by Tara Becker. This is known as AV-11, and it's found in the kitchen. Item number 8 is a report card for Rania Crowley, dated fall of 2014, also found by Tara Becker. This is AV-12. This document is found in a Cypress School binder on the kitchen counter. Item number 9 is a document with a list of contributions. This is also AV-36. This is found in the office printer. Item number 10 is a 2010 daycare document from JC Child Care, a 401k statement in the name of Kamel Crowley, a healthcare statement with Park Nicolette Clinic stamp on it, an immunization record for Rania Crowley. Item number 11 is the firearms document, also known as AV-39. Item number 12 is a blue folder with the medical documents for Kamel Crowley. So they had her medical documents or some type of medical documents. This is also AV-40, found in the office file cabinet. Item number 13 is a birth certificate and medical and dental records for David Crowley. This is found in the office file cabinet as well, and it's AV-41. Item number 14 is a black rectangular gun safe with keypad on top, collected by Brian Bone. Item number 15 is a Springfield Armory handgun magazine containing 11 rounds of .40 cal Smith & Wesson ammunition, collected by Brian Bone. AV-44. This is found in the gun safe of the northeast bedroom. Item number 16 is a box of Winchester brand .40 cal Smith & Wesson ammunition, collected by Brian Bone. This is collected in the trunk of the vehicle in the garage. This is also AV-46. Item number 17 is a black plastic Springfield Armory gun case containing manuals, also collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-47. It is a gun case found in the trunk of the vehicle in the garage. Item number 18 is a Marlin Model 60 rifle collected by Michael Tietz. This is also AV-48. It is a weapon in the southeast downstairs bedroom. Item number 19 is a gun case containing a HK USP 40 handgun, found by Michael Tietz. And this is also found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. This is AV-49. Item number 20 is a Remington Model 700 rifle with scope and DBM, collected by Michael Tietz. This is also AV-50, and this is found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. Item number 21 is a Remington Model 700 rifle with HFP collected by Michael Tietz. This is AV-51 in a black Pelican case with item AV-50, found together with AV-50. And this was found in the southeast downstairs bedroom as well. Item number 22 is a black plastic gun case containing DPMS AR-15 with scope, handguard, and black flashlight. This is AV-52, and it's also found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. And lastly, we have item number 26, which is a bullet found at the residence after a call from the cleaning crew. And this is ammo found on the scene at 1/20/2015, print date 1/22/2015. This is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet when the cleaners were there on January 20th, 3 days after the bodies were found. This bullet will eventually be tied to Rania, meaning they did not find the bullet that they're going to say most likely killed Rania till 3 days later. Item number 27 is one bag identified as 15-0366 David Crowley, contains clothing from victim, list of bag inventory scanned into case file. And this was given to them by the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office. Item number 28 is one bag identified as 15-0367 Kamel Crowley, contains clothing from victim, list of bag inventory scanned into case file. This is the clothing for Kamel. Item 30 is photos of David Crowley that's put on a CD disc, and it's given to Brian Bone by the Medical Examiner's Office. Item 31 is photos of Kamel, and item 32 are photos of Rania. Item 33 is the crime scene video on a CD. This was given to Brian Bone by the BCA. Item 34 are the crime scene photos from the BCA on a CD. And again, this is given to Brian Bone by the BCA. Item number 35 is a CD with all the Wells Fargo records received via email from a warrant. This is given to Brian Bone by Wells Fargo. Item number 36 is a CD with all AT&T records received via email from a warrant. Item number 37 is documents, credit reports for Kamel and David Crowley received from Equifax. Okay, and it looks like all of the firearms were released to Brian Bone on 4/1/2015. All the firearms except for the murder weapon, of course. And then on 4/6/2015, all of these firearms were picked up by Dan Crowley. I'm not sure if it's Dan Crowley Sr. or Jr., but you will be able to tell by the phone number. Item number 39 are the bone fragments located near David Crowley's body by the medical examiner. Item number 40 are bone fragments located near Kamel Crowley's body. Item number 41 is a USB flash drive from Dropbox.com with files from David Crowley with his password here. Item number 42 are records from AT&T for the phone records. Okay, and then in these documents it skips down to number 50. Item number 50 is a computer chip. Item number 51 is number 6 on AV warrant, ECU number 14, listed as electronics. Item number 52 is also electronics, and it is number 7 on AV search warrant. Let's see what number 7 is. It's also electronics. Number 7 is an iPhone, okay, with the brown plastic case with the skull, found in the kitchen by Tara Becker. Item number 53 is number 9 on the AV search warrant. Okay, number 54 is number 13 on the AV search warrant, which is an iMac computer. It's like it's found in the kitchen. Item number 55 is number 26 on the AV search warrant. Let's look at number 26. Miscellaneous power cords. Okay. Item number 56 is number 35 on the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. Let's look at what number 35 on the AV search warrant. It is a Pelican case with 6 hard drives. Item number 57 is number 20 on the AV search warrant. Let's take a look at what number 20 is on the AV search warrant. And that is a password list. Okay, password list. There we go. Item number 58 is number 21 on the AV search list, which is another password list. 2 password lists here. Item number 59 is number 22 on the AV search warrant, which is a hard drive rugged LaCie, LACIE, orange color. Oh, one of those big ones. Okay. Item number 60 is number 24 on the AV search warrant. I don't know why they can't just list this for us, but whatever. Let's go ahead and find. Number 24 is a black jump drive. So, item number 60 is a black jump drive. Item number 61, which is number 25 on the AV search warrant, is a card reader with scan disk, 64-bit. Okay, number 62 is number 27. Number 27 is a Lexar card reader with memory card. Item number 63 is number 28 on the AV search warrant. And 28 is a hard drive with iron enema on it. Item number 64 is number 30 in the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. Let's take a look at what number 30 is. It's a Seagate Anchor 008. Item number 65 is number 32 on the AV search warrant. And 32 is another hard drive, a Maxon. Item number 66 is number 33 on the AV search warrant. AV33 on the search warrant is a blue USB thumb drive. There you go. Item number 67 is number 34 on the AV search warrant, and number 34 is a Skillcraft USB thumb drive. Item number 68 is number 37 on the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. They have 37 listed as a hard drive. And this name is interesting. Go ahead and look that name up. Tell me what you find. Item number 69 is number 42 on the AV search warrant. And 42 is a phone with a black case. Item number 70 is number 45 on the AV search warrant. And 45, let's take a look at what that is. 45 is a tablet with a pink case. Item number 71 is number 23 on the AV search warrant. Looks like hard drive for family photos. Number 23, I'm going to go back just to check that. A Toshiba hard drive, family pictures. Okay, number 72. Item number 72 is number 8 on the AV search warrant. And this has Black Mac laptop. It's a computer. And item number 73 is the ECU record. It is a CD disc. Okay, so that was 57 pages of Apple Valley Police Department property and evidence reports covering all of the items. You'll notice there were some items missing, specifically items 23, 24, 25, 38, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49. So I'm going to try to find out what these other items are that I was unable to find here. I guess there will be a part 2 once I find out what those other items are. Okay, everyone, thanks for staying. Thanks for listening. The gray stage continues. We will get to the bottom of this. Truth is on our side. Never give up.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon, and I'm here today with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Catherine Michelle. We'll be providing updates with a little discussion here on the Crowley case. Today is July 31st, 2018, and it's been several months. So welcome, Greg, and welcome, Catherine.
Thanks, Dan.
Hey, Dan. So I think what we'd like to do tonight is just have a discussion and get caught up with the case. It's been a while. Everyone's been busy doing different things, and we haven't had a time to get all, I think, together. And we've had some requests to get updates provided. And I'd like to just get this recording out there and be able to publish this with some of the thoughts on the case. The other thing is we've got a lot of new members as well. So people are coming in at the ground level, entry level, and also there's also been many people here who's been here for several years. So I think it'd be a good chance to get caught up. Do you guys have any topic in particular to start off with?
No, not me. Catherine? I know you got something, Catherine. Come on.
I know. It's just like, where do we begin?
Where do you begin?
I was just talking to one of our other members today, and I'll be getting ready to do a video on this particular subject, but I wanted you guys to know and the listeners to know, I spend a lot of time at the library, and I just found another book that discusses exactly how crime scenes should be investigated. And everyone who is interviewed in this book, which I find really interesting, the vast majority have to remain anonymous. Nobody gives their name. However, their comments are still there. But I think it's going to give all of us some pretty good insight as to what should happen and what didn't happen, and then some of the things that they actually did do right. But I just kind of wanted to put that out there.
Do you know the title of the book?
Yes, let me get it. It is called Every Contact Leaves a Trace, and it is by Connie Fletcher.
Okay.
And
I'll
it's
write that
actually...
down.
Yeah, it's to solve a crime investigation. To solve a crime, investigators know every contact leaves a trace, and it's actually really interesting. I remember I go back to the interview, Dan, you did with Russell, and there's one part in here I'm going to read verbatim from one of the other investigators, which is almost verbatim what Russell had stated as well, that did not happen. But then there's also some things in here that either a detective or a crime scene investigator or an analyst or whatever, what they talked about, and they were things that actually did take place. So it's proven to be quite interesting. And I think it'll help us a lot in understanding what did and what did not happen in the investigation process.
That'd be very good, and thanks, Catherine, for that, because that's very good. I would also like to start off too by making sure that everyone's on the same page here. That I know we do a lot of posts and commenting on the job of the investigators, and we know it's pretty obviously they didn't do, I'm not going to say their best, but this isn't also a chance to just rip on the Apple Valley Police Department. I think that they potentially did what the best they could do. I do believe they were in over their heads. There may have been a cover-up of the investigation, but I think it's just common fact by looking at how this was done that it was very poorly done. And our page isn't set up to rip on those individuals. I just think it's sad that they didn't do a better job, and now that the information that has come out that essentially proves David didn't do it, now we got a problem on our hands, because we've got killers there on the loose that are walking the streets to this day after something David did not do. So maybe that would be a good starting point for tonight. This isn't a he said, she said, and this theory versus that theory. It's basically without the bullet, the hand's missing, the fingerprint not on the gun, no one hearing the shots, the rear slider open. I mean, it's a slam dunk, and it's gone in the recent months from speculating or leaning towards one scenario to we basically know now that David didn't do it. So therefore, the question is, who did? Can the case get reopened? And thoughts going down that road. And I think that's.
Now we're going to look at BCA 4464. You can definitely see part of Camille. And the interesting thing is that rip. You can see the tear right there. You can see how close David's body is where the Santa Claus ornament is. That's where David Body is. So the sweat's where the rip is. I think that's going to be one of the big keys there. You see a little blue bandana. That's where Rania was. So I don't know. Maybe her head was there, where this couch was. Somebody's head was there, I believe. It's starting to make more sense that it's Rania. In the lower right corner, you also do see those footprints. And in the lower right corner, you can see the blood splatter, the blood spray, and even some dog feces. You can also see that there too. Another interesting thing is, looks like what might be a second backpack on the table in the back as well. This also gives us another angle of that dog food that is there, and it does look opened. So the dog food does look somewhat opened. Now let's look at BCA 4777. It's very hard to tell if there's any blood on that Christmas tree. So far, I would say no. If it was, it would have been marked. There would be some blood splatter that the police would have marked, but there's nothing there. There's nothing to indicate that there's any blood on that Christmas tree, which I find a little odd when you think about the trajectory of the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. But here we have the hand. I think it's on the ripped out pages of the Quran, but it could also be leaning up against that Quran as well, which is also weird. I mean, obviously the whole thing doesn't really make sense. There's been a lot of talk about the hand sign that David's hand appears to be making. That hand sign can mean multiple things to multiple people, obviously. But it is interesting. I don't know if it looks like it's forced that way. It might. Hard to tell. But, yeah, like, it kind of makes it look like a trigger. Like, that's where the trigger would be, where the trigger hand would be. So, yet no image of the gun. One thing we still don't have is a clear image of where the gun was found. But in this image, the gun should be a little to the right of this hand, in the upper corner, close to where that 5 is. The torn out pages, we have the hair. It seems to be everywhere. You can see in this photo that blue tube is down. Sometimes it's down, sometimes it's up. You see the hair. Look how far the hair is next to the number 4, next to that white stuffing. Look at how far away the hair is. I'd like to ask everybody, what can you see from that hand? How decomposed does this body look from that hand? Because we do not have a clear shot of that hand. Even in the photo that showed the 3 bodies, you did not really get a clear view of this hand. So I'm interested to see what people think about the decomp. Is this 3 weeks of decomp here that we're seeing? Is it possible that the dog could have eaten the other hand? Look at how how this hand looks. There's a little purple thing in there. Some questions about what that might be. Part of an ornament. I don't know what that is. But it is the hand. Look at that hand. What do you see? What does it tell you? It's telling a story. Even the way that the hand is laid out, it's telling a story. We just got to make sure we get the story right. The Quran looks purposely open to that page. It's set down right there. There's no way David would have been holding this, obviously. This was set down on the ground in this area. Why? Why would it be set here? BCA 5052. This is that same hand. Angle is a little different, but it is the same hand. It is that pinky finger. You can compare those 2 photos and you'll see it is the pinky. He had a long sleeve shirt on. The shirt was white. Obviously it's not white now. It's almost the same color as the hand a little bit darker. Might be some other issues with that forearm. Might kind of looks like it's been touched, but for whatever the dog didn't touch that part. Above the 36 is probably a piece of either David's head or Kamel's head. Now, if you look next to that pin, to that white pin, a little south of it, you will see the brown hair, which is probably David's hair. That's probably David's hair there. So maybe this is a part of his skull, because we know that some of his skull was also missing. But this is a piece of skull. Here's the question. Does this piece look like a dog has been chewing on it? Like a dog has been gnawing at it? Or is this a direct result from a gunshot wound? Those are some of the questions. That pin, if you also look at it, maybe that purple thing that we were seeing, that little purple piece, could be the outside of this pin, possibly. But it's interesting. The torn out Quran pages clearly show us what we've already known, is that there is a deep hatred for the Quran and for Muslims, apparently, from what we're seeing here. The question is, where is that hatred coming from? Right next to the casing of 36. If that's what David's left hand looked like, then it's really important to understand what the right hand would have looked like, were it still there. BCA 4760. This is a wider angle of a shot that we got before. You can also see it has the pin and some of that purple outer pin shell. The scarf, or the shawl, really looks like it used to be white, drenched in blood now. That's another thing we can tell from this. The black hair, you can see all the black hair. You can see the white stuffing from a stuffed animal, apparently. More Quran pages, just everywhere. And another piece of a skull. Curious what the pin was for. Why would there even be a pin in this area? 2 pieces of skull is what we can see, because you'll see another one at the very bottom of this image. And there should be a lot of blood in this area. We do see some dark spots in the carpet. So the question would be, how much of that is blood, if any? What would blood look like 3 weeks later on a carpet of this color? Does it match what we're seeing here in between 4 and 5? These Quran pages, now we're getting a better look at where they are, which ones were out. And then, of course, right above 6, you have a piece of bone there. All right, so the first question we have here is, what is your view on David Crowley?
I knew David. After his trailer came out and I saw it, being a combat veteran myself, I reached out to him, on Facebook. And he's a private person, but when you have a common ground or something that you can, relate to, and being in combat is something that, bonds people, and you get it or you don't get it, And I have PTSD. I've had it for 22 years. David did not have PTSD. David did not like what he did in the military. He did the honorable thing. He joined the military, he wanted to serve his country, And then he gets there and realizes that it's not what he thought it was. He didn't know he was going to have to kill innocent people. And certain people respond to trauma in different ways. I was not made for that. It affected me profoundly. It didn't affect him in the way that he couldn't handle it. He just didn't like it, and he didn't agree with it. And a lot of people were making rumors like saying he was going to kill his comrades and his commanders and, stuff like that. And that's simply not true. Yes, he was disillusioned. He was angry, especially when he was stop loss. He wanted to get the fuck out of there. Pardon my language. But, he realized this is not what I signed up for. I want to go home, and I'm going to expose this. He was a very sound, logical, very intelligent man, and he loved his wife and his daughter.
So how long? Let me ask you this. Following up on that question, then, how long did you chat with David for? Like years, weeks?
I reached out to him in December of 2012.
Okay.
So it was a couple months after his trailer came out. Because I'm sketchy about people. I got to feel people out, see what they're all about. And I did my background check on him. And I was like, he's a good guy. I looked up his military records. He's very decorated. He's a hero.
So what did you think about his let's go to question 2 now. What is your view on the movie trailer Gray State that was released in 2012?
I think it's excellent. I think he was right on. The American people want to think, oh, that's crazy, that's a conspiracy. Number one, people, use your head. The definition of a conspiracy is 2 or more people planning an unlawful event against a person or an organization, period. It does not mean you're crazy. That's what a conspiracy is. But David had a lot of followers. He had over 2 million views on that trailer. He had a lot of people that were like, yeah, David. And if the American people think that martial law is not going to come into effect, they're wrong. And they're going to have a rude awakening.
How do you think it's going to come? You think it's going to come how we see it in that trailer?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We think we live in a free land, a democracy. We're communist in disguise. We're not free. We're not free. In the last 100 years, there's only been 5 years that our country has not been engaged in a war. You know why? Because when there's war, the economy is up and people spend money when they're upset and freaked out and scared. When it's peacetime, people don't spend money.
Let me ask you this. Did David ever talk about the people that he served with, served under, served over, etc.?
I mean, he got along with the people he served with. Most people don't even like their commanders. I personally didn't like mine. I didn't think he was fit to command,
Really?
Especially when he calls you in his office and says, oh, your contract is up, but guess what? You're not leaving. Yeah, he was pissed off. He was like, F you, buddy. And he's like, I'm not killing anybody else. You put me in the mailroom or something. I'm not doing it. And that's disobeying a direct order. If you're told to kill, you kill. David said no. He raised the bullshit flag. I'm not doing it. And they did. They put him in the mailroom.
Do you think he ever did have to kill somebody over there?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I know he did. I mean, he told me he did. Now, that took a long time because a lot of people that serve in combat and have to kill people, we don't talk about it.
Right.
It takes a long time. And then you find somebody that has been where you've been, and then it just comes out, because you build a trust, and you're like, yeah, you get it, and you got to take them home with you. And like I said, David and I had similar experiences, but we reacted different to them. My brain was not wired to kill people and handle it and process it and be okay with it and go home and sleep at night. David was a strong man. Like I said, it did not affect him the way it affected me. He didn't like it, and he was going to expose it. And a lot of people didn't want to. Yes, absolutely.
When did you last speak with David? Or have any communication?
I think it was June of 2014.
How did he sound? Was he different than when you first spoke with him?
He was excited more than he had been. He had made a lot of changes. He realized that he couldn't trust the people around him. He was acutely aware that he was being betrayed.
Did he know by who?
Betrayed by who?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Did he know?
Remember, when you ask the question, you don't want to know the answer to. He was acutely aware that his own father, that his own brother, that Sean Wright, and Mason Hendricks were betraying him.
They were betraying him. In what way? I mean,
when there's a lot of money on the table, people want more. Say we have a company, and I say, okay, Greg, you get 20%. Okay, Anna, you get 25%. In the beginning, we don't really have any money, and we're raising it, and we're okay with it. But then when the big dollars start flying around, it's like, oh, no, I want more. And he was like, it's not really about the money. It's the story that we're trying to tell. Why all of a sudden do you want 50% now?
I mean, David's dad was pretty rich, though, right? He didn't really need money.
David's dad works for the government. He makes patents. David's dad has a lot of money. I mean, David went 5 years without speaking to his own father. David had a very dysfunctional family growing up. His mom was an alcoholic. His dad was abusive. His brother bullied him. His sister was a manipulative, lying bitch. And David was the only one, when he got to be 18, realized, this ain't me. I don't want to be part of this. I'm going to go join the military and make something of myself. And Dan Jr. has a criminal record. He was always jealous of David. He bullied David. And when David came back from the military, he was like, fuck you, Dan. And everyone said, oh, they were pushing their whole family away. Yeah, they were, because they couldn't trust them. It doesn't mean they were crazy.
Right.
But David realized after being in war and seeing dead people, he was even more protective of Clement and Rainey. Yes, he had 10 weapons. They were all acquired legally. David was a marksman. He liked guns. My first husband has 37. It doesn't mean he's crazy. Even Clement had a license because he wanted to protect his family. And he had a plan. Like my first husband. All right, somebody breaks in. What do? You hide here. The gun's here. This is what, we had a plan. And that's what he had with Clement and Rainey.
It does, it's like, how do we know, like, how do you know this? Like,
how do I know what?
Why do you believe this is true? Everything you've just said in the last few minutes.
Because I believe David.
Because David told you this.
Because David told me that. Okay? And in the military, they teach you to have integrity, to do everything with excellence and honor. No, not everybody does it, but David did. David didn't like what he was doing, but he did it, and he did it well. And he got an honorable discharge, and I think he has 16 awards and medals because I believed him. I studied a lot. I have 4 degrees. I did secret classified stuff when I was in the military, and I know how to assess people, when someone's bullshitting me or someone's telling me the truth. It wasn't easy for David to open up to me. 1, because I'm a girl. 2, because I was in the Air Force. Hello. He was in the Army. We had that inter service, banner. Oh, you guys are punks or, whatever. and he's like, I like you, girl. You got guts. You got intestinal fortitude. You shot a weapon and you're good, So we laugh about it, but if we don't, we'll cry about it,
Mm-hmm.
So I believe in that. And nobody will ever change my mind.
So you don't believe David Crowley is guilty?
Absolutely not. Like I said, I've had PTSD for 22 years. I've never thought about homicide, ever. People don't understand what PTSD is. Number 1, when somebody experiences a terrifying, horrific event, if you're going to have PTSD, the symptoms present themselves immediately, couple months, couple years, not 9 years. Well, what would they blame it on if he hadn't been in the military? Everybody wants to say every freaking person who served in the military that kills themselves or commits, or murder-suicide, he had PTSD and he snapped. No, why? Do your homework.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are a few cases of people who have done that, okay? And people can have their different views about David. But when you start calling him a murderer and a perpetrator of a hate crime, now you started a war with me.
Domestic violence. Domestic violence, too. He's
exactly. That's
yeah.
He never laid a hand on his wife or child, ever. No one will ever convince me of that. Ever. That is not true.
Do you think all of the talk about his wife and how, she was planning on leaving him, do you think all of that was just normal husband-wife stuff?
Exactly.
I
That's exactly
I don't really
what
find
it is.
anything.
It was hard because he was so invested in his movie, and Kamel was working really hard, and, she was upset. She's like, David, you got to kind of bring in some money, and he had some businesses, but he was glued to his computer because he was committed. He had tenacity. He was committed to this movie, and she supported him, and it wasn't easy. I mean, think about it. When the breadwinner has to be the woman, it is hard. But it was just normal husband and wife. She would never leave him. She loved David. David was her prince. I mean, she disavowed her Muslim faith to become a Christian to marry David. David honored her.
Was David a Christian?
Well, he didn't go to church, but he had Christian faith.
He considered himself a believer in Jesus Christ.
Yes, he did.
He believed in the Bible.
Yes.
Which makes it weird why they found a Quran at the house, and I can't find a Bible at that. I haven't seen any mention of it.
It's like that's one of the many, many, many things that the people who really fucked up. Number 1, they weren't Muslim, okay? Number 2, they didn't own a Quran. I can tell you that for a fact. David would not have a Quran. That makes no sense.
I think Kamel's sister said that it was hers. So maybe it was a book she kept in a closet or in a drawer or something.
Well, I've heard Sidra. And you know what? Once you lie once, I don't believe you. And when she admitted to lying about calling the police to go to David's house because she was afraid of him, she admitted that. Well, you're lying about that. What else are you lying about? I don't like liars. I don't like thieves. I don't like cheaters. And she's an admitted liar by her own words. Oh, when I went to the door, he looked crazy. What the fuck does crazy look like, Sidra? Are you a professional? Are you a psychiatrist? A psychologist? Oh, he shaved his hair in a mohawk. So what? So freaking what? You know? No, I just said his hair, his mohawk, has nothing to do with milking ducks in Africa. It has nothing to do with anything. It's his freaking hair. If he wants to shave it off, he could shave it off. So he's suddenly losing it? Whatever, dude. What do you know?
Yeah, and that was the big thing. So many people so early on were saying these things. David was crazy. He was in a downward spiral, all that stuff. And these are the people that one would think would be some of the closest people to him. And they're feeding the cops all of this stuff.
Like Sean Wright, when he wrote on Facebook, David, if this movie comes out, I'm going to jail. Call me.
Yeah, it was weird. And he left his number.
If you're such a good friend with him, how come you don't have his phone number? It's not David's fault you didn't do your damn taxes. You're a criminal. He has a criminal record as well.
Mhm. Yeah, and go and try to search for that post. You probably won't find it. It's probably gone.
I have it.
Well, yeah. I mean, we have it, but if somebody were to go to that website, to his Facebook page or whatever, that's one of the ones that was taken down like a couple days later.
Like
so
who had access to Facebook? Who had access?
Nobody should have, but obviously someone did.
Yeah, someone did. Exactly. Who? Tell me who.
I wish I could. I think we can figure it out. I think we can find out and get some factual data as to who that is. It's just a matter of time, I think. So, because there's no way that the cops don't know. So, anyways.
And that's the other thing about that Apple Valley PD. There ain't one goddamn motherfucker in that place that has any integrity. Not one of them would raise their hand and say, this ain't right. I'm not doing it. None of them. They're all pieces of shit. They have no integrity. You knew.
Well, I mean, we don't know but we don't know which ones didn't try to speak out, right? I mean, some of the data that we've gotten.
We would know because he'd raise his hand and raise the alarm and say, no, hell no. No, this ain't right. He would have got fired. They were more worried about keeping a paycheck. Guess what? I'd live in a cardboard box before I would let a lie be perpetuated about a man killing his wife and his child and himself. That is sick.
It is. You're right. It is.
And none of them have integrity or honor or excellence. They're all incompetent. I think they're a bunch of dumb Keystone cops playing hopscotch and spitball.
Let's see. Let's move to... Sorry, my cat always wants to get her little cameo every time I try to interview somebody. Where are we at here? Okay, so number 4, you don't believe David's guilty. Let's go to number 5. Have you had the time to go through the hundreds of pages and documents and photographs available to the public?
I have. I have spent probably 1,000 hours reading page by page. And I'm like, first of all, you dumbass, you release these to the public, yet it doesn't add up to the crime scene. You can't have it both ways. Let's go to the blood analysis, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It says 2 or more mixtures. One is a family member. The other 2 family members are excluded. Well, who in the fuck is the other DNA. A mixture means it was done at the same time. Nobody had been in that house since Rainey's birthday party in August. Whose DNA is it?
That's not technically true. Sean Wright said he was in the house in December.
No, he was not. He
That's
wasn't.
What he said. I don't know. I'm just saying.
He was in the driveway. David met him in the driveway.
No, that was Danny Mason.
No, Sean Wright didn't let He went there in September. He did not go in that house.
He stated he went there in December 16th or 7th or somewhere in December, and
he's a liar. He's a liar
with his daughter. Yeah. Well, that's what he says. I don't know. I've caught him in many other lies. It's not hard for me to and that's kind of been the big thing is if these people are so truthful, then why are we finding so many different lies, so many different stories, so many people telling different stories, but they lead to the same place?
If you lie about something little, what else are you lying about? I have a lot of credible sources. I have a source, the girl who adopted Paleo. David Jr. acted like he stepped up to the plate and got Paleo out of the pound. He didn't keep him. He was adopted. And this girl knows Sean Wright. Sean Wright showed her pictures of the crime scenes on his phone. How the fuck did you get crime scene photos on your phone, Sean? Tell me.
Good question.
She
Maybe
said,
he's
I'm
walking
scared.
around with them.
Exactly. She's scared of him. I said, you better stay away from him. Because I know he creeps me out.
She should, if he has photos of the crime scene, she should report that. Don't you think?
That's what I told her.
Yeah.
But again, you got to understand, these people are dying. We could have 1 million people sign that petition, Greg. They're not going to reopen this.
They have to.
They are not.
They have to.
Cops don't admit when they're wrong. They will never admit, oh, we fucked up. We're sorry. He didn't do it. I mean, they still to this day say he didn't have a motive.
No. Right. Yeah, no, I still think they're going to come back and say, you know what? Yeah, he's still guilty, but there's no way they can leave it just like this. I don't see any way they can just let this go like this. They have to reopen
people like you and I are like that. Raise the flag at every level you can. Hello, people. You need to look at this. This is not right. You can't find a bullet a month after the crime scene and said it's evidence. It wasn't there.
Right. So that's why I'm thinking maybe higher. Right. So you got to go higher than them. Maybe.
Exactly. I'm used to the federal government, for 12 years. I know how it works. You got to cut through the red tape. You got to go above. Oh, you don't want to help? Who's your boss? Tell me who the highest paid motherfucker is. I will go to him.
Right. I think we need to go to the the state attorney general or something like that, if I remember correctly. But we need to take it to that level.
Somebody has to be held accountable.
Yes.
You gotta wait. Yeah. You gotta wait for like election time, and make it a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta get people, together, and we're more forceful in numbers.
Yeah, but we can but they can also, always put their little spies in there too, and that's kind of been another issue.
They plant them everywhere.
Right. So that's why it's like, yes, we want to be a group, but we also want to make sure that we're all doing our own thing too, and just
that's why I said why I wanted Judy Prochnow out of the group. I knew it was her. When she popped.
You sure it was her? Yeah. I don't know.
I know it was her. When she's 65 years old, Greg. Don't she have grandkids? Don't you have a life? You got a bridge club? I mean, Gray State that I created on Reddit was active 2 days, and Judy Procknell popped up. How the fuck did you find that? Do you Google David every day? How did you find that? 2 days.
She was watching the group, and it was mentioned in the group, and 2 days later, there you go.
I mean, and the reason I know that's one of your questions. We'll get to that later, why I was banned. I sent you the screenshot.
Yes. Thank you for that.
But yeah, I like David's autopsy, you know. First of all, David was a marksman, okay? Now, sometimes, but not always, a marksman will train with both hands. But if a guy's going to shoot himself out of habit, he's going to use his dominant hand, okay? And it's not really your dominant hand, it's your dominant eye, which normally is consistent with your dominant hand. So his right eye was dominant, so his right hand was his dominant hand. Well, the gun was on the left side, and his right hand was clean cut off. Now, that gun would not be laying where it was just by the recoil. And the other thing, I've seen the bodies. I've seen many suicides. Greg, you don't land in a crucifix position when you kill yourself. I don't care. It's impossible. You will not lay with your legs perfectly straight and your arms above you. It doesn't happen. It's impossible.
Right, but the problem is we have three weeks, and they just blame everything on that dog. They just keep going back to that dog. Well, the dog might have did. Oh, the dog did the dog did a lot of stuff. I don't think the dog did any of it.
There was dog food in the house. A dog will not typically eat his owner. Where's the bones? Where is Rainey's arm? She had a broken rib. Her arm was taken out at the socket. A dog could not do that. That takes a great amount of force. Somebody stepped on her chest and pulled her arm out. I'll tell you this much, too. I know that David was restrained, and David was killed last.
Why do you think that?
Because his left hand was so mummified.
Yeah, the hand is weird. The placement of the hand, everything about that hand is weird.
It just breaks my heart when I think about it. Sorry.
It's okay. It's a tough thing. But we're still in it. We're still in this fight. You know, we need all hands on deck. We've needed
when
that.
I got this and read it, I was like thinking, you know, David's in heaven going, don't you dare give up on me. And I won't. I won't give up on him.
So let me ask you about the Reddit. Why did you create this Reddit?
Because I wanted more exposure. I thought about it for a long time. And I know it's so controversial.
Say that
I thought about it for a long time. I know that it's so controversial. And Reddit can be pretty brutal, you know. And now, the way Reddit works, Reddit is Reddit. It's just a big forum. And it has millions of subreddits, which are called communities sometimes. And once you join and get so many karma, which is like an upvote, if you write something and somebody likes you, they give you like a thumbs up, you know. And when I state something, you know, I'm an investigator. When I state something, I don't just do it off the fly or, you know, just add my comment with no thought. I think about it. I investigate it. But, you know, and I was a moderator. Like a moderator is like like you're the admin of Facebook group. Well, I was the admin or moderator of 12 subreddits that I created. And I make the rules. Now, Reddit has their own rules, but I can make my own rules too. And one of my rules was I don't want to hear conspiracy theory or tinfoil, or I'll ban you. I didn't go off on tangents. I gave credit to you, you know, and Catherine Michelle, you know, gave your website said these people have dedicated their lives to finding the truth. They're a good source of information. I posted all the reports that were public. I said I had a picture of the bodies. If you're genuinely concerned about exposing the truth, I will send it to you in a private email. I will not post it on here. And I didn't, because I would never disrespect David like that. And Judy Proctor was like, well, I can't believe somebody who claims to be a friend of David would post that picture on the web. I did not post it on the web. And this is how I got banned. She doxed herself. Doxing means exposing personal information, okay? She said, I know what happened because my husband is the one who found the bodies. She doxed herself because everybody knows the Prochnows are the ones who found the bodies. It's in all news reports. If you pull up David Crowley, you're going to read about Judy and Colin Prochnow. And I simply said, welcome, Miss Prochnow. You may stay on this Reddit as long as you follow the rules. She reported me and said I exposed her identity. Bullshit. You doxed yourself.
And you still have all that, right? You have it all snapshotted, backed up, all that good stuff.
Yep.
Good.
And I appealed it. I have 12 subreddits. I could give a flying discus miscus fuck about the 11 other subreddits. This one was personal to me. And I was pissed. And I appealed it. You can appeal once a day. And I appealed yesterday and I appealed today. And I just said, she doxed herself. I've been a member for 10 months. I have over 300 followers and 15,000 karma, which means I got 15,000 thumbs up. Butterfly, we like what you say the right thing. If you post something, I want to read it. I was a moderator of the Delphi murders. Do you know who they are?
No,
the two teenage. It's a story about last February. 2 teenage girls were killed on a hiking bridge out in Delphi, Indiana. And I solved it. I know who did it, but he'll never be arrested.
Why not?
Because he found the bodies, and he contaminated the scene. He had a apparent outburst of emotion and picked them up. Police knew right away who it was, but he touched the bodies. Of course his DNA is going to be on it. They were not sexually assaulted. I know that because I have sources. It was not a sex crime.
What type of crime was it?
I'll tell you this. It was a family member of one of the girls. And there was some sexual assaults going on.
Like a long history, and maybe they were going to finally speak out?
Yep.
Sounds familiar. Okay.
I think it's kind of bizarre that one of the girls actually knew something wasn't right, pulled her phone out, took a picture of him, have him on video, and you can't solve the crime? Are you kidding me? This happened in broad daylight with 30 people in and around that trail, and nobody saw her.
What does that guy do? What does that guy do? What does the guy do? The guy that found the body?
Well, I believe there were 2 people involved. One corralled the girls off the bridge and took them, down the trail, and the other guy helped kill them. But they only had a 32-minute window, which is a very tight frame. So I'm not exactly sure that they were killed right away, because they were killed on a private property that had a lot of buildings in them. And the property was not searched for a couple days because they had to get a warrant. They couldn't just go on this guy's property. And this guy's shady. This guy was suspiciously absent all day. You know this. There's 2,000 people in this town, and he disappeared for 10 hours. Where'd you go? What were you doing?
Oh, have you seen any other Reddit or subreddits about this case? I've come across one or two.
I've seen a couple posts like under the subreddit unresolved mysteries. You know, somebody like I had somebody in unresolved mysteries 2 months ago say, "Does anybody know what happened in the David Crowley case?" And I private messaged him. I said, "Are you fucking around or are you serious? Because I don't have time for bullshit." And he said, "I'm serious." So I said, "Okay." So I wrote this long thing, you know, all factual. I said, "Now do your own research. You should ask questions. Don't believe everything I say. Don't believe everything you read. Use your own brain and ask questions. You don't have to be an architect, a physicist, a doctor. Anybody who looks at this crime scene knows that something's not right." One medical examiner says the bodies were there for 3 weeks. The other one says no more than 10 days. Dan Crowley.
10 days? Which one said 10 days?
I have to look at my notes, Greg, to be honest with you. I have so many notes on this. And I heard, I do. I have like a book.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot more, I'm sure, as we go on here.
I know. I listened to a medical examiner on Catherine Michelle's YouTube. And I think he was the one who said the bodies had not been there 7 to 10 days at most. Because you could see David still had skin, you know, on his body. It was not putrefied or liquefied. You know, where's all their blood? Tell me that. Blood doesn't vaporize. It doesn't disappear. You got 4 shots to the fucking head, and you don't have any high-velocity blood spatter?
No, it's all
Come
low.
on.
It's all low. They have low velocity.
No. A headshot is a lot of blood. It is a bloody, bloody mess. I have seen suicides. It is a mess. And these supposed bloody footprints, there was blood apparently all throughout the house. What did David do? Rub Kumail's blood all over his body and stumble through the house and hit the wall and the toilet and the toilet?
I didn't see any evidence of any other footprints or anything except for that one spot. And the only
I'll have to look. I have a report that talks about how in the hallway there was blood smeared on the wall.
Yeah, there was one half of a fingerprint smear. That was it was so tiny.
Okay, explain that.
And
what did you walk down the hallway and go, boop, I'm going to touch the wall. Boop, you know, come on.
Yeah. Well, and then why do that? Why even write 2 notes in 2 different rooms? And if you count that blood wall, that is 3 notes in three rooms that they all credit with David writing without any proof, with no indication that he wrote that. That could have been anybody. It could have been anyone.
Anybody could have it was on that computer screen and it was open. Anybody could have wrote that. And the blood on the notepad has David's or Comel's DNA and then somebody else. Not David, not Rainey. Who was it?
Yeah, I want to find that page too. Maybe you can look that one up.
Yes, I'll send that to you.
Too.
Whose other DNA is on that bloody notepad? I want to know. Because David wrote on that every day. The same, you know, he was flipping pages.
Kamel did too. Kamel wrote on that notepad too. I don't know if you've seen the whole, we got like about, I think, 40 pages of that 80-page notebook. And it starts in 2011 and then it ends as like a cookbook or something. So she's in the beginning.
He was page to page. So, you know, on the say on the 25th of December, he turned the page. It would only be his or Comel's DNA, unless somebody else is in the house.
Well, but he also wrote this on page 41, which is also weird. It's like he flipped it halfway through, and it doesn't seem random. You know, that's also where it's like you would do it at the very end. There are plenty of other blank pages at the end, and I just have a hard time understanding why he would just flip to this page, and that's a whole other thing that I'm still looking at, though. But that's still bad. There's so many things like that, and people say, "Well, you guys are just looking for anything that'll help prove." No, we're looking at all of these different things.
Oh, it's circumstantial, but when you have 500 circumstantial things, it's really important. You know, okay, so no, we didn't have a witness, but goddamn, when you have all these things that, I mean, any layperson, like I said, you know, I'm an educated person, but anybody could look at this and be like, just use your common sense and use your logic. What's going on here, people?
Yeah, I think people can't really get past that ceiling bullet, the bullet hole in the ceiling. Nobody's ever been able to even come close. I think the best that they ever did was just to not talk about it. That's the only way that they've been able to keep that theory going.
And apparently that's the bullet that killed David?
That's what they say.
And he has no blood, no hair, just
no
like
blood, but just DNA.
Your DNA. Well, of course his DNA is going to be on it. He loaded the magazine.
His DNA should be on all the
head. If it traveled through his head, Greg, it would have blood and tissue. Period.
Even if it went through the ceiling, bounced off of the attic, 2x4s on the top.
I know. It's like the magic bullet from JFK. It went through his head, and then, it took a right turn and went up. Come on.
Yeah, I think that is the big one. Everything surrounding that, how it was found, how it wasn't found, who found it, the different dates of who was in the house on January 19th.
Right.
All of that, to me,
you know how many investigators and technicians and everybody that was in that house, and nobody saw this? Because it wasn't there.
That's what they need to investigate. They need to They need to reopen this, and even if they're just going to investigate item 57, they really should, because there's not a lot of conclusive data. There really isn't much mention of item 57 because at that time they didn't have it, and even after they find it, there's no mention. Go ahead.
And who's crying? What was he doing in the house? Why did he wait a month to tell the police about it?
I think he's related to David. I think he's like a family member. I know he's in that area too.
Even more suspicious.
Yeah. So that's interesting. There's a lot of things that just I don't talk about much because we don't have a lot of evidence to really back it up. But it goes in a file. It all goes in a data file, right? I wanted to also ask you about, I had another Reddit question here. Oh, well, yeah, okay. So you're completely banned from Reddit? Like your
no warning, no temporary. I am permanently banned.
So you would have to, in order for you to join Reddit at this point, you'd have to create a whole new account with a new email address, a whole new profile, all that good stuff. And they would probably flag it if you tried to use some of the same ones.
Talk about David. Yep. And it's like, I'm telling you, let me tell you something. I want you to think about this, okay? I've been investigating things for 16 years. I know killers. I've talked to them. When somebody inserts themselves in a case, it's suspicious, especially at an alarming level. And who has done that? Judy Prochnow. And I know that people are going to be like, what do you mean? How could she be involved? She's 65 years old. What would she gain? Well, why is she still interested in this case? All she did was find the bodies and call 911. And 4 years later, she's still popping up on forums, acting like a damn fool, spewing hate about David, calling him a murderer and a perpetrator of a hate crime and a dope head. Fuck you, Judy. And I'll tell you right now, you know, she has a son, right?
Yes, Eric. I
Yeah.
think he's also a member of the group. He might have left the group, but at one point, both of Judy's children were members of the group.
Because he was home when this happened.
He was home, but weren't the Prochnows there too?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I've heard that one. I've heard that one, but I don't see a lot of evidence. I don't see a lot of proof, right? What do we see?
Well, you got to start where things don't add up. Why is Judy Prochnow inserting herself in the case? She acts like she was best friends with the Crawleys. No, she wasn't.
No, she only talked with David once or twice.
Exactly. And she gets, I heard the interview with you and her. She was talking for both families. They don't even know her. Citra's like, why would I want to meet the neighbor? She doesn't know them, and she's speaking to them. Citra's like, I don't fucking know who she is. And Judy's like, well, they all believe this. What the fuck? What do you mean they all? Oh, so you the spokesman for both families? Shut up, Judy.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she keeps going at it. Why she's so like invested, especially when you're fighting a losing war. She's fighting a losing war. She knows she's wrong. She knows there's no evidence. She knows there's no proof. But she keeps going on.
She owns a company, right?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You know she owns a company, right?
A company.
Valley Construction.
Okay.
It has one employee. Has 2.5 million revenue a year.
Each year?
Guess who? Yep. Guess who reconstructed and got David's house ready for sale? Judy Prochnow.
Really? Well, that's interesting. I haven't heard that one.
And I have proof of that too.
So maybe, yeah. Well, I'd like to see it for sure. I'm sure the public would too.
I mean, I don't believe in coincidences. Okay. Okay. So you found the body. You're 65 years old. Maybe it was traumatic. Okay. Why are you on the goddamn computer every day searching for people talking about David Crawley? Why? Who are you trying to
fool? Family. Maybe she just really wants to support the family, no?
She doesn't even know them, Greg.
I know.
She doesn't even know them. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. You're right. The whole thing makes no sense. The fact that within 24 hours they're accusing David Crowley of killing his wife, his daughter, and himself. No way. I mean, that is just uncalled for.
For investigation. That is not how it works. That is that you don't go in and make a decision immediately. You haven't even evaluated the evidence, and then you don't even test the evidence you have. You cannot make an informed decision unless you have done a thorough investigation. How do you know that David wrote that on the wall? First of all, I know he didn't. Okay? Because Allah Akbar means God is great. Why would he write that? Neither of them were Muslim. He wouldn't. I was like, oh, that was a parting shot to Kamal. No, why? That doesn't even make any sense. He loved his wife. They were not Muslim. He would not do that.
Yeah, and then the note in the office room too, right? Same thing.
Right. They're acting like that he left investigators all this evidence to look at. No, those are his personal notes. He wasn't leaving anything for anybody. I'm a veteran, like I said, I'm a combat veteran. I want to go on. There's a website called Together We Serve, and you can put your military picture up and put your all awards and where you've been and your unit and your rank, stuff like that. And you can connect with people you served with. And the girl that, what's her name? She talked to me on Reddit. She's on Facebook. I think her name's Bella.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I know you're talking about.
She is a combat veteran, and she said that she's on there and made a profile, but you can also make like a tribute page to a fallen comrade. And I guess she made one for David. I haven't seen it yet, but I want to look at it. So she put his picture, put his unit, put all his awards and medals everywhere he was. I thought, Bella, that's nice. That was real nice of you.
Is that public or is that like a?
I'm not sure. You might be able to get in as a guest. I'm not really sure because I haven't been on. I was on there a couple years ago, and I just was like, I don't care about connecting with anybody I served with. Fuck that. But I want to go check it out now because Bella said that she made it. So I just think that was honorable of her. That she didn't know him, but she felt a connection with him. Because they were combat veterans and stuff. And I've shared a lot of information with her. And I don't feel like I'm disrespecting, David. I'm trying to honor his memory, and share. No one's perfect, okay? But David's not a murderer. He's not. No one will ever convince me otherwise. It's not true. I don't believe it. It's bullshit. David was silenced.
Yeah, and I think it's clear. It's good to just make it clear that this is your feeling. This is your view, This is
These
how
are
you
my
really
personal
feel.
views because I know David. I talked to him for a couple of years. We shared a lot of good stories and a lot of bad stories. And I believed in this man. I trusted him. I supported him. I donated for his trailer. No, you're not gonna convince me otherwise. And I'm not delusional. Call me a conspiracy theorist. I don't give a shit what you call me. I know what I know. I believe it, and I'll stand by it to the day I die.
Okay, so now that you're banned, what's next for this case? Are you just gonna give up, or can you fight this? Are you gonna continue to fight this ban? Start a new?
I know David is in heaven saying, "Butterfly, don't you dare give up on me. You know I didn't do this. Don't give up on me," and I won't. There's other forums out there. There's other ways that I can get this story out. Fuck Reddit. Okay? It's easy when you're on an anonymous site because you can act like an asshole and say whatever you want and be a dick and disrespect somebody who has died and been murdered. Say it to my face, bitch. I only hide my identity because I personally know David, and I don't want to be the next one with a bullet in my head. You know what I mean? You think it's a coincidence his mom died 8 months later? When she was the only one who said my son did not do this? She was a healthy 51-year-old woman, worked 2 jobs, very sociable, very active, fought to have a meeting with that medical examiner. 8 hours after she meets her, she's dead. Explain that.
Do we know which medical examiner?
I have it in my notes.
A Facebook
it's a
group.
female. It's a female. I did a background check on her, and weeks after.
Is it Jessica Lelinski, or is it a different one?
God, it does sound familiar.
Okay.
I'll have to look
That's
it
okay.
up. A couple weeks
Awesome.
after she died, she was moved to a different, I think a different state. I'm like, well, why? That's suspicious. I mean, it's like connect the dots, people. You got all these pieces to the puzzle, and if you put them together, it makes an ugly picture, is what it makes. And when I look at the pictures of those bodies, I can't imagine the fear and terror that David went through. Because I know he would have protected his wife and child if he could. I mean, I can see it. In my mind, I can see it. And the fear, it just makes me sick. They did not deserve this.
No. Nobody does. That's why it's really important for us to get to the truth.
He was a strong man. He was a good man. You know, and then they plant this marijuana. Who cares if he did smoke marijuana? Who gives a shit? So that makes him crazy too? 1 out of every 3 people in America smoke marijuana.
Yeah, but they have to document that. There's no way they can't document that. But yeah, I think people have kind of twisted that to mean certain things or to make connections that really can't be proven. And that's been a challenge.
Where's the
dealing with
toxicology report? Let me see a toxicology report. Let me see that he had marijuana in his system. Doesn't mean anything, but let me see it.
Yeah, I don't think they found any. I don't think they have any.
He smoked marijuana and then he snapped? Oh, okay, yeah. How many people you know smoke marijuana?
Because he was researching, right? Because he was researching and it took him to a dark place and he snapped. I believe that's what was in the Tom Lydon video. That was just like, wow. Okay,
yeah, they took his music and his concept and turned it into a fucking, he lost his mind and he went into a deep, dark place and spiraled out of control. He had PTSD and he snapped.
Right.
Really? That's your story?
And they're also making that documentary, the Sloppymentary, they're making that at that same time. It's just Tom Lydon and Eric Nelson had some deal where they were going to put them out at the same time, but Tom Lydon decided to put his out first.
Good for him. Piece of shit.
He's the only reason why we even know about that blood wall. We would have no other knowledge until we would have to watch Eric Nelson's crappy movie to see that.
And that's the thing. Guilty people will leak the truth because they're human. I mean, I've studied linguistics in the military. I know qualifying words or bolstering words. Like a qualifying word is like if I say Greg. Honestly, to tell you the truth, why do I have to qualify the truth? I just say it. You know what I mean? So when you hear words like to be honest or to be frank or I'll be honest with you, you know a lie's coming. And then the bolstering words, absolutely. And then if they uncontract words, I absolutely did not kill David. That's a bolstering word. So to be honest with you, Greg, I absolutely did not kill David. Well, yeah, you did. You just told me you did. You know?
Just in case you were wondering.
Yeah. So it's like, if you listen, people will tell you who they are and what they are. If you listen, just listen. Because people, their human nature is to leak. It's not easy to lie. It's very uncomfortable for people. Even master manipulators. They wear masks and they're pretty good at it. But if you pay attention, Then comes the micro expressions that they can't control. That's their body's reaction to stress because they're lying. Like the blinking, constant blinking, or the twitching, under their eye. They can't control that. Or the duping delight. O.J. Simpson's a perfect example of that. When they uncovered that interview of him talking about if I did it, and he's trying not to smile, but the corners of his mouth are smiling. That's called duping delight. He's happy with himself. He's happy with what he did, but he doesn't want to bust out laughing, and he did anyway. Why would you bust out laughing when you're talking about the murder of your ex-wife, the mother of your children?
Well, I think that's why a lot of people had questions when David's brother, Sean Wright, Mason Hendricks, Danny Mason, when they took that photo of them on their media tour.
On the Grace Day, I said within days of finding David's body, these are his supposed friends. They're celebrating.
Well, I mean, they could. They could just be doing that because. Yeah, I don't know. There's a few reasons why I could think of why they were smiling, but it does raise questions.
It's not normal. Your brother was found dead. My brother was murdered 8 years ago. I didn't smile for years. I looked around at people saying, how can you laugh? What are you smiling about? There's nothing to be happy about, And within 3 days of your brother being dead, you're smiling in a picture? That ain't right. Nope.
Well, he also didn't know which day, or he gave differing dates as to when he went to.
When he dropped off
there's no way you don't know that.
I know.
Go ahead.
David cut him out of his life. I know David and him stopped talking. And he tried to get back in David's life. And David would have nothing to do with it. So why in the fuck would you even take presents to his house? Then say you didn't ring the doorbell because you didn't want to bother them. But yet you walked by the bay window and saw Paleo. If you saw Paleo, you saw the bodies. There was a bookcase that went the length of the window. If Paleo had jumped up on that bookcase, something would have fallen. Why are you lying about that, Dan? You know what day you were there. That is a goddamn lie. If you saw the dog, you saw the body.
See, I'm not sure that that's necessarily true, only based on, because I've asked this same question, and it's a great question. I've asked this question to people who have actually gone up to that house, including Dan, and I've asked them that, could you really see the bodies if you were standing here? And it's not as, you wouldn't necessarily see those bodies just by standing there. You would have to be up close, was the view that I got from a couple people.
Well, you'd have to be close enough to see the dog. There's only a little tiny lip right in front of that window. Colin Prochnow acted like it was a huge stoop that he had to step up on. No, it isn't. No, it is not. But regardless, why your brother hasn't talked to you for 4 months? Why would you think it was okay to drop presents off, but not ring the doorbell? Let him know.
And drop a check for $14,000 too. Don't forget that.
I know you don't want to talk to me, but here's some presents. Goodbye or whatever. Nothing. Yeah. Why wouldn't you ring the doorbell? It makes no sense. Yeah.
Try to make contact. If you're really going to go over there for a reason to make contact, you're not going to drop them all.
No,
I get that.
You
that's just our view. Yeah.
But I mean, that's human nature. David did not want him in his life. Why would he show up 4 months later with presents?
Maybe he lived there closest.
He texted David, I love you, I love you. David never responded to him. David wanted nothing to do with him. He was done.
Well, I got to challenge you there too. Only because David had given Dan Jr. his phone number sometime before he had given it to Dan Sr., which I believe was around November, maybe even later. Now, this is all according to Dan Sr. too. So again, you got to consider the source. So.
Yeah, I read that timeline that Dan Sr. made. Okay. And I just, it's self-serving. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When he makes the remark, I cooked at Rainey's birthday party, and David said thank you and said, I love you, Dad. That was strange. Why would you say that? What's strange about that? Because you abused David his whole life? Is that why? David Sr. is a fucking creep, and he's a goddamn abuser.
Well, we gotta have proof, right? Unless we have proof of that, it's really not fair.
I know what I know. David told me about his life growing up.
Right.
I know that David Sr. was an abuser. That's why his wife, Kate, left. Yes, Kate was an alcoholic, okay? And that did cause problems. And David had an issue with that, too, because she was always drunk and calling, and, I'm so worried about you, and David's like, Mom, you got to stop, okay? I can't have this in my life. I have my own life. I have my own family. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not with my abusive father. I'm not with my alcoholic mom. I have my own wife and my own child. And there's other things that David told me that I won't reveal because it is too personal. And the truth is right there.
Yeah.
If you just look hard enough, the truth is right there.
Yeah, but see, the problem is for us outsiders, at least for me as an outsider, is trying to look in, trying to be balanced, trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, thinking about what if I was accused of this, what if I was accused of that, So I really do try to just be as truthful, as open, as honest, but also, I try to put the shoe on the other foot too, to make sure, am I accusing this person of something that I really can't prove? Maybe I truly think it, but it's a big difference of thinking it and then proving it. Usually, of course, thinking it leads to proving it, and that's kind of where we're going with a lot of these things. But I've seen so many different theories, so many different stories that I had to take a lot of steps back to just kind of say, I need to go back to the very, very start and just start all over. And that's what I'm doing.
You have to start at the beginning and take all the key players, find out who they are, what their connection is to David, what their background is, who had to gain from David dying. You always look at when someone is murdered, it's either for financial gain, greed, or jealousy. So you say, who had the most to gain from David's death? And then you follow the money, you follow the clues. And it's really not that hard. And no, like I said, we don't have a picture of them killing David and his family. Not going to happen. Doesn't exist. But like I said, I'd like to see the pictures that Sean Wright has. What the fuck are you doing with pictures? Oh my God, you got to explain that, dude. And then why are you showing them? Are you proud of it? Did you stare at David? Did you mock him? You got to look at their behaviors. How they acted after David was found dead. I think it's highly suspicious that Dan Jr. made a GoFundMe page for Carmel's mom that was dying of cancer, and then took the $8,000 and went to Vegas. Explain that.
I was told he ended up giving it back to the family. I was told Dan Jr. gave it back to the Camel family.
Did not. No, he did not. And Citro's dad made him take it down. He was embarrassed.
Yeah. I would be too. That is one of the strangest. There were so many things that the Gray State team and certain other people did too that just made it seem like, do you guys want us to create? Do you want us to believe that there is something fishy going on here? Because it's just almost like, why are you guys doing any of this? It doesn't make any sense. A lot of stuff that they did just looked like it was all staged.
It's like they're leaking and they don't even know it. It's like they're telling you the truth by their actions and by their little, slip of the tongue. Like Dan saying, I don't know what day you were there. Now, Dan, yes, you do. I mean, if you'd lie about that, what else are you lying about? You know what day you were there.
Well, he told the media that it was the 26th or the 27th that he wasn't sure. But then in the police report, he said it was the 28th. So there you go.
Yeah, and when people's statements are inconsistent, I mean, the thing about the truth is, Greg, it's timeless. It never changes. And that's why when I investigate things and I question people, I'll ask them the same question 15 different ways. You can tell the truth backwards, forward, sideways, because it's the truth and it never changes. You don't have to think about it. It just comes out because it's the truth. The truth never changes.
Right. And it was their silence. All that they could do was just stay silent and hope that people would just move on and buy it. And I think they quickly found out that was not gonna happen. They thought it was because a couple people had created a group and a Facebook page, but it was a lot deeper than that. It really ended up being a lot deeper. So I'm very curious to see with these bannings that we are seeing all over social media. I'm curious to see what happens next. What do you do next? Where do you go from here? Are you going to go to another social media site? Are you going to go somewhere else? Do you start another Reddit? Do we have 20 people start their own Reddits where we're all talking about David Crowley? And let's see if we all
yes. I say go ahead. Go right ahead. All you got to do is you make a username and an email account, get 7 karma upvotes, and you can make your own community. Call it Gray State, call it David Crowley, call it whatever you want.
But can I block people is what I need to know.
Yep.
Because I don't put up with any drama. I don't put up with
you can block whoever you want. If you block someone, they cannot message you, and you will not see their messages.
All right.
And if you create a community, you could ban someone from your community. You make a list of rules. If you don't follow them, you kick them out. And you can make it like a permanent, you never fucking come back, or you're banned for 90 days, and you can come back, or whatever.
I'm like the worst at that stuff.
Why?
Okay, just because I don't like the rules. I've been in so many Facebook groups that were just such a nightmare to be in, and I know a lot of people talk about the Justice for David Crowley family Facebook.
I have heard so many drama stories about it, and I mean, it's like I have my own life and my own drama. I don't need everybody's drama on Facebook. I mean, I just don't. I have heard
the only difference for me with this Facebook group, with the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, is that it is different. Like whereas the other groups I might just leave or just kind of just whatever. It's different. There's something different that really keeps me here, and there's just way too many questions. And it's also, we do get a lot of those. It's almost like the Facebook group, like we're able to point out who some of these people are, who some of these key players are, who some of these fakers are, who some of these bot accounts are. So I think, I've just never seen. I've been a part of a lot of Facebook groups, and I will never join another Facebook group. But I will never leave the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group either, because it is different, and I do think there's just something very, very special about this group. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I think some people are treating it as a great social experiment where they're trying to just test us and trying to see who can we get to fight with whoever and all of that. And I think within the last year or so, we've been really good at just kind of purging that stuff and getting rid of a lot of those fakers. They're still going to be out there, but we're also getting more people who are helping us.
Bella sent me a message and said Judy Prochnow had another fake account or something. And she's like, I'm leaving this group, fuck that.
And that's what
like,
Judy wants. And that's what they want. They want you to leave, For me, it's like,
she messaged you and Dan, and I guess Dan Hennon.
Yes. And he's one who created, and that's really how it should go. That's, if people are like, take it to Dan Hennon. I always encourage people, and maybe I need to make this more vocal. Send it to Dan Hennon. This is his site. This is his group. I have for him, it's easier for him to just ban people. For me, it's like, I have to remember Dan Hennon is my friend. I respect him. I don't want to just start banning people without talking with him. Then we got to go back and forth. Say it again.
Are you an admin on the page?
Yes, I am. But I don't necessarily consider myself as much. I try not to really go there unless I need to,
Right.
So I'm probably not a good
admin. I understand.
But I'd like to get better.
And I understand that, I'm in the fact-finding business too. I don't believe rumors or whatever. If I hear something, I'll investigate it, and I'll check it out on 7 different sites, and I'll try to get sources, and I want facts, I want pictures, I want documents. I can't just take anybody's word, and I get that. And you don't have to believe me. Honestly, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm not being rude. I'm just being honest.
No. Right.
I don't care if you or anybody doesn't believe me, but I know that David Crowley did not do this. Period.
And I think that's
of who did.
Well, that's the purpose of the group, and I think a lot, some people have lost that focus. Is like, you know what? If that's not your purpose, you really shouldn't be here. So
right, that's what Bella told me. She's like, I'm here for the goddamn truth. I'm not here for people spreading disinformation and acting like jackasses and calling David a murderer. If you're going to call him a murderer, you need to prove it to me.
Right. Yeah, and that's where I just need to get better at flagging that stuff. And so I do, I do appreciate the people that do contact me. And it's like, hey, you need to look at this person. I probably got about 15 people that I'm looking at in that group now, just watching closely.
It's a lot of work. Just like, subreddit, I had 12. I spent up to 12 hours a day because, I'm handicapped from the war. I'm pretty much confined to a chair. So I spent almost 12 hours a day on Reddit monitoring people, making sure they're following the rules. My biggest thing is you don't bully people, you don't insult people, and you don't call people names. Don't come in here and sit because I will kick your ass out.
I like it.
It's okay to come up with a theory, based on A, B, and C, but don't just say, oh, David snapped and killed his wife and kid. Okay, why? You can't just say that. That's that's unacceptable. You got to back it up.
You're right. Okay, as we wrap this up here, you've answered all of my questions. I really appreciate that. I would love to think about scheduling a second part here, but do you have any final words for us as we just kind of sign off for this first part?
Well, I just want to say to whoever listens to this is that I did know David. He's a good man. He did not do this, and I encourage everyone to do your research. Ask questions. Use your brain and logic. Don't listen to the narrative that people are pushing. Do your homework and come to your own conclusions. You don't have to believe what I'm saying, but don't just take it from what the Apple Valley Police are saying. Do your homework.
All right.
It's very interesting that there is a request for known DNA samples for victims, but not for a suspect. That makes me wonder if at this point they are also treating David as a victim. We know very soon that's going to change. He will be a suspect. It's pointed out that no one has been charged in this case. Page 84 is specifically referring to David Crowley, and it is quoted as saying, "Only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. Rope/bracelets on his left wrist. His bare left foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot partially exposed. A rip was observed on the left thigh of his pants. A portion of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's lower right leg. His right sleeve was pushed up, and a tattoo was visible on his right forearm. For Kamel, her left arm was under her body, extended towards the right. Her right arm extended over to her. A black Springfield XD40 handgun, item 1A, was found on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. The presence of blood was found on the grip, item A1-1, the slide, item A1-2, the trigger, item A1-3, and the muzzle, item A1-4 of the gun. Ridge detail blood was found on the magazine, item 1B, and labeled as item 1B-1. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as item 1B1 and item 1B2. Item 1C was a live round found in the chamber of the handgun. So here we have 3 live rounds found in the gun. Hairs and fibers were found on the gun and the magazine, and they were labeled as item 1A-5 and item 1B-2. Okay, now there are several blood mixtures found on the gun, specifically on the trigger, item 1A-3, and the magazine, item 1B-1. DNA results show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. The blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. That's in BCA Reports and Documents, page 310 of 488. David's DNA profile matches the blood on the magazine, which also had a blood mixture of 2 or more people. Kamel and Rania could not be excluded as possible contributors. Test 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Testing the audio, the sounds, the video, testing everything. See how it all looks, how it all comes out. It's going through the Gray Shame chapter, which is pretty much an extended version of the chapter, of the article that I did way back, my first article on the David Crowley case. It was an interesting article. I think a lot of it was kind of meshed, but the point of that article was to try to create a timeline for the last year of everything that David Crowley posted on social media, trying to find all of his quotes, all of the relevant quotes. And as I'm going back through this chapter, through the Gray Shame chapter, which now looks like I'm going to put it towards the end of my book, I'm getting frustrated all over again. All of those feelings that I first had, all the questions that I first had are now all coming back to this same point here. And I was specifically looking at March 19th of 2014. And we have all the screenshots of all this stuff too. Hey, what's up, Butterfly Kisses? How's it going? Thanks for joining me here. Not sure how the audio is, the videos, the lighting is probably kind of bad, but just want to get just testing all of this stuff out here to see what's going on. Haven't done a live video in a long time, so, but I was going through all this stuff and was trying to figure out, because 2014, a lot of things changed, right? Everything really changed. Thanks, Deb, I appreciate that. March 11th, 2014, David starts to unsubscribe, or he's posting. He asks, you know what liberty feels like? And then he says, unsubscribing from hundreds of liberty or death, fuck the NWO pages and Twitter accounts. This was an interesting thing even back in 2015. And that was the first thing that we did. The first thing that a lot of people did was go through all of the social media posts and try to capture them, try to screen capture them so that we had them later on. Because there were two that were missing, or two that I don't know if they're even out there now, but last I checked, there were two missing, one from December 9th and I believe one from September 30th. So let's see. So March 19th, 2014 is a very, very important date, because this is when David publicly states on Facebook, probably on social media. I think he posts, if it posts on Facebook, it posts on Twitter, posts on Instagram, all that good stuff. But he's basically saying here that there is a new story starting March 19th, 2014. And this is leading into the summer where a lot of things are going to change, right? A lot of things are going to change for David for this Gray State project. And there are some subtle hints that David mentions about the project being moved from a movie into a web series or a TV series. He specifically mentions that stuff here. He's not really talking about anybody else. He's not talking about Danny Mason. He's not talking about anybody else that's involved in this at that level, I guess. But what he's saying here on March 19, 2014, is that the first Gray State story took him 8 months of solid work, but the new story took less than 2, and it's quoted here, and is better in every way. Now, March 22nd, 2014, Kamel is reading the first draft of the new manuscript. So at this point, it has not been made into a TV series. I think the TV series thing really starts to build around September 30th. So I'm going to jump ahead to that. But on May 22nd, this is when David says that his dream has finally come true. His dream became a reality, May 22nd. This was his first trip out to Hollywood to meet with some producers. And he writes, Gray State will be optioned in the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who, above all else, wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have asked for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. And then we know what happens during the summer, right? There's this tension, especially in August. There's this big tension about everything. But regardless, September 30th is another very important day where David spends 20 minutes, close to 20 minutes from what he says here, answering questions about Gray State. People are getting frustrated, and you can see that. They've been frustrated. Some have been frustrated since 2012. It's like, well, you made this great trailer. 2013, the movie should be out. 2014, it's on DVD, blah, blah, blah. None of that has happened here, right? So David, somebody says, hey, it's taken you 3 years. And David's like, no, it's taken much longer. We're talking close to 4 years. He started this, from what he's saying, in 2010. So, let's see. September 30th, though, he writes here, the first visible beginnings of the Gray State resurrection. It's a whole nother thing. And he's talking about rebuilding a trustworthy team. It's not clear who is going to be on that trustworthy team, who is going to be on that new team. But we still know at this point David is trying to wrestle away the rights of the Gray State from Danny Mason. There's no doubt about that. Unless you were living back then. And see, that's why looking at this stuff now is like, what the hell? There was a lot of stuff that they tried to hide. They just tried to hide. A lot of people just tried to hide stuff from us, and there was no reason for that. So I think that pissed off a lot of people. I read the social media stuff, and I get pissed off because I can see a lot of things in here now that I didn't see then. But so hello everybody. Thank you for joining me here again. I'm just testing, just running this out, and seeing how this is. Don't have my microphone today, but wanted to test this without the microphone. I know I speak low. I generally speak low, so I'm going to try to speak up a little higher here. But let's see. So quickly wrapping up here. Staying on September 30th, 2014. If it's still there, if you have a chance to go through David's posts from 2014, please do. Screenshot it all. I've screenshot as much as I possibly could. There are two things that are missing, 2 screenshots, 2 posts that were taken out after David's death, and still no reason why that was done, who did that, etc., etc. But September 30th, 2014 is a big, big day for David. This is his day. This is the time where he is going to, from what I'm gathering, looking at this is why the timeline really helps. Looking at what David is writing here in September 30th, 2014, you can clearly see at this point, everything has changed. This is not a movie. Gray State is no longer a movie. This is going to be a TV show. This is going to be a web series. The movie's out. The movie's done. Where that puts Danny Mason and Mitch Heil and everybody else involved, I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure that if David is working with a big Hollywood company, he's probably not going to be working with those guys. And their name is not on any other paperwork. It's not. Now, maybe he'll be able to bring them in, like he's saying, at certain points, but it doesn't sound like that went over very well with certain people. So, and he even talks about turning the Gray State into a TV series. He writes here, a series which could be produced and released way faster than a film, has the potential to subvert the system. How can it not? Sorry guys, but Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, while entertaining, lack a real-world purpose. That struck me very hard, even way back in 2015 when I read this. And he says, Gray State will not fail you. How could it? Death. Death of the creators, huh? That's all I got for you. The big budget money, so he talks about big budget money, but if it needs to go into a low budget film, he sounds like he's cool with that too. Now, we know about the October thing. That's when the Sidra comes, tries to get the car, gets one of the cars, all the stuff. Sidra can't talk to her sister. David, there's all these theories. David is keeping them secluded from everybody, hiding from everybody, whatever you want to think. But he's active on social media. He's active with certain people. It's certain people he's not talking to, certain people he's not communicating with. I don't believe that means that he distanced himself from everybody, that he went into this dark place that the Apple Valley Police try to tell us. He goes into this dark place and that's it, right? Well, if you go into this dark place, it's going to take you down this road. Really? Come on. Nobody's buying that. So the October 27, 2014, he contacts David Kirk West. Now, this is important here, and I'm going to pull this up if I have it here. Just rereading this and getting all this ready for the book was just like, man, this is crazy. Let's see, give me 1 second. David Kirk West, let's see, where is it? I went back and tried to find the article because I have a couple quotes from David Kirk West. I can't find the original article. I don't know if it's been taken down or what, but David Crowley contacts David Kirk West, and it sounds like David is saying, hey, we're going to turn this into a TV series. I'd like you to be a producer. And here's exactly what he says on October 27th. This is David Crowley sending a private email to David Kirk West, or to David Kirk West on Facebook. It might be Facebook Messenger. And David Crowley says, I like your operation, ethics, friends, and location. When I put together the Gray State web series and shoot nationwide, would you want to produce for the Northwest? That's a very interesting conversation there. Now, not having access to this conversation in 2015 and just going by whatever Kirk West wanted to tell us or wanted to say, that's all you can really do. And again, David Kirk West is another guy who believes David Crowley is guilty. It's supposed to be one of his close friends, all that good stuff, blah, blah, blah. But hey, just decides to off his family and that's it. This is just one of many things that show that David Crowley is planning for the future constantly. He is planning for the future. There's no doubt in that. For whatever reason, David Kirk West, I believe he was interviewed, I don't know if it was a Pioneer Press article or if he wrote some article that I found somewhere, whatever it was. David Kirk West is saying that sometime between November and December of 2014, West believes that David was unfriending many people on social media, quote, for seemingly no reason. No reason. People don't generally just stop unfriending people for no reason. No reason is always a reason. There's always a reason. The reason could be simple. Maybe they just, hey, their friends are filling up. Facebook only allows you 5,000 friends. I don't know about Twitter or any of this other stuff, but there was a reason. To say that there was not a reason why David was unfriending people is just ridiculous. David goes back and says that. I mean, on, what was it, back in March, David was saying he was unsubscribing from all of these conspiracy theory sites and FDNWO sites, all that stuff, right? So it should not be a surprise. And what's interesting is David said that in March, David Kirk West is talking about something that happened between November and December. This is very important stuff because these are the last months of David's life. What was this other one? Let's see. Anything else? I mean, I was just so frustrated with some of this stuff that I was going back and reading. So, hope to put together a nice concise style, a nice concise story here. So there's no doubt that the rise was going to be free, because at that time we had some people telling us that the rise was not going to be free, that they were going to do something with it. We know ultimately it is out there, it is free. The rough cut version, there is no finalized version that David finished. There is a finalized version that the Gray State team finished, but that is not David's work. So let's see. So the December 9th, 2014 post by David Crowley, this is the big one. This is the one makes absolutely no sense why this was taken out and why police have never mentioned it, why this was never mentioned. This is in the police documents. They took screenshots going back from, I think, back to 2007 or 2010. The police in their files have the screenshots of David's social media. They have this particular screenshot on December 9, 2014 that will lead to the comment where Sean Wright talks about his tax stuff. It all goes back there. That was taken out. There's no logical reason why anybody would have taken that out. The police do not mention it. The police give, in the police reports, in the 94 pages, you will find one thing about Sean Wright, right? And it shows his age, his weight, all that stuff, just all the background stuff. Nothing in the supplemental reports. Nothing else is mentioned about him. Why not? Every other person that has their name, their driver's license, all this other stuff, they're all mentioned. They all were spoken to. Are we to believe that Sean Wright's name is in the 94 pages, but he was never spoken to? And if he was spoken to, why isn't his what he was telling the police, why isn't it in the 94 pages? And you can ask the same question about Mason Hendricks, the exact same thing. Only difference is Mason Hendricks is not even mentioned at all. His name is not in those 94 pages. Sean Wright's is. So that I found very, very odd. That did not resonate with me then. I still don't understand it now. I don't understand why it was never followed up. Why was that post taken out? Who took it out? So here's the post. David Crowley writes, "Can you believe it? The rise is almost done. I'm serious. She's coming out to be quite the looker. Can't wait to show you all, but I have to comb her hair for a few more weeks. Anyway, I'm quite serious about giving this film away. I have come to abhor the AJ model of peddling DVDs as truth and cashing in on suckers. I have given this film years of my life, and I am delighted for the opportunity to burn it down by giving it away. And I hope you all share this feeling. You've all given this project a lot of attention, and I thank you. Soon it will be time to go live, and we'll get to watch it all unfold." Now, it'd be one thing to remove a comment underneath this post. This whole post, gone. Completely gone. This is the one where Sean Wright talks about his tax stuff and is telling David, you need to contact me. Let's go, let me actually read that one. So, Sean Wright, this is where he writes, under that post, "You need to call me. I'm all good with getting out free. In fact, I brought that up. But if it's released before my court date, you may send me to prison instead of beating my case. For real, though, David Crowley, call me." And Sean Wright puts his phone number in this public comment where the public can see it. That's desperation. It seems like an act of clear desperation to me. Sean, tax stuff is in the leaked version of Gray State, The Rise, in the rough cut. It's not in the final cut. You're not going to find it there. Gee, I wonder why. Well, because he was involved, him and Mason Hendricks and whoever else, they were involved in the I don't even want to call it the final cut. It's not even David's movie. They'll tell you that it is, that all they did was look at David's timeline, piece it together, and this and that. It's their interpretation of David's movie. Guys who didn't have his phone number, who hadn't talked with him, who were not close with him, connected with him in that way. So David answers, and he says this movie is meant to send other people to prison, basically. What's weird is in this quote can be found in the PDF that we have, the 485-page PDF. And you can see that somebody kind of squiggles out Sean Wright's name. You can still kind of tell that it's him. And then David also says Sean in his answer. Now, 2014, September of 2014, this is when David Crowley and the Michael Entertainment Group, they're turning the Gray State Project into a TV series. This is also when David Crowley is talking with Jason Allen. I think Jason Allen is the conduit between David Crowley and Michael Entertainment Group. I don't know why that would be a big secret, and it's just a guess, but that's what I think. And maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but this is all happening around the same time. And Jason Allen tells the Pioneer Press that David Crowley was very much excited about the release of this documentary. Now, this email exchange, which Dan Hennon did get, I believe it's in the group file section. It's in my research file as well, so we have this. It's important to read this stuff for yourself and not just, believe what anybody else thinks is true. But the email exchange also revealed the rising interest in the Gray State Project. This is what David Crowley tells Jason Allen. Remember, this is late September 2014, almost October. He says, Gray State fans are growing at a rate of 100 to 200 per day, even now. And when I get started, I can only expect they'll keep coming. David asked Jason Allen to be an executive producer for Gray State, but before Allen could respond to that request, the deceased Crowley was already being accused of a double murder-suicide. Now, Allen found it hard to believe that David Crowley would murder his wife and child before taking his own life. Here's what Jason Allen wrote. Jason Allen is a Hollywood producer of some kind. And Jason Allen writes, David had this consistency and this very steady way about him. In many ways, it felt very contradictory to the actions of a murder-suicide. I truly saw an optimism to it. Doesn't sound like somebody who's planning to off himself. Sounds like somebody who has everything going for him. Time and time again, we see that. We saw that way back then. And the more that I circle back, you keep seeing it. You keep seeing it. You don't see the motivation. It looks staged. I agree, Seismatic. It looks staged. I'm not going to say that it is staged or that it was staged or whatever, but yes, it looks staged. And no matter how you view it, even if you think David Crowley did it, it is a staged scene. The scene was staged. Either he staged it or somebody else did. I will say that. And then the Gray State, there is a post on December 25th that is very interesting as well. But these December 9th and then December 17th, where he all this way, December 17th, David Crowley is talking about his project. He's not hiding. He's not going into a dark place. He's not secluding himself from everyone. The people that will tell you he's secluding himself from everyone have either been told that, or David Crowley secluded himself from them. But it's not from everyone. I think that needs to be very, very clear. So in the first hour of December 25th, 2014, Gray State The Rise posted a link to the Patriot Guild Facebook page with the following comment: an excellent group page run by some real patriots that are close friends of ours. Make sure to give them a like. So this is probably David's last post before he died, if in fact it was David Crowley posting as Gray State The Rise. But this is a last public thing that you'll see, that I've seen out there. Sorry, somebody's vacuuming upstairs. Perfect timing too. It's great. Love it. That's what happens when you try to go live. That's why the microphone. I'm going to test that too and see how well that picks it up. But staged is the word that would happen. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be, man. Something's going on. What I know is that we don't know the truth as far as what the official story tells us. It's not the truth. It can't be the truth. There's way so much more. Thanks, Stacey. Appreciate that. So here's an interesting one. We're still on December 25th, 2014, and somebody says this is why we think it's David. I can it's all coming back to me now. I wrote this a long time ago, right? In the comment section, someone asked David, or asked the Gray State, when will the Gray State movie be released? And Gray State The Rise responds, make sure to follow this page, Gray State, which is a different page. So there's another page that he's recommending people to, the Gray State page, which is the fictional movie. And David Crowley calls it a fictional movie, so I'm not trying to slight him by saying that this is a fictional movie. It is a fictional movie. In a separate comment, Gray State The Rise also wrote, and it's not an easy feat when trying to maintain the story's integrity without selling out and having such a small team. Who was part of that small team on December 25th? The team is still intact on December 25th. Who is it? This better be David posting here on December 25th, posting as Gray State The Rise. That had better be David Crowley. It should be. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. So anyways, I was a little worked up about it, and I needed to run this test anyway, and I figured it'd be a great time. So unless you guys have any other comments, I'm going to go back through this and just make sure I didn't miss anything. But Oh, who's got the wine glass? Okay, nice. Stacy Wolbeck asks, is it possible the movie folks were making David have the friends sign off of the right? Oh, have the friends sign off the rights to the movie? Yes, Stacy, I think you're right on that. That's what it's all about. David could not move forward unless Danny August Mason and Mitch Heil signed away rights. I think you're right. I think that's clear. Good to see you too, brother. Let's see. If you were to make a movie about reality, you are about to be in trouble. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. That could be. I think that's the biggest theory. And you know, let's be honest. If David had made a romance movie, and the same was accused of the same thing, would the police have treated it the same, or would they have treated it differently because of the movie that David was making? That's an interesting thought. It's an interesting thing to think about. Let's see. I never knew. Systematic says, I never knew about Gray State until Dennis Wise promoted a video about New World Order, what happened to David and his friend. That was so sad. It made me investigate. I wonder if I've seen that one. I've seen a lot of the New World Order ones. I'm not sure if I've seen that one, but let's see. The grease in Stacy is saying the grease in the frying pan still bothers me. Stacy, I think it's been brought up a few times, and I think they're right that it's coconut oil, right? It looks like coconut oil. Maybe it's coconut oil. It looks like canola oil to me, but coconut oil makes sense because that's all we see, and they are health nuts, I guess. Maybe olive oil or something like that too, but that would be another good test, just a very simple test. That should not take long. I could probably do that right now and see if it was coconut oil. Fry some coconut oil on a pan and see what it looks like and see if it looks similar. I'm glad that remember that purple bowl, and I thought it was food or breadcrumbs or something like that, but yeah, I will expect. Yeah, thank you, Stacey. I would expect it to be cloudy and greasy too, and it's not. So maybe olive oil, but again, we'd have to look in those cabinets. I'd love to get a shot of the refrigerator to see what was in there. If they opened up the other cabinets, they should have opened up that fridge. Now there's some medicine vials, right? There's some capsules, some pills in there. I really want to know what those are, and that would be interesting to really see. So I'm curious to see, Stacy, how that test goes, and all of these tests. Everybody who's helping out with these tests, I think it's really great. It's, you know, and we're probably going to get flack for it. Oh, it's not going to solve me. It's not going to do anything. Well, you know what? We got to do something, and we got to try. The kiwi in the bowl, I think in that, remember that purple bowl? Let me finish my thought on the purple bowl, I guess. I'm jumping around all over the place. This is what happens when I get in this writing mode. Probably got a few more months of just really hammering this stuff out, and I think I can have a pretty good first draft. But in that purple bowl, I think somebody pointed out that it looked like coffee grounds, and it does, because it looks like the coffee filters. Now, generally, you know, I don't know if you put the filters in there like that, but that to me does make sense too. So I'm totally open to all of that. But I do think that some of these things can help us get a timeline, a good timeline of how long this stuff was there. How long was this kitchen? This kitchen is an interrupted scene. How long was the interrupted scene going for? What are the indications for whatever it was, right? So just another thought. Let's see. Didn't notice that. Blue, can you tell me what you say what you mean when you didn't notice that? I'm curious to see what it was, because to be honest, there's a lot of things I didn't notice and probably still don't notice. That's why it's very important to get as many eyes on this stuff as possible. I'm gonna redo the one test over. Okay. I'll be very curious to see how that test goes. Let's see. Systematic. Greg, did you see Confessions of a Mafia Hitman? Joey tells the ugly truth. No, I haven't seen that one. I have not seen that one, but if it's good, if it's worth my time, if it's worth watching, I'll take a look at it. I love watching that stuff just to try to keep up. And there's so much of that going on. So yeah, keep me informed on that. Send me something. Looks like I had a little drop or something there. That's okay. Okay, so Stacy then thought it was kiwis. Oh, the kiwis are next to the sink, and they're in a bowl too. I think they're in a bowl. They might be in one of those clear bowls that the kiwis come in. But the kiwi test was another really good test, and I'd be curious to see that. What would be very helpful is to try to create a radius, do like a radius search, go from where their house is, find out what stores they might have had in that area, any farmers markets, where did they get this produce, where did they get this stuff. As small and as, much of a waste of time people might think that this is, nothing is, because nothing makes sense. So if nothing makes sense, then everything makes sense. If nothing makes sense, then everything is valid, and we just got to go wherever the truth takes us. It's going to take us in many different ways. I've already seen it. Obviously, me as a Christian, it could take me in a totally different way, and I pull that back. I got to pull that back and try to just look at it from just the bare bones of this case, to start with those documents, to really focus there. And what we're seeing is it was hard to focus on the documents early on, one, because we didn't have them, right? We only got secondhand, third-hand stuff. And the other reason was just because there were so many people bringing in these other theories and making up stuff and telling us to go down this road, and this is what really happened, and there was a pact, and no, there wasn't a pact, and David was going crazy. No, he wasn't going crazy. He went into a dark place. No, he didn't. It's on and on and on, to the point where it's just like, okay, tune it all out. Look at the documents, read the documents yourself, and then start with that. Make that your foundation. And I think that's really helped me, and it continues to help me. Then now that I'm going back and rereading a lot of this stuff that we did back in 2015, 2016, and I could see it, especially in 2015, because it's the last year, and that's why there's been so much focus on the last year that David, right before he died, they don't talk about it, and it's the most important year, and there's so much going on. And they're acting like David isn't talking with anybody. He's distancing himself, and that's it. Which is true to a certain point, but not to everybody. I think that's still a very valid point. So let us see here. Yeah, there was kiwis in a bowl. Absolutely. Oh, no. Crime scene interrupted. That's right. Yeah, grease in the pan. Yeah, the grease in the pan. I mean, I would think it looks like canola oil to me, but definitely we can. I was thinking coconut oil, but I think you're right. Coconut oil would be cloudier and would be whiter. But only one way to find out, right? So systematic. Okay, I will see that. I'll put that on my list. I should have some time later on this weekend. Hopefully. Maybe Sunday I'll be able to watch that. So I think I get what you're saying. It's a hit, like the Philip Marshall case. To me it looks like a hit, a big hit. But the hit could only happen with a cover-up or with the right people in place, and that's where it gets to the point where you do have to put a spotlight on the Apple Valley police, and not all of them. It doesn't have to be all of them. It's the ones running the investigation. They need to be held under a microscope. Not me for asking questions. I should not be under a microscope. The ones who should be under a microscope are the ones who are accusing David Crowley, and that should have always been the case, and it really wasn't. It really was not. For asking any questions, we were the bad guys. We're the bad ones for asking questions. Because we don't believe what they tell us. We're the bad ones. That's how it works. Let's see. I know David Crowley is not guilty. I stand with him against this NWO, the New World Order. This is Even though you may be killed resisting, the act of resistance on a metaphysical level has value. David Crowley completed a revised script of Gray State on June 2, 2013, and asked a select group of people to review the updated version of the story. On October 23, 2013, the rough cut of Gray State: The Rise was finished and ready for review. Exporting the rough cut now, David Crowley wrote on Twitter, "So stoked." On December 9, 2013, Crowley added 6 months working on Gray State: The Rise. It's finally taking its final form, but holy Moses, what a shit ton of work. David, Camille, and Rania Crowley moved into their new home in Apple Valley, Minnesota on December 13, 2013. On December 18th, David posted on Facebook that he had lost a crucial hard drive during the move to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The only real loss after moving to a new house last weekend was a crucial hard drive for The Rise. I guess the next few weeks will be spent salvaging everything that was lost. The following day, he wrote, "File recovery sucks, but it's better than not having files to recover. This could take a few weeks." By December 27, 2013, the documentary film was getting back on track. Finally getting back on track with The Rise. She's been teaching me patience by making me work for the 660 missing clips that remain and crashing at least 6 times a day. The manuscript for Gray State was about to go through a serious revision on January 15, 2014. Some seclusion writing this weekend, David Crowley wrote on Facebook. For those of you who read the GS script, it's about to get gutted for the necessity of a clear, concise, entertaining, and effective film. For all the chewy details that are going to get cut, well, there's always the novel. 5 days later, on January 20th, the story for Gray State had completely changed. After 2 years of trying to extract the Gray State story, I think I finally may have done it. The story has completely changed, is working beautifully, and the new outline was completed in only the last 3 days. With this new story, it will not be hard to attract funding. The following day, David Crowley explained he had rediscovered the ending to the Gray State story. It's a strange experience finally feeling genuine love for characters I've created. The most painful part of writing the conflict for these people who are precious to me is that I must now torture them, punish them, and drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. Yesterday morning, I rediscovered Gray State's ending, and the final feeling captured was of such gentle sadness I've been stuck in it ever since. On January 22nd, 2014, David was still settling into his new home. Spending today building 2 big fucking new desks to create a man cave mega desk, then relocating all of the Bullet Exchange inventory to my basement. On February 2nd, David explained the plot of the fictional film Gray State. Gray State, a wounded veteran, leads the insurgency against a corrupt government after his city is put under martial law. The use of force, David Crowley posted on March 7, 2014, no matter the context, should be a shameful last resort, indicating an utter defeat of intelligent faculty. This is the difference between men and children, and also why our childlike society celebrates violence in its exercise of authority. The very next day, David wrote, "Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State." 2 days later, on March 10, 2014, David was happily unsubscribing from liberty and conspiracy feeds on Facebook and Twitter. Too much of the backbiting derision they claim to oppose. See you guys. It's been fun. You'll still like Gray State, though. Then on March 11th, David asked the question, "You know what liberty feels like?" Unsubscribing from hundreds of Liberty or Death Fuck the NWO pages and Twitter accounts. This movie was steadily progressing on March 19th. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, David wrote on Facebook, pages of scribbles, and 30 feet of plot points, I have a 118-page script outline hybrid that may be only days away from a solid draft 1. The original Gray State story took 8 months of solid work. This story took less than 2 and is better in every way. On March 22nd, Camille was reading the first draft of the new Gray State script, according to David's post. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the groundwork for another 6 films I've been having ideas for. It's nice to finally be free from Gray State. Boy howdy. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. It just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned in the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. On June 30th, posting as the Gray State page on Facebook, David Crowley gave an update on the Gray State movie. The past month, I've been meeting with some LA-based producers, crew, and other industry contacts, and together, we are building the team that will combine our passions and talent and belief in Gray State to optimize its message and reach of its exposure. This has been a truly exhilarating experience. My attorney and I are reviewing the option contract this week, and once that sucker is signed, this whole Gray State thing is going to finally, irretrievably, and monstrously take off for the stratosphere. And in such a way that the message will be preserved, and perhaps even continue in sequels, TV series, and video games. Seriously, talk about taking over the mainstream. This has been my life's work for nearly 4 years, and it is extremely gratifying to be backed by such a raging horde of superfans. Thanks for all your patience, guys. See you at the premiere. September 30th, David Crowley spent some time on Facebook answering questions from his supporters. It seems like there are a lot of questions and expectations about this project. For the next 20 minutes or so, I will answer your questions directly. There are 2 very important posts from David Crowley that were either deleted or have been hidden from public view. One post was made on December 9, 2014, and the other was dated September 30th, 2014. The missing post from September included a question by a supporter as well as an answer by David Crowley posting as Gray State. In this post, David Crowley mentions his plans for rebuilding a trustworthy team. Asked what his biggest holdup was with the fictional movie, Crowley responded, "I'm doing this myself. I say we and team a lot, but when it comes to nuts and bolts work, writing and leveraging the product into securing Hollywood money, it's just me. I hope to change this by reinvigorating the process and rebuilding a trustworthy team." Now, we still do not know who removed or hid this post from the Gray State Facebook page or why. Hopefully this post will reappear one day. Responding to a question about when the documentary Gray State: The Rise was going to be released, David Crowley responded, "The Rise suffered a catastrophic hard loss earlier this year. I'm working to get it back together, hopefully for a free online release. You guys deserve a little something. I really have to be careful though, because a mishandled doc release could absolutely sink production on the film or series. I'm treading carefully, making sure that everything works out for the best." September 30th was a very important day as David Crowley had big plans for 2015. Today's post represents the first visible beginnings of the Gray State resurrection. I can't get into too much too soon, but with the right amount of hard work, strategy, and miracle juice, the beginning of 2015 should see some amazing progress. Crowley also wrote about a new revamped website coming soon, and many of his last known conversations involved plans for the future of his projects. Over and over again on September 30th, 2014, David wrote about his vision for the Gray State franchise, a series which could be produced and released way faster than a film, has the potential to subvert the system. How can it not? Sorry guys, but Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, while entertaining, lack a real-world purpose. Gray State will not fail you. How could it? Creating the Gray State franchise was David Crowley's full-time job, and he was doing everything he could to ensure the success of this franchise. It'll either be a great success story, a spectacular, highly visible failure, but either way, I guess we all put in our best shot, right? I guess that could be said about where the country is headed too. The questions kept coming, and David Crowley answered as many questions as possible within those dedicated 20 minutes. Crowley was attempting to reach out directly to his supporters and doubters in order to address the criticism the project received for its multiple delays in production. Starting a Kickstarter campaign for future production costs is more evidence that David Crowley was actively planning for the future in September of 2014. We want to run a Kickstarter, but if we do, it'll be for a very specific purpose. like hiring a behind-the-scenes crew to document production, run live broadcasts, and give constant updates to the fans. I never wanted the fans to fund this. It's like making your kids pay for their own Christmas presents. David was still trying to get big budget funding for Gray State in September of 2014. I believe this shows David was not defeated by his earlier failures in Hollywood, as some have claimed. His words seemed like those of a rejuvenated artist who had a story to tell and who wasn't going to stop until his concept for Gray State became a reality. Hopefully the strength of this project as a whole and what it represents with the people will help me get a big budget without sacrificing my intent. But hey, if I can't, then I will take it back to low-budget indie like the 2012 trailer. This too shows David Crowley had a plan B, just in case the big-budget dreams came crashing down. New developments have enhanced the project's honesty and dedication to its origins, wrote Crowley. This is going to be brutal. Crowley also reminded people to stay tuned for updates. We will keep the entire production process as wide open as possible. In response to the comment that it's been 3 years since Gray State was first developed, Crowley responded, "No, it's been a lot longer and there are years to go." In a separate comment, Crowley confirmed his long-term plans. The film was ready to go, but it may take forever and then still fail at any point in production. A series might be immediately tangible, and instead of interfering with the film, set it up for success a year or two down the road. Big picture stuff. More evidence. Now he's planning for a series that will lead into a film. More evidence of David Crowley planning for the future. Crowley's most challenging thing about the project was trailblazing this timeline. It's been either a very small team or just me alone working on this thing for years, trying to make it work. I do not just want this movie done so the fans can see it online. I want millions to get blindsided by it in theaters.
Welcome, everyone. This is the broadcast for the David Crowley case, or the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. What we've got here tonight is Greg Fernandez Jr. on the line, Catherine Michelle on the line, and myself, Dan Hennon, here. And what we've got is this opened up here for this broadcast on a public forum here to be able to talk and chat and ask questions and have a discussion here. And as we get going, more people will join. Greg's going to be heading that up as far as monitoring the folks joining. But we'd like to start off the conversation tonight with a couple that knew actually David Crowley, his brother Dan, and they've just been following this case. It sounds like here for the last couple of weeks. They're from the neighboring city of Eagan. And I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on how you stumbled upon the case, and what are your thoughts when you heard about the aftermath, and when did you know the family?
Yes, this is Jamie. Yeah, we knew the family back in the 90s. We went to the church with them. Grew up with our sons grew up together. We did some baseball together. Went to a few baseball games.
They moved to Owatonna.
And then they moved to Owatonna, and we lost track of them after they moved.
No, we got together a few times.
Yeah, we got together a few times, but yeah, the closeness kind of went away after they moved away. But we did stay in touch with them here and there, and then it was just 2 weeks ago that my son actually stumbled upon a video that showed at the end a trailer of the David's production, the Gray State, yeah. And he sent it to us and said, "Is this the Crowleys that we knew?" And we watched it, and it was like, "Oh my God, it is!" Yeah. So and then so from there, I was at work. My wife actually had spring break, so she just divulged into all this information that we just never knew about, and it floors us. I mean, it's just total by surprise.
We always thought we'd get together again in the future.
Yeah.
Now we know that Kate is gone.
Yeah.
And David.
Well, sorry you had to find out that way. It must have been a shock. We're very glad to have you on, because a lot of this really helps to fill in the blanks when we get people that have either been neighbors, family members, relatives, or what have you. Like you said, going to church and being on the baseball teams with the and whatnot. It really helps because it helps fill in the blanks, not for what has happened per se, because we don't really know, but it can fill in the background as far as the family. And like you said, you had went to church and knew them in the 90s before this case, before they moved to Owatonna. Now, there's a lot of listeners, a lot of people following the case that aren't familiar with really the state of Minnesota. I am from Chaska myself, and this is Dan. I grew up and I lived as when I had married and had two children and was living in Apple Valley at the time. And so I was aware of the area because I had lived literally 4 blocks away from the Crowley residents. Not while they were there. I had since moved away, lived in Chaska, which is about a 30-minute drive. But a lot of the other familiar names or the topics of towns here comes into play is Owatonna. And that's where the family moved to. And that's, would you say, Jamie, is that about a 45-minute drive from the Apple Valley home, roughly?
From Apple Valley.
Apple Valley.
Our house would be an hour.
Yeah, it was about 45 minutes from Apple Valley. Yeah, they moved basically right straight across from Cabela's off the 35.
Okay. So that's about a 45-minute drive. And the family themselves, I think the wife, Kate, was from White Bear Lake. Is that where the family was first when they were growing up? Before they moved to Owatonna, they were more in the Twin Cities here, the White Bear Lake area, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's right. She graduated high school from there, and that's probably where you two knew the family, probably in some surroundings in that location as well.
Yeah, we were across the lake, actually, Matamidi.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, very interesting. And so what we could do, Greg, and I know Catherine too, for those of us who's followed this a while, myself, it's been over 4 years now. Greg, about 4 years. Catherine, I think 2 years maybe?
Yeah, about a year and a half.
A year and a half. And now Jamie and I'm assuming your wife is there, just jumped on this case 2 weeks ago, so it must be a shock. One of the things we found in the investigation going back is a lot of people wanted to know why the move, what caused the move to Owatonna and what came about, and maybe you can even shed some light on this. It was a church incident in high school that happened that with the fallout from a youth camp or something in White Bear Lake, they ended up moving down south to Owatonna, which is a 45-minute drive away because of the alleged allegations that took place on a church camping trip with David's older brother, Danny Jr. And so we have not been able to get any confirmation except a cousin that came forward to say that's really what spurred this whole thing on, causing the family to move. It was my impression. I never knew them, Jamie, and I'm sorry, what's your wife, Jamie's wife?
Carla,
I didn't know the families myself. I just jumped onto this case afterwards. I wasn't even a fan of the programmer or anything. So we had a cousin that came forward and mentioned this, and they said really it caused a lot of turmoil there in the church. They had to leave, move to Owatonna, and then kind of restart there. And that was under her impression, which also caused I wouldn't say the marriage to fall apart, but really got, it's not estranged, what's the word I'm looking for? It got to be tougher, and then they ended up getting divorced, Dan Sr. and Kate, after I think David Crowley graduated high school. I think they waited till he was 18 or something, and then they officially got divorced. And then Kate was actually living still in Owatonna, and that's where Dan Sr. lives to this day. So a lot of connections to Owatonna, but it was around that time in high school that they moved. Were you guys aware of anything that went on there at the church that caused this turbulence to come about?
Actually, absolutely not. We did not. The time frame of that whole thing doesn't match with the age of the kids when we were with them. Dan was working in Owatonna, and the travel from White Bear to Owatonna was just getting, more and more, it just with more and more of, I guess, the population, it got longer and longer for travel time. And to the best of our knowledge, that really was the reason that we understood that they moved to Owatonna, which at the time was totally understandable because he worked actually the glass company he worked in was in Faribault, and and they moved to just off the highway in Owatonna, which basically gave him a 10-15 minute drive. And yeah, we had no idea whatsoever about the case in the with the church and the allegations that were against Danny at camp. We heard about that just through the videos.
Are you sure that didn't happen in Montana?
Yeah.
Because he would have been too very young.
He was really
when they moved.
Yeah, they were really young when they were younger when they actually moved to Owatonna. So the timeline there doesn't.
Well, what year they moved to Owatonna? We cannot remember that year. If you have that, because their son's the same age as our son, so
okay, I can look it up. I've got the timeline, but this certainly does help because, like I said, we've got someone that came forward and then who later recanted. And some of the story that this person said made sense, and some of it didn't. But we did draw a lot of criticism from that because, we didn't know what to take from it. So this does really help.
It does not add up.
Yeah, the time frame doesn't add up at all as far as the age of the kids when they moved to Owatonna, and it would have been before. I'm guessing it would have been around before 2000, maybe 1999, 2000 years.
He graduated in 2002 from high school.
Right, and they were already in Owatonna. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is very, very helpful. I appreciate coming forward with this information. And then while I looked that up, what else did you know with the family? What are your thoughts on the younger sister Allison and Dan Sr. and Dan Jr. and Kate? And what were your thoughts when you found out that Kate had died?
Oh, I was devastated because, like I said, I thought we would get together in the future and catch up on things. So it's just heartbreaking. It's just
it's a lot to take in, and a lot to as a sponge to try to soak this information in because it's so much. And then when you start going through the articles that Greg has written and the videos that the three of us have done, and then the newspaper articles and the mainstream media that has covered this as well. It gets you pointed in a lot of different directions. So you find yourself it's kind of hard to stay focused on where to really lead down the rabbit hole.
Right. I feel like I'm everywhere. Maybe it was too soon to connect with you guys, but it's like, wow.
I'm glad you did. I'm very glad you did. This is good. Like I said, I'll pull up that timeline. And then I think the daughter, Allison, is now living in. I think she's in Baltimore. I think. And has recently gotten married. Her partner's name is, I think, Suzanne. So she's married. Dan Jr. is still here in the Twin Cities. And Dan Sr. is still in Owatonna.
Yeah, and mostly for us, I mean, Allison was still a young child. I mean,
they all were.
Yeah, they were all. Yeah,
we have 4 kids.
Yeah, we've got 4.
3, and they all hung out when we got together.
Yeah, so as far as when the kids themselves, they were still young when we we'll ran into them and did stuff with them. And then the last time we did something was, I believe, 2006 with Andy's baseball. 2002 with Andy's baseball. It was
before graduation.
Yeah. So the kids were really, as far as we remember them, they were young. So as far as what Allison going off, we did not know about that. And Danny, what he does currently, we do not know. And
they were all home and not graduated from high school yet.
Yeah, so they were still all home. So it's been a while.
Okay, interesting. And what are your thoughts then of the official narrative as portrayed by law enforcement or the official narrative? I don't want to swing in any direction or not, but what are your first thoughts when you heard the conclusion of the official report?
No way, not possible.
Oh, really? Okay, so it did come off as very suspicious as far as how even relates to you guys who knew them in the past. It just didn't add up. Okay.
Yeah, not at all.
No, not the family we knew.
Yeah.
And still.
Okay.
I've just looked through so much now, though, but just even the photos and everything just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, there was certainly a lot of theories and conjecture, and we started that right off the bat. We faced a lot of that with folks saying that the CIA was involved, a hit team was involved, it was a professional hit, then some said that David actually did it. And what we've narrowed down, I think, with Greg and Catherine on the phone, like I said, we're not here to sell anyone on a theory, but the evidence has pointed us in the direction that, number one, David Crowley himself did not do this, and that's just based on evidence. And the question is, it does appear that 1 to 2 or more individuals were in the home and killed the family. Who is that? We don't know. It doesn't seem like a professional style hit, and that's why we've got this page set up and a group to be able to discuss some of this, so we don't come off as conspiracy theorists, so to say. And we're trying to focus just on the facts and the evidence only and the forensics of it, and that tells us that he didn't do this. The question is, who did? We also don't know that, and I think what I try to lead the group, and I think Catherine and Greg are very good with this as also, is the fact that we would like to get the case either reopened or classify David's death as a homicide instead of a suicide, or have cause of death at least be unknown, considered as an unknown officially in the police logs. Now, they refuse to reopen this case, but we think there's just enough evidence there to simply reopen it because the facts of the case don't line up with what actually happened. And we're not here to, come in with different theories and scenarios of what did happen, but we can tell by the evidence, obviously, what did not happen. And it's safe to say that David Crowley did not kill his wife and child and himself because physically he couldn't have with the evidence that we've seen. So that's where we're at right now here 4 years later. Any thoughts on that aspect, Greg?
Just one question, because I've always been curious about their Christianity, and so they did go to church. Is that correct? And what type of church did they go to? Do you know?
Well,
at the time, it was Twin Cities Bible Church.
Non-denominational.
Yeah, non-denominational church. It was Twin Cities Bible Church, which we were focused on living our lives according to biblical truths. And as far as the upbringing of our children, the same way, a Christian-based raising of kids. And we did a lot of the things with the church group. And as far as the church outings and stuff, we were all part of it. So yeah, as far as we knew them, the kids, they were raised as the kind of a non-denominational, Christ-centered, Bible-believing family.
We had no idea about any charges at our church.
At a church, yeah.
Either they chose not to tell us or it didn't happen. And the way things looked, I would say it didn't happen.
Do you know if there's any way to help us get some evidence to say that it didn't happen? Maybe a pastor there or somebody there who can really help us just kind of kill that whole theory so we can just focus on... Go ahead.
Yeah, we got to figure out that timeline because to me it's sounding like it happened in Owatonna, and we weren't a part of that church.
Oh, okay.
We're too young for anything like that to happen here.
Well, yeah. When we were there at TCBC, the kids were too young to be a part of him being Danny being a counselor there. So that's what we're thinking. It probably was a time after that, and we don't even know if it was this church.
And they never shared it.
Yeah, they did not share that with us at all.
My understanding, and that's a good point, Greg, because we do on each of these topics, we would like to either confirm or deny the allegations, just to at least move forward that it didn't happen, or if it did, move forward in that direction. Because a lot of the time spent on this page with the discussions and people commenting back and forth is spent on all this speculation. So like you said, anything would help, either confirming or denying it. What was my impression here? It looks like they moved in. I don't have the move date. 2004 is when David graduated high school.
Okay, yeah,
and then Kate and Dan Sr. was divorced in 2005, and at this time they were already in Owatonna, living there. Now the article, and that may be it may be, rather than spend time tonight on that, it might be something that I could forward you, that actual allegation on that email that I've received from that, because she gives the times and dates, and it was not in Owatonna. It was in the previous location at the previous church, and Dan Jr. was not a counselor per se. He was in the youth group, but he was one of the group leaders as a teen or a preteen. I think he was 14 or 15 years old, and he had some camp kids beneath him, is how she mentioned it to him, that were maybe 8, 9, 10, or 11 of that age. So he wasn't a leader or he was just not a camp counselor, but he was a teen at the time when that happened. And she said no charges were brought, and the church hushed it because they ended up, I think the children, there was 2 defendants, I think, that were the victims, and they all agreed, the families, just to cover it up, because the Crowley family was going to move and just leave it alone. So there wouldn't be anything official, and even if they did talk to the pastor, nothing was confirmed, nothing was official about that, because he or she, whoever that pastor was, I'm sure was not going to talk about it anyway, even if it did or didn't happen. But it was about, those are the time frames of the ages, if that makes sense. But what I'll do is, after the show here, I'll send you that article, and you can vet it to see for authenticity, because if we can rule it out, then we can rule it out. And so the other question is, they were from a Baptist church. That's good. That is good information for everyone to be aware of listening on the call. Greg, Catherine, and myself are all Christian folks, Bible, I guess, fearing individuals ourselves, and that's one of the reasons we've got 2,600 members here. What I see is most of them are a Christian background, or coming from a faith background to begin with, which has drawn them into this case. And I may be wrong on that too, but I do see a lot of members coming in from a faith-based, whether it's even a Muslim background like the Kamel's family or not, because it really got individuals involved, because this is so different than anything that they would have done in this family. And so that's I think that's fair to say. Do you guys agree with that? We seem to get a lot of, I think, Christian or faith-based members in our group that are following this case.
Oh, yeah.
Catherine?
Yes, absolutely. I did have a question, though, for this couple. When you knew David, how old was he, and how was he as a child?
Very happy young kid. Our kids would go off and play. We would visit as adults. Nothing stood out as being any different than no.
It's just kids. Happy. I mean, there was.
They were a great family. Lots of fun.
Yeah, never had any issues. And like I say, I mean, I'm sure every family has their issues, but there's nothing that stands out in the times that we were together. Absolutely not. I mean, the kids play together, right within the families. So
David was like a friendly kid. He was outgoing, or what?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, he would be right there and playing with all of our kids, and then even in the groups at church, he was right there playing with everyone. So
the church covered this up well, if it happened.
If it did. Yep.
Yeah, because see, usually when something like this type of murder that occurred in their home, whoever did this, it's usually like a long time coming. When people you hear sometimes where people say, "Oh, well, they just snapped." That's that's really not a good term to use, because it's usually been built up over years and years and years, and these are people who usually have issues from the time that they were children, and that's why I cannot see everything I've read about David. I can't see him as this kind of person, and so it's interesting to me to hear, you guys speak of them as young children and how they were all happy.
Yeah, there's something that came into that situation. I'm processing everything that I've just listened to in the last couple of weeks, and there's definitely something outside force that's come in there that I think you guys have nailed it, but how do we know for sure? I don't know.
Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was that?
I think you guys, at least with one of the things I listened to, can't at a federal level. There's like two ways it could have been at the federal level, and it really sounds like one of them's right.
Yeah, because I have taken this, and I've said this before, but I have asked several different police officers in many different states and even in different countries, because I just, throw it out there and just say, hey, here's a photo. I want to show it to you. Here's the case. Tell me what you think without giving them any information. And everyone, without exception, have all said, well, that's a triple homicide. And they're like,
right.
They have no idea why they say this is, and they're doing that because these are people with years and years and years of homicide background. And when they're looking at the photo and they're just like, yeah, no, this is a triple homicide.
The other thing, Jamie and Carla, that we have from looking at this for multiple years is I guess it's two ways. The pointing of the fingers at the Apple Valley police detectives there and the police department is, I think, twofold. Number one, it's deserving. Number one, the other thing is that by default, the reaction is even if you are for. I myself am for law enforcement and I'm pro law enforcement. But I'm also very vocal if there is misgivings or something that are wrong or complicit, like with the recent Smollett case in Chicago. There's things like that I'm anti. Although the police did a good job on that case, it was the district attorney that decided to drop the charges. But the real issue I think the three of us have is twofold. Number one, the police went out of their way to make a public press release saying the public is safe.
And that was in a very short time, wasn't it?
Very early. I think the very next day they said that the public is not in danger, is I think the exact words. And we know now by forensic evidence, David did not do this, and obviously Kamel Irani didn't either. So the problem is we've got killers on the loose, which means that the public is in danger. And that is, in my mind and in my book, and I've got family and friends that are in law enforcement, is to come out and say that the public is not in danger is the height of hypocrisy. So that is the thing that really drives it home to me. Whether or not they did a good job on the detective work or not, they may have made a mistake. They may have missed some things here and there. But how dare they come out and say the public is safe when they're not? And the killers are indeed, to this very day, on the loose. And so that, I think, was what is more of the driving force for myself to keep this alive, to keep pushing for this, and the fact that a 5-year-old girl was killed along with an innocent wife as well. So those are the things that motivate me in particular. I'm not sure about the others, but whether we've got of the 2,600 members in our group, many are anti-police, anti-cop. Some are pro, and some are very pro law enforcement and cop. But we've really given the hard time to the Apple Valley police detectives, and I do believe that is warranted because of the evidence of reading the police reports and such. So that's not really just pointing the finger and throwing them under the bus because we can. It's because the evidence points in that direction that they failed, and they failed miserably. So the only question now is Did they fail on purpose? Were they compromised? Did someone cover up, and were they active in the cover-up, or were they simply that inept? Now, the city of Apple Valley gets an average of 1 homicide per year, and now they're hit with 3 in one day. So it's safe to say they were over their heads. I'm also not saying that they're stumbling, bumbling imbeciles who don't know their job. They are intelligent individuals and worthy law enforcement cops. Now, that does not mean to say that they are veteran homicide detectives, is where the criticism comes in. And so just to get this record straight there, I do personally believe that they did not do a good job, regardless if it was compromised or not. Things were done that were just very elementary, that were missed on many, many, many things.
Yeah, because a lot of years had gone by before they even had any homicides. At least, I can't remember. I did a video on it. Somewhere between 3 and 6 or 7 years, they had not had any homicides at all. And then all of a sudden, there's 3 people dead in their city, and that would be overwhelming for anybody, 3 to begin with. But when you have a department that in 13, 14 years only had maybe 5 murders, that's not a whole lot of experience.
Correct.
You
Greg,
think
are others joining on the call? Or just listening?
I'm sorry, what was that, Dan?
I was asking Greg if he can give us a count so far of have we got a more handful of people on the call, whether on the internet or the phone itself?
Yeah, right now we have 15 people here.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, and Carla, were you asking a question?
Well, I'm just wondering why they wouldn't be, be more willing to open it up again and just, to admit mistakes, unless they're taking orders from above where, they can't.
Yeah, I just recently spoke with Detective Sergeant Gummert, and he just flat out said that he was told by the police chief they're just not going to open it. End of story. They wouldn't give a reason why. The answer is just no. And I told them, I said, because I sent them all of the proof that we had found about the multiple blunt force trauma to David's head and, stuff like this, just everything. And I'm like, okay, you have to see this and you have to understand that this man was beat. So, this couldn't be a suicide, homicide, murder, suicide. And they just would never even answer. They're just like, nope, it will never be reopened. It's done. We're over with it. And I'm like, that's not right.
No.
Can I ask one question? Maybe 2. First, have you both seen the documentary that came out called A Gray State? I think it came out in the end of 2017. And have you spoken to Dan Crowley Sr.? And is there any chance that you might reach out to him if you haven't spoken to him?
That's where we started watching that. Our son, go ahead.
Our son emailed it to us, and that's where I relayed earlier that he called us and just said, I just watched this trailer and it's of Dan Crowley. Or David Crowley. Is that the David Crowley that we knew? And it's from the Netflix series. And then he sent us the link. We watched it, and it's like, that is absolutely them. And then from there, since like I say, it's only been 2 weeks. We have not reached out to Dan Sr. I would be very curious to do so. Where he's at now, I do not know. We know where their old house is, and obviously they are not there anymore. We stopped by a couple of times and left messages in their mailbox and never had any response.
We didn't know they had moved.
Yeah, and then they must have moved sometime before that. That was about 2000. Actually, that was 2005-ish or so.
They apparently divorced in 2005.
Yeah.
And that was a shock.
So they have been already gone. So so I would be intrigued to definitely reach out to him and find out I just, where do you begin? I would be at a loss of words and just.
He might be afraid to talk. I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, you just look at. I look at his expression. I look at his expression while he was doing this documentary, and there was something behind it that, you know, maybe I'm reading into it, but there was something behind it that did not look like Dan Crowley.
Yeah, you're talking about the father?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just the look on his face just broke my heart. I mean, it just goes right through you. You're like, something's not right.
That's
Yeah.
very
And if
common.
I was about Peyton, I'm sure others are afraid.
Yeah.
I mean, did they ever give a reason? I mean, cause of death for Kate?
Other than natural causes, quote unquote.
I haven't been able to find anything on her, nothing. So I don't know. Hopefully somebody can help us with that, because that would be good to kind of, again, to just bring some closure to that, because it just seems like nobody wants to talk about it. And I can understand that under normal circumstances, but with all of the conspiracies and all of that stuff, it'd be nice to, if somebody could help us, just kind of get some real data on it and just figure out what really did happen. Because that was, you know, as soon as everybody heard that, I mean, what's the first thing that you're going to think of? Well, was there some foul play? Well, if there was foul play possibly involved in David's death, what are the chances that there might be foul play involved in this? And sometimes when we say that, then I know people twist those words and they go back to people who are in communication with Dan Crowley, Jr. and Sr., and probably other family members too, and twist that to say that we think that they killed Kate, and it gets into all of this crazy stuff. So we're just trying to get some factual data.
Back to Kate, it was not necessarily natural causes, but nature caused her to die. I think it was gastrointestinal issues due to many years of drinking and being a severe alcoholic is what it sounds like. That one night she just died. Now the question that we had from an investigative standpoint is what caused that death. She had bleeding out of the ears and the mouth, or the nose and the mouth, sitting there at her table, back room patio table outside. And she was on the main level of her, just outside on the grass. No fence, nothing around there. If someone did come in and do something to it, they could have easily fled. Now, her boyfriend at the time, first name of Curtis, that was dating her, was the one who couldn't, called and couldn't reach her. And at midnight, he had, I think, went there or called and found the body, and then police came and found everything. Now, he has never come forward and said anything. And the conjecture, I'll say, or speculation is that he either didn't have a lot of money or didn't have a big job or something, and he was being supported actually by Dan Sr. to some extent on a monthly payment or a monthly allowance or something he was supporting. And so our question is, why didn't this Curtis come forward, at least to our group or to someone else, not necessarily the authorities, but just give his side of the story of what he thought happened? And the question is that he was in potential fear of losing that monthly payment or that funding, which I guess he probably would have lost anyway with Kate now being dead. And so he didn't want to step up because he was essentially, if he controlled or compromised by Dan Sr. So he just left the whole thing alone and never said one word. So we don't know if that's true or not. But then again, Kate was working. She had two jobs. She was working at a convenience store, a Quick Trip or something. And then she's working as a health professional, not a chiropractor, but a physical therapist or a massage therapist. No, that's not right either. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but she was working and had a couple licensures and certificates. So, she was an educated woman and was healthy. And so whether or not she had a drinking problem, it didn't impact her life. So for her to just wind up dead like that was very strange. Now, the only evidence that we had was that in the police report, the original 94-page police report from Apple Valley did say that when they notified the families, both the Alam family and the Crowley family bought it or agreed to it and thought it was reasonable. Kate Crowley herself was the only one who says, I don't think this could have happened the way it happened unless David jointly did with Comel, if anything. But so she's the only one that really, as we call it, she showed doubt. She expressed doubt that this thing went down as planned. And so if she's the only one in the police report of anyone that I read on the 94 pages that expressed any kind of doubt, and she's also conveniently the only one now dead. And so that brings more speculation on, was she going to talk? Was she going to expose something? And that's also what brought up the back to the family affairs. Was there something in the Crowley family from years back or decades back that was some hidden secret? Was there something going on there behind closed doors? We don't know. We do know Allison as an adult is gay. Dan Jr. as an adult is gay. The only person that's straight is David, and he's the one who's dead. So was there something going on there? And that would lead back once again to Dan Sr. If there was some speculation on potential family abuse, physical or sexual. It's very rare, and you guys could maybe attest to this being from Minnesota. I find that very strange. Most families that I know, if there's a family member, there might be one in the entire family that as an adult life is gay or comes out as gay or comes out of the closet. This particular family, 2 of the 3, and so that raised a red flag for me. I was one of those who speculated, whether right or wrong, but speculated that when there's 2 out of the 3 children as an adult come out as gay closet, there's probably something that happened there years ago, and usually that's within a family or a family member or a relative of some kind of sexual misconduct. And so that's where the allegations went back then. Dan Sr. Is single to this day. There was speculation that he is gay. Now, Kate was actively dating this Curtis individual, so it's safe to say that she was straight and David Crowley are straight. So in the entire family, the 2 that were straight that we know of as evidence are both 6 feet under. So there's some speculation that Drew, was she going to blow the whistle on something bigger, something much larger? Who knows what went on there in that family. But as we're all well aware, here in Minnesota, families hide things very well. The people that come out with these horrendous things are sometimes the most unlikely characters that surprise you the most of what's going on behind closed doors. But once again, that is entirely speculation on that part.
Yeah, the 2 being gay were another shock to us. No idea. Not the last time we found were there any signs of that. And that, we're trying to figure out that timeline, early 2000s. But again, like you said, families can hide things, but we didn't see it.
And the same with the alcoholism. Never.
When did that?
Never did we. When we were all together, we never even drank socially together. So that in and of itself comes at a total shock to us too. That she was an alcoholic, and then able to hold 2 jobs. Well, again, that didn't add up for us either. So yeah.
Yeah, we had the other speculation here that we could throw into the not speculation but evidence is we have evidence that David Crowley himself did not drink that much, or when he did, it was once in a while or even socially. But he wasn't having beers or shots every night at home here working on this project. He was focused on the project. I don't believe there's any beer in the fridge or in the garage, any alcohol of some sort. Comel was a dietitian, and both of them were very healthy eaters and exercisers. And so we can throw that. I don't want to throw that out the window, but I don't think that's a big factor. Allison, the daughter, we don't know. I'm not sure about her. Dan Jr., the older brother, has I think a couple of DWIs on his record and some marijuana, small charges, minor charges, but mainly his are traffic related, speeding when we looked it up, not paying parking tickets, things like that. So he's got a pretty lengthy record, but a couple of driving under the influence under his belt. So there could have been. Now, Kate, I think, was drinking a lot, and she may have had just a high tolerance and could have been easily a high-functioning alcoholic because she did have 2 jobs and she was a healthy person. She wasn't down in depression and not getting up to work day to day. She was functioning. So that could have been. Now, we know early on it was her brother that was that police officer killed, Joe Bergeron, that you're probably familiar with. That was her brother that was killed on duty as a St. Paul police officer. Do you remember that case?
I just read about it through your Facebook. That was 5 years ago.
At the time, that was the largest, I believe that was the largest funeral procession of a law enforcement in the state of Minnesota ever had. They closed down highways for the amount of law enforcement and city officials to show support. He was in line of duty when a shooter came into a, I don't know if it's a pizza parlor or a cafe or something, and he was shot there while on duty. And so that was a big to-do, and that was a fairly large family that starts with a B, Bergeron. And so she was a maiden name Bergeron, and I think there was 8 or 9 kids in that family. And so her brother Joe was that very person. So if that would have led to something down the road, dealing with the aftermath of her, brother dying that way, but that is her connection to that. So a big name, and then it's her son who's now alleged to, commit this double murder suicide, and then she winds up dead, and it's her, her brother years ago that was killed. I don't know if it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago, but I think in the early 2000s that took place. So I think it's fair to say Kate Crowley more than likely was an alcoholic. Does that have anything to do with this case? I don't know. Probably not. Now we know that David recreationally smoked marijuana and maybe did some hallucinogens and maybe tried some absinthe and maybe tried some mushrooms. And that's very well could be the case. There's evidence and there's proof of that and hallucinogens in the documentary. Does that make him a murderer, or does that make him, kill the family? I think there's a lot of people out there that put 2 and 2 together and think that that's what happened, but those are the very same people that have not looked at the evidence to show us that could not have happened. So whether or not him and David and Kamel dabbled in recreational drugs, I think has nothing to do at all with this case from a forensics standpoint. Thoughts on that? Greg or Catherine?
Go ahead, Greg. You're always quiet.
Well, he might be on mute.
Am I on mute? I can't tell if I'm on mute or not.
No, now we can hear you.
Of course, when I start cussing, I'm not on mute. Sorry, Dan, can you repeat that again?
I was just going to get your thoughts on the background of these individuals, the drugs and alcohol in the family. It was minor to some extent, but it was also major for Kate. But I don't know if any of it figured into any of these things happening. Someone stumbling upon this case, what I get, and you guys can probably talk to this too, is new members to this group will watch that documentary and say, "Oh, he was a nut job, and she was from the loony bin. That both were doing drugs, both were hallucinating. Of course it happened." And so those are the types of members that I write off right away that obviously haven't done the research. And most of the ones that look at the documentary, like Jamie and Carla here, say they leave after watching that documentary scratching their heads by saying, "I don't know what it is, but something doesn't sit right. My gut does not tell me, something's wrong here." And so those are the folks that I take. I have trust and faith in because they seem to be the critical thinkers.
Yeah, I think definitely there's drugs. Okay, first of all, there weren't any drugs found in their system, so that's the first thing. So for anyone to claim that they were doing drugs or all of that stuff, there's really no proof of that, and there's they've never been caught with any drugs. There's never been anything. They had a little bit of weed in that house, but I mean, really, that is a small amount of weed. And if it came from Chris Peck, it's like if they were people who bought a lot of weed, they would have bought a much bigger set of weed, I guess, but they didn't. It was a very small, so it just seemed like it was something that maybe David was using to kind of help him with his script as he's writing his script. There's no proof of anybody other than text messages and other than social media posts. There's no proof that they ever drank, really. I mean, if you really think about it, but all of that, to go from that to it just sounds like somebody who is reaching, somebody who is looking for anything to explain why David and Kamel did this, or why just David did this, because we do have that pack theory where some people think that Kamel was involved in this too, and that they had this plan to kill themselves and to take their daughter with them. So they have to make them look crazy if they're going to go with that. And of course I'm actually shocked that there weren't any pills mentioned or anything like that. And again, there were pills found at the house. I don't know what they were. We never really found out, and they're not mentioned as far as I know. So I think all of that is just a big reach, and I never really gave it too much thought. And I think anyone that does, that's fine if they want to, but that by itself doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing about the marijuana anyway, it's like how many, being here in Colorado where it's legal, people are high 24/7 here, and I have yet to see somebody going off and going on a murder spree. You know what I mean? And especially toward their own family members. I totally throw that off the table. I don't even think that is even a point of a period in the entire case.
Yeah, the other thing to look out for those going back in time and reading all of the old Facebook posts and whatnot, David Crowley himself did correspond back and forth with some people talking about the amount of alcohol he's drinking and, quote, getting drunk every night of the week and whatnot. This was in the Army back in 2008 or 2009 or something. Those I haven't been dealing in the past with, like a Robert Elian, for instance, will use those quotes and take out the time stamps on those and start pushing the envelope to different people that are not well versed in this case, and he will say that here's the evidence in David's own words that he was getting drunk every night of the week. And so just keep in mind the timestamps or the dates on those types of things. They are accurate. He wrote them. But that was back in the U.S. Army days and before he was even married. Now, we know that he was eating healthy and working out and exercising, and these were not the actions of him currently. So be careful of those when they take them out of context like that. Also with the weed, like Greg said, they were buying recreational amount use of weed. And as he also said, when those test results came back, there was no alcohol or drugs in any of the bodies. And we know that marijuana stays in the system roughly 30 days. And if the bodies were laying there for 3 weeks, they would certainly have marijuana in the system if they smoked it during or prior to the killings, if they were high when this took place. So I think that's safe, Catherine, like you said, we can rule that out because that's just a sidetrack distraction, is what I think. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yep.
I'd like to interject if I could.
Yes.
My name is Derek Soroka. I'm a staff sergeant in the United States Army. I've been following Catherine Michelle's videos on David Crowley's death and everything, and his family. I don't know if you guys have looked into the whole Freemason implication in his movie trailer, and if that's any type of clue or possibility to some type of cover-up, because I know there's a lot of Freemasons in the police force, and I don't know if they caught wind of what he was doing and, wanted to silence that and make it look like something else. Has anybody looked into that yet that you know of?
Greg, I'd like to have Greg answer that. He's looked into some of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
I feel like I'm having so many audio issues. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I've definitely looked into that, and I think there is something to it. I do believe there are connections, whether, depending on your view on Freemasons and all of that, right, and how deep all of that stuff goes. But it's definitely something worth thinking about, and it would make sense if David was part of something, why everybody is so quiet, because that's what they do, right? They take care of their own business. It's a lot easier for them to take themselves out. There's no evidence that I find that David was a Mason, and maybe Jamie and Carla can help and see if maybe Dan Crowley Sr. had any Masonic ties or, just whatever. But I do find it odd that after David's death, then all of a sudden we're starting to see some of the Gray State team showing up in the Mason gear and all of that stuff. So I definitely think it's something worth looking at. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
because
yeah, go ahead.
I know that there's what was I going to say? Sorry, I had so much planned, and I was trying not to interrupt with you guys. Plus, I jumped in late. But
it's all good. We're going to be here for a long time.
I research Freemasonry like crazy. I know I've talked to some people that were in, and I'm sure they're not all bad and everything. It's not a horrible organization, but it does foster a bad thing. Even within the military, we have a problem with it. The police definitely do. And it seemed like his movie implicated them, and perhaps with the guillotine at the end, maybe a key to the Noahide laws, which is a big Zionistic thing being pushed that Trump already acknowledged and everything. However, I know that his trailer and everything was altered from what Alex Jones ended up putting out on the Netflix or whoever it was. Like, it totally revamped his trailer and took that out, I believe. So it seems like if...
Yeah, that's two separate things, right? Because the movie that David made, or the trailer, that was never made. So we don't know if David's plans were to keep the Mason and to keep all of that in, or it kind of sounded like to me like by the end, by 2014, he was going in a different way, in a more spiritual way, from what I gather. But it's just an opinion.
All right, well, that's all I had to think about. And I'm just looking out for fellow veterans. I don't like seeing guys go down if they're trying to send a message, and especially if this was murder, we need to find some clarification on that. So,
and I agree with you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but, I spent a lot of time working as an EMT, and I was volunteer for the Red Cross, and I did all of my volunteer in Army hospitals, and at that time I was married to a soldier, and who was, in the Desert Shield, Desert Storm War and all that other stuff, and I really take our soldiers, I will protect them, especially if they're innocent. And thank you for your service, by the way. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate the fact that you're, in our military and protecting our country. But to the fact that it just seems like they're taking David's military career and his service and using it against him and using that as an excuse to blame him for this crime. And that did not sit well with me at all. David had a conscience. He had a heart. In fact, he told them he wasn't going to shoot anybody anymore. So they punished him by, putting him, I think in a mailroom or something like that. So that is not the someone who behaves like that, who has that kind of a heart, is not the type of person who's going to then quote unquote snap and kill everybody.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. A lot of military personnel get blamed whenever there's a situation we find ourselves in, and they immediately go to PTSD, was he deployed, and just start counting off excuses as to why they're just mentally ill, and then that's the excuse.
Right?
Exactly
and that's
what they did.
It's frustrating. I really hate it when they do that.
Yeah.
Because yes, those who have been to war, do suffer some PTSD, but it's not to the extent to where I have ever seen them go off and kill their families. If they're going to kill anybody, it's usually themselves, and they leave their families behind. This whole, he snapped because he killed somebody over there in Iraq or Iran, wherever he was, and now he couldn't deal with it, so he's going to kill his wife and child? I'm like, come on, people, think about what you're saying.
He was way too level-headed making the movie like he was.
Yes.
He was driven. There was no, as stressed out as he might have got, he was too goal-oriented to go the route that they say he did.
I agree.
I agree.
And I think, too, just to chime in, this is Dan. The other thing that was strange with this case is that of all of the excuses that did come out, it came out that he had PTSD. Then they said that he was mentally ill. Then it was domestic violence. Then he was a druggie. Then he was a drug addict. Then it was domestic. His record, the deaths are actually fall under the umbrella in the state of Minnesota here as domestic violence deaths. They're still recorded. And that's the other thing that we would want to get changed if they were to say that the deaths here was indeterminate as far as what happened, because to get those pulled out, because right now Comel and Rani are homicide victims of domestic violence, which is certainly not the case. But the number of excuses that came out as all the things that he had was depression, despondent, suicidal. They threw everything at the board that would stick, and just hoping that something would stick. And that's a shame, because there's military folks out there that see that. I'm very active in some domestic violence chapters here in Minnesota. That bugs me to the core to see him going down that road. And he certainly wasn't mentally ill or a drug abuser, and no PTSD. He may have had PTSD, but that certainly didn't cause this. And so they hung him out to dry and threw him under the bus, and along with any other reason they could find. That's what I think was the very interesting thing that raised my antenna. It wasn't just one or two things. They threw everything, and that was odd. I mean, even the families, both sides of the family agreed with the whole thing. Not right away, though, but they all agreed with it. And that, I think, if that was a loved one of my family, I'd say, okay, that now you're crossing the line. And they didn't do that. So it was very odd, the entire situation. But going back to the Freemason, let me interject one more thing, Greg. I think what he was asking was in particular, was David Crowley a Freemason? I think the answer there is no. He was exposing Freemason along with Illuminati and things like that, with the Bohemian Grove and the owl, and I think he was using the video with the Masons killing, with the apron and all of that symbolism, as a shot to expose them. Now, the people in his group, the Gray State Project, I think there's a handful of those members that we do know were involved in Freemasonry. Whether or not David knew it or not, some of those were Masons. And then what he also mentioned was the police force. And so I think the other thing that he was getting at there, which we didn't address, is I agree. I've got family and friends in law enforcement, and the Freemasonry is really huge in that. And they do cover, because it is a fraternity, and they're going to cover up not only the thin blue line of the law enforcement because of their Freemason background. So is that the reason that either the police department covered it up because they found out he was anti-Freemasonry? That's a fair question. Or I'm not sure if he was asking if the police were involved in commissioning the crime to kill him because of his views on that. And maybe the staff sergeant, I'm not sure what her name was, could elaborate on that, because it alluded to me that maybe you were alluding to maybe they were involved in the conspiracy to kill him, or maybe just the cover-up because of the Freemason reviews. David himself certainly was not, though. Is that what you're getting at?
Right. This is Derek, the staff sergeant. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I was referring to. That I understood that David was not a Freemason, but he was implicating them with what he had going on, and that they may have been trying to silence that. They being possibly police, or like you said, the other Gray State members.
Gotcha. Now, Greg, what's your response on that? Because he was going after those guys, and if those guys, I think Mason Hendricks already was a Mason, or was it Sean Wright, or which of these individuals were attending meetings and whatnot and posting about it on their Facebook page?
Well, Sean Wright was tagged in a few posts, I think, at a Masonic wedding, and then I think I saw a photo of Danny Mason involved in that after David's death.
Yeah, and that's very interesting.
Well, and David definitely did say in an interview that, his movie was not, it was meant to put other people in jail. So he had something he was going to bring out to the public. Yeah, and I know Autumn, we have Autumn on the line, and she's wanting to ask a question. Are you there, Autumn? She's having problems, I think.
I was having audio. I don't know. Having some audio.
And while we get Autumn on, I think Jamie and Carla are still on the line. There's one last thing I did want to point out. Back to Kate, she had the issue with the will, her missing will when she died. There was legal paperwork going back and forth saying that that her will was missing, actually missing, and then they either couldn't find it or they did end up finding it. But there was some other suspicious activity with the actual law firm that she used, could not find the original will that she had. And we've got documentation of that as well. So it's another thing to add to the irregularities. Let's call it that. All right, go ahead. Is she going to come on?
Okay, let's see. She said she tried unmuting. Can you talk now, Autumn?
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
Hi. I just wanted to say, as a survivor of domestic violence who was in a relationship with someone who is oddly shows a lot of similarities to the case, being in the liberty movement, and I can tell you firsthand that David did not kill his wife and daughter. He was very protective. That is not how, like I said, I'm a survivor. I know how they act after studying it for a very long time of what I had gone through. And he is not that kind of character, not that personality in any kind of way. He is very protective over his loved ones. Him breaking away from certain people, he acts like a victim himself in the end, just to be clear on that, because we're often blamed as being suspicious when we do things like that. And that was the scenario where they're trying to put that over him, or even Kamel for that matter. And that's when you're being targeted. And I can tell you, and it's really funny, Greg, that you said that they protect their own. That was the exact words of when I was trying to come out about a lot of things that were going on and the corruption that was happening in this very state. And they warned me about the things that I was saying and who I was going to go to, because they protect their own here, and I better watch my back. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Autumn.
Yep, that's true. They do protect their own.
Yeah, and I want to add to that about the fact that David just does not fit the profile of a domestic abuse person. I too, like you, am a survivor of that situation, and the people who were violent toward me, I mean, they never it's a whole different set. It's a whole different personality. And when I saw the videos of David and how he was very protective of his family, and one time when Eric Sayward, just bumped into him supposedly at a park on the 4th of July, and the camera guy saying, "Hey, I want to go meet your daughter," and David positions his body between that man and his family. That is not somebody who is an abuser. He was like going, wait a second here. That was you could tell he was so uncomfortable with what that guy was saying. He was protecting his family from a distance.
And you know what's funny? Eric Sayward, he struck me as an abuser right from the get-go. I looked up his background, and sure enough, he is an abuser.
Yes. Yeah.
And you seriously, you really get a sixth sense after being in that kind of situation of who is like that and who is not. And Eric said, and he didn't have to utter one word. I just saw his picture, his demeanor, and then when I watched the video, I thought exactly what you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. And I wanted to interject something else. I know it's kind of off topic. It's on the same topic, but I mean, it's more, okay, it's been racking my brain for weeks now of the positions of the bodies and how, has anybody ever thought of like how a mafia works? Because Freemasons work in the same way. They send a message in the symbols and the signs, and there's signs all over it. And everybody keeps talking about how sloppy it was. But in my mind, I'm thinking and looking at it like, it's not sloppy. They're sending a message. And the message was David was in the crucifix position. Kamel was shamed on her face with no head, no hands. And the daughter, but when they were laid, and you can tell that Rania was moved. She was obviously moved, and not to say that no, they weren't all placed there, or they looked like they were all placed there, but she was moved to a significant position to look like a pyramid with David at the top. I just was curious if anybody has thought of that, or maybe...
That's very interesting. I don't think we've looked into that as a group that in depth, but
no,
I like it. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Well, and I thought about that in the positions and stuff, and that's when I very first saw the photo. I'm telling you, I literally gasped, and I'm like, oh my God, something's not right here. And but then when I saw the sketch from one of the police officers, which actually shows Rania between her mom's legs, so that one of the officers had to move that her little body. But then I'm like, that's where my frustration, or I really think it was totally unethical. Why would they move her and then take that photo? That is
why was it messed with at all? It's almost as if they wanted it to be blamed on the police force so that it didn't look that way, but it is. I mean, everything in that scene, it looks like, okay, I know it's not a gang, but I mean, they all have, even the Catholic Church, they have their own way of marking a hit. That was in my, I've been looking into this stuff for a very long time. And
it's interesting that you bring
like
up
a hit, and they're showing it in the symbols of how they laid out the scene.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought up the fact of it being, the mob. I've only had one other person mention that to me, and it was a police officer. And in fact, they stated they're like going, I can't remember where this officer is from. I've talked to so many. If I remember, I'll let you know. But they're looking at the photo and they're just like going, was this a mob hit? And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't know why, but they're just like, this just doesn't look right. If I were you, I would leave this alone.
Well, yeah, and I don't even necessarily mean mob. I mean, they all work that way. Every secret society, they have a way of setting their own symbols and marking. Like, I won't bring up a certain name, but I will just say doorknobs. and maybe you'll catch my drift, but that's one way of marking a hit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? By a certain group, individuals, family, what have you.
Yeah.
I just thought that was eerie.
Yeah, and I've never been able to place, just from the moment I saw the photo, it's like, I can't even describe. It was the eeriest, weirdest feeling that has never left me. But it was not, and that's what I'm like, when I had to really look into this case, because I'm like going, something evil is afoot. That's all I know.
And nothing makes sense. I mean, do we even really truly know that David had a shot to the head, or was like? Yes,
there is an exit wound that was still left in the part of his skull that remained. They were able to find the exit wound.
I couldn't find in the autopsy if they even tried to test if any of this stuff was done post-mortem.
Yeah, and that's something we don't know because we don't have access to the full medical examiner's report. And, we have no idea. We don't, and that's what's frustrating. They didn't test for any gunpowder residue, and they're not telling us, was, like you said, was this post-mortem? Was this perimortem? When were they shot? They tell us nothing.
And the blood splatter. Only the blood splatter. That was the other question. I mean, I don't know if that's a question more than a statement, but if you're shot in the head, it's maximum velocity, correct?
Yes, it's high velocity.
And if you're hit in the head, it's medium, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And the blood spatter patterns, at least the ones that I have seen, are all medium velocity. I have not seen any high velocity that corresponds with a gunshot wound, let alone 4 gunshots to the head.
Right.
It's totally missing.
Yeah. Where's all the blood? Yeah. I mean, it's really gross to have that statement, but I mean, wouldn't that be a question for the scene? Like, why would they think that, I mean, I'm not a police officer, but I would question, where's all the blood? I mean, you breathe the most from your head, if you actually, you know what I mean? Or from the stomach, at least from the little that I know.
Yes.
There would be more blood.
Yeah. I agree. And they just, they refuse to give any answers to any of that.
Oh, I don't imagine they will. Like you said, they protect their own. And I was also curious too. Is anybody in here aware of what they call Rule 100? I know they practice it in Minnesota.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Mm-mm.
Where they're not allowed to have like local low registering police officers are not they're not allowed to be hired as low ranking officers unless they're below 100 on their IQ.
Interesting.
I know that sounds really silly,
but
it's a thing. I know it sounds silly, but it is a thing. It's called Rule 100. Because I just thought how, like, I lived up north. I've lived in the cities. I've lived down now in southern Minnesota, and everywhere I've been in Minnesota, I swear, like, they and this is no offense. There are many good people on the force that I've met everywhere. But when I heard, especially up north, there was a guy who had already tried, to kill his ex-wife, and he was being allowed on the force. And he was known around town as being one of, people thought he was retarded because he was just so dim, to have it be politely. But then someone told me about Rule 100, and that's why they do that, because they don't want anybody that's more intelligent to be able to, I don't know. That makes
and see, and that's that's the frustrating thing to me, is because when I spoke with Sergeant Detective Gummert, he's a very smart man. He was very intelligent, and he did not come across as anyone slow or anything like that. But that's interesting. I'll have to look into that some more.
But he's
I don't mean to cut you off, but Donna has some questions.
Hello,
Donna, are you
Go
there?
ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Donna.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for all you do. It's amazing. Very honored to be part of this exciting group. I wanted to ask about Judy, right? I'm wondering if she more or less set the bar for the entire investigation, because we all know her nature. She's really willing to get involved and absorbed and to explain things in the way she understands it. And I'm wondering if it kind of started that way with the police and everything that followed, that it was believed from the beginning that David murdered his family and then himself. And then right from there on, right to the autopsy, that everybody was convinced that's what it was. So there was no extra involvement in pursuing this case.
Well, she was definitely the first person to ever mention murder or a suicide, the first person to ever mention the dog eating these bodies. So she did set that stage. Now, whether she did that on purpose or whether she's just, that's how great she really is, I don't know. But, it all started there. It doesn't matter if it was intentional or if it's a coincidence. It all started there. I think there's no doubt. And that's what made it weird when Colin was talking about the mannequins, because that really threw everything off. Was like, what? What are you talking about here? I mean, how do you look in that window and see that? But, and then Judy, that's not what Judy said. But then when she was questioned about it, I think later on she did say, and I think, Donna, you were the one who sent me those links. Thank you for that, for those timestamps, because it's hard for me to go back and listen to that talk that Judy and I did, so I definitely appreciate that. But I think she did say that at first she also thought that. She also thought that they weren't real bodies. And she makes it clear to say that Colin saw the gun, but she didn't see that gun either. I don't know. So, I can see all sides of it. I do think it's weird, but there's no doubt that she was the first one that mentioned that. And obviously, dispatch is going to tell the cops that are going there. It's all in their reports, so that's where it all starts. I don't know.
Right. It just seems to me that she's following us on this case so closely, and that gives me that impression that her personality that comes across very strong, that she's very convincing or wants to be convincing, and just said this is what it probably is, and that's where the police and the whole case went to, because really it's almost like you said, the police decided this when they came there, when they first arrived. This was double murder suicide. Right.
Well, I think it took them 24 hours, but within 24 hours.
Right. But, like things like, the edge of that chair with all that blood, like, why would they not check something like that?
I agree. They didn't check enough of the blood. And Greg and I are going to go back and forth on this one. He's going with the 24 hours, and I'm going to keep the captain to his little quote in the newspaper where it said within 2 hours. It's like, they never retracted that. But anyway, in a very short amount of time, they decided it was a double murder suicide. But you're right. There's blood that should have been tested. There are passive blood droppings in the kitchen close to the dishwasher and on the dishwasher that I spoke with someone about that, a police officer. Or maybe that one was the blood spatter analyst. I can't remember. Oh, see, I have to start taking notes on people I talk to. But anyway, they said that blood was more than likely it came from the perpetrator and not the victims. And so it was never tested as far as we know.
Wow.
Catherine, can you send me that? Because I want to see that quote. I want to see where he said that.
Yeah, it's in the newspaper. I will definitely send it to you.
Okay.
Can I ask just one more thing?
Sure.
I'm confused about the comings and goings right after the murders. Like, I just don't really get it. Where Chris Peck comes in, and I just don't get it.
You don't get why they were in the house on January 19th?
No, I don't get the order of how it happened. Like, the cleaners were there and they weren't there. I don't know. Like, I don't understand. Like, the bodies were found. Then the next day, somebody had come in and claimed they're looking for exercise equipment, and then they found the bullet hole in the ceiling.
Yeah, there was a 911 call, and that 911 call came in January 19th. And I had assumed that the cleaners were there, but obviously they weren't there at that time, which is weird because the cleaners are there a day later on January 20th, I believe, when they find a bullet that rolls out of a carpet. So maybe they were off and on cleaning, and people knew when they were cleaning and when they weren't going to actually be there, and they knew when to go in there and for what. I don't know why they were there. They should not have been there. At that point, they should have all been suspects. And really, the main thing is because their stories did not match. Their stories do not line up. They're saying that Chris Klein is who we're talking about. Chris Klein says that he was in the house with Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr., and when the police asked Dan Crowley Sr., he says no, that he was not there. And the police never follow up on it, and they had no intention of ever following up on it. And I think that pretty much tells us the way that this investigation was going. I think once the higher ups say, okay, this is the story, everybody else has to get in line. All of the other cops, all of those other detectives, they better get in line or else there's going to be trouble. And that's the way that I took that. So if that happened within 2 hours, definitely that's even worse than I thought.
I just sent you the link showing you the article. Yeah, the article states, despite the grisly scene, investigators concluded within 2 hours that David Crowley was the one who pulled the trigger of the .40 caliber Springfield handgun found next to his body.
Jeez. Crazy.
And that's so unprofessional. It's not even funny.
That's unheard of.
Yes.
Because the other thing, okay, we'll compare that to when the first report came out. I need to look. Let's look that one up. See, when did the first media press release come out? Because I know the second one is the one that said that it was definitely, they were treating it as a murder-suicide. But the first one said that it was just suspicious deaths. Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to look
So why would they take a full year before closing the case, but not analyzing everything that's significant? Like, why would they close it a whole year later? Is that mandatory, or?
I think they had so much stuff to, just my view on it, but I think they had so much stuff to go through. And I think if they would have actually done their job, and if certain investigators would have been able to do their job thoroughly and properly, I think it actually would have taken longer.
Right. Yeah.
So the first press release came out at 3:30 p.m. on January 17th. Let's see, then they got the call at 12:56. So this would be right around the time. That's the problem, I think, is even those timelines don't match up because they're telling the media, if I'm reading this right, Catherine, they're telling the media that I mean, within 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's really earlier. It's. I don't know. It's things like that. I think they just throw sand in our eyes sometimes just to make it difficult for real researchers and hope that we just give up and just move on and don't worry about it. Life is good. And Mason Hendricks actually told me that at some point. And it was like, just go out, just go and enjoy life. Life is great. This and that. Like, life is not great. If a 5-year-old child can be murdered, can be killed, and nobody cares. You guys are all this family, all these friends. They don't care. They obviously don't care, or else they would have put more effort, more time into this. They'd be right here with us right now. And at this point, this case would not be closed. We would have this case changed.
Agreed. And that's, like you said, that's something I find really hard to understand. A child, their niece, their granddaughter, their supposed friend's child that their children played with, and they're all content to turn their back and walk away. And I do not understand it.
It's terrible. It's frustrating.
Can I throw a question in here really quick from Robin?
Yes.
Okay, she wanted me to ask, and this is probably something Dan will have to answer. She said she wanted to know about the money, the $50,000, and she was wondering if anybody had looked into or thought about, or is it a possibility that money could have been pulled out, maybe, I don't know, if the money was pulled out and was going to be used as a ransom, a payment.
Boy, good question. I don't think we've ever looked at it that way that I'm aware of. It could have been discussed in the group, but I haven't looked into that as a potential ransom at all. We can't rule it out. We certainly can't rule it out.
Yeah, and that was interesting.
The timing is is the key thing there, because it took place in October, which would indicate, regardless of what it was used for, there's premeditation in the entire scenario. And that's really when it gets bad. If we've got premeditation in this situation, which I think there was, but it eliminates someone snapped or someone came in to assault David or question him and then flew off the handle and ended up killing him. That's what we need to get down to. Was this a premeditated thing, or was this just off the handle? And the evidence that we have so far, I believe, suggests that everything was premeditated. Whether it was a ransom or not, there was the fact that money was pulled out in the month of October. Bodies were supposedly killed in December. That's a 2-month time frame that people were maneuvering and getting things prepped for all of this, including members of David's own family. And so that's where it really goes down a nasty, rabbit hole. But it could have been. I don't know how that would have played out, but it's worth looking into.
Yeah, because they would have had to have known way in advance they were going to need a ransom. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
The other question that was asked just a few minutes ago was the timing of things, and I just want to clarify a couple of things. One is the question we're wondering if people were in and out of the house while the cleaners were still on the job, and we should clarify it that way. Not if they were there at the particular time of that day, but if the cleaners were there. Typically a case like this would be 2 to 3 days or up to a week to clean. Regardless of once they start or open the scene to clean, it's under my understanding that is quarantined or cordoned off until they're completely done and they exit the premises. Not for that day, but when they close up shop and leave. And in between that window, no one, including detectives, I think, can enter that scene at all. And so that's our first problem. We know that they were there. The bodies were there on Saturday the 17th is when the bodies were discovered. Nothing happened the 18th on that Sunday. And then 19th, I think, is when the cleaners came on the 19th, the morning of the 19th, or even the evening of the 18th. The problem is we've got Chris Klein and others in their house on the 19th that's been proven from the 911 call. And then the cleaners, I think, left on the 20th. So that has never been explained satisfactorily by anyone because, and others can chime in here too, but when a professional cleaning crew of cleaning up a biohazard scene like that, I don't think even family members can come and interject that scene and even come into the scene while they're there. Now, they may come and go during the day, but once they're actually done and finalized and close that scene, I think it's then officially that's released then to the public or released to the police then to open it up to make it, available. But those guys should not have been there. Now, everyone that we've called out publicly that has answered us asking that question, they all said that we were never in the house while the cleaners were in process of cleaning. Or in other words, during that 3-day window, we were never in that home. We were only in the home after the cleaners were officially closed out and done. So there's a discrepancy there. There's a discrepancy there because they can't be in the house during it, but they have on record say that they were there. So that's a question. Now, the exercise equipment is a good point. I think they came and backed up a pickup truck to get exercise equipment out in that same week, but later on. That wasn't part of the 19th. That was a separate time to pick up the exercise equipment. The first time they were there, I think, was to start packing or cleaning up or start, quote, organizing some things in the house, which still wouldn't make sense after a triple homicide, that they'd be there 3 days later before the memorial, the obituary was written, anything was even done. They're there organizing, the house. That doesn't make sense. That to me is a lie. That cannot be. Now, when they said later on that week that they were there retrieving exercise equipment, they said that, this was Mason Hendricks, they said that because they said that the police had told them that there's crazies out there, including this group of conspiracy people, and they're kind of wacky nut jobs. You may want to get anything of any value out of that home because there's some creepy people going to come and steal it. And so Mason said, I believe his words were gym equipment, exercise equipment, and televisions or TVs, anything worth value. So what we did, and this is where it gets to be kind of comical, what we did is go back and look at all of the crime scene photos in the house that were taken by police the day the bodies were found. There's not a TV in that house. There is no exercise equipment in that house. There's no gym equipment in that house. There may have been small things that we may have missed by looking at it, dumbbells, weights, small things. But anything that small would not have required a pickup truck. And Mason Hendricks says we had to use a pickup truck to load this all up. There was no workout equipment in the home. That begs the next question. Mason now is telling us misinformation or disinformation. It gets back to the dog water bowls and food bowls. There are none in the house. So why wouldn't a dog have a water or a food dish? Why would there be no workout equipment, and why no TVs? Well, David and Kamel, I don't think, had or owned a TV because they were awake. They knew what was going on. They weren't going to, fall for that. But the workout equipment, that was a reason to get into that house, to take it out. The question is, and where they backed themselves into a corner, is that there was no workout equipment to begin with.
What did they really take? Yeah, if I'm curious about what they really took.
Well, that's the question. They were there looking for other things, I think, and taking other things, and firing a potential weapon into the ceiling on the 19th, and then just call out the police to say that they missed it. Why would family members know what police missed or did not miss? That's the other mistake they made.
Yeah.
They knew police missed a hole in the ceiling. Well, these guys would not have known what the police missed or did not miss. Family would have been aware of what the police were suspecting happened, but they would have said, there's no way they can't believe they missed this bullet hole. These individuals would not have known that there was a bullet hole to be missed. So I believe that is enough evidence to suggest that they fired it on the 19th. That's why they needed to get in the house.
Yeah, see, and I agree with you, Dan. That was such a huge red flag to have them call the police and say, oh, by the way, there's a bullet hole here. That's like, okay, how do you know they didn't already know about that or didn't know about it? But yeah, and Taylor has
a big red flag.
Taylor, what's your question? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's more or less not a question.
Okay.
So, Greg had gotten me to go on Google Maps and actually look at the placement of the Crowley house along with a couple of the neighbors. I have here Brett Millay, I think it is. Anne Marie Hickson, Alan Olson, Teresa Shepard, and Mark Torelson. Now, Brett Millay was at 1048 Ramsdale Drive, or Ramsdale. He said that he's seen David closing the blinds in the dark. I guess it was nighttime when he had seen it. But in my mind, and just by looking at the placement of Brett's house and David's house, there's no, excuse my language, there's no fucking way he could see it at all.
Yeah, he said Brett, not to interrupt you, but Brett Millay was saying that he stared at David. He lived directly across the street from him and stared at David. They had looked at each other for a long time, and then somebody started to close their curtains, and one of them turned around and walked away. But yeah, so the position of the houses is not such that Brett Millay is across the street from David?
Well, he's across the street, but he's not directly straight on across the street. He's more about I'd say a 90 to 120 degree angle to his house there, and all of his windows are basically, in my mind, too small to see. They're all too small to be able to see even into David's big window. Plus, there's quite a few trees that are in the way of the view. The only way that I could think he would have any kind of view in it would be that David has LEDs in his ceiling light. And obviously that's probably not possible. So I just don't think it's plausible to be able to think that he would actually be able to see David, especially in the dark.
Yeah, this is around sometime between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve. And Brett tells the police that he made eye contact with David. And then, or he didn't specifically say he made eye contact, but he does say that from where he was standing in his house, he could see David standing, and somehow they were able to see each other. And then Brett closes his shades, and he says David walks away. Well, the way that it's written makes you think that Brett closed his shades first, and then David walked away. But obviously that's not possible because it's from Brett's point. But then, then I asked Taylor to look up and see where Brett was living, what the front windows are. And if you look at all of those front windows, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult to think that Brett could actually see David, and vice versa.
Definitely.
Maybe one saw the other. Maybe he saw David, and maybe he thought David was looking at him, and David wasn't. But it's really hard to think that they both saw each other, had that moment, and then turned and walked back. And the other weird thing was that when the police went back to talk with Brett, that they reported that he wasn't there. So there's questions about that too.
Yeah.
But looking at those windows, it's really hard for me. Like, where would David have to be standing, and where would Brett have to be standing in order for this to even happen? And when you look at the map, like I said, it's not impossible, but it's kind of odd.
And Greg even has the video that I'm sure he can forward to you guys, Catherine and Dan. But even aside from the fact of like the positions of where they would be standing, even in my mind, I have a pretty big window in my place, and if I look out the window and there was a house across the street, there's no way, with two big trees in the way and the angle of the houses, there's absolutely no freaking way you'd be able to see past that. It's just this one tree stump that keeps hitting me, and it's not, I don't know, it's just not rubbing me the right way, and I don't think it's plausible.
Is it possible because it was snow? I have to remember, it was snowing then, so obviously there's nothing on those trees by the tree trunks. Maybe that's...
You know what? I'm looking at the map, too. I just now pulled it up, and you are correct. Directly across the street from David's window is the yard. Everybody else is like kitty corner. So...
Yeah.
And that's not even Brett's house right there, across the street, which is what I thought it was at first, but it's not.
No, Brett's house is to the left. His is to the left on like the corner, the little bend there. His is there.
His is closer to where David's mailbox is, actually, right?
Yeah, his driveway is at 1048. But
yeah, you're right. There's no way. There's no way for him to see.
No, and even like, when you look at Google Maps, obviously it's all summertime, but even if you look at the pictures on the page, I found one of David's front yard and the one across the street. Even in the winter, you wouldn't be able to see past that tree because it's too grown up too far, and all the branches spark out after about the window height.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, that's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, so that doesn't rub me right. And then, me and Greg kind of got into it, and we were thinking, okay, well, what about the rest of the neighbors? So I went and I looked up Anne-Marie Hickston, which is at 1052, which I'm pretty sure is to the right of Brett Millay, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure. Anyway, she's more likely to have seen something than he was, because due to the closer proximity of the house and along with like the clearer vision that she had, because she didn't have as many trees in front of her house, and David only had that one. No, I don't even think he had no, maybe he did, but it was like farther down the property. She had a direct line of sight, as far as I can remember. She had a direct line of sight to his big bay front window. So as far as I know, she would be more of likely of a person to be able to see in his window, but I don't think she ever really made a statement on what she had seen, because I don't think she really seen much.
I'm pulling that up right now to see what Anne-Marie Hickson says.
Because, I know looking at her place, she had more of like I guess she had like somewhat bigger windows, not very much bigger as far as I can remember. But
yeah, she's the one who said that there was, she indicated that she noticed that there was a certain light or a candle that has come on every day since Christmas, and that's in page 13 of the Apple Valley Police report, if anybody wants to go check that out.
And then that also brings me on to Alan Olson, which he is the neighbor that heard the shots, the 3 shots. I don't remember what night it was.
Well, he wasn't sure either. He didn't know.
So in my mind, there is absolutely, and I even have it written here on my sheet, there is absolutely no way he could see anything. Fence and trees blocking vision of anything that could be plausible. So basically, when you look at Alan Olson, I think he's behind David's house, so he's at 1074 Lowell Drive.
Yes.
I think he's to the right-hand side. If I'm not mistaken, he's to the right. So because of the fences and because of the trees are well sprung out. Like, they're high and the branches come out. Like, they're like a regular huge tree that you would see. This is the tree that's in the back of David's house. Plus, like, I'm pretty sure his windows are not big enough to be able to, like, see a lot.
Well, he's the one that just heard it, right? So he's the one that heard three rapid fire shots. But if you look at the distance from where his house is compared to where David's house is, if he heard 3 rapid fire shots, a lot of the other neighbors should have too, right?
Exactly. Another thing I have with that is if you hear 3 gunshots in such a rural neighborhood that's like this, I would think that you would call the police and make a statement, right? Or just tell them at least to give them a heads up that something's happening, or
yes.
Is that just me?
No, they even asked him that at some point, because I think he said that he didn't call. No, actually, no. Teresa Shepard. So Teresa Shepard is the other one who lived on Lowell Drive.
1066. Yeah, 1066.
And she's the one who saw the rear slider open when she came home from vacation around December 23rd, meaning that rear slider had been open for a long time.
Yeah, I have her down here too.
And that's on Apple Valley Police Reports, page 56, if anybody wants to look at that. I think it's definitely worth looking at. It's worth looking at all of these neighbors. Some heard stuff, some saw stuff, but, even hearing 3 rapid-fire shots where we're talking about Alan Olson, and he could not say exactly when it was, but he pretty much said that it was around Christmas Day, and it was definitely before New Year's Eve. Now, Wilson Olson was home from 1 p.m. on December 24th, 2014 through 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. So it's possible it was sometime around then. It's just weird that he says it was definitely before the New Year's Eve. Now, what's also interesting is we're only getting the summary of what is said to the Apple Valley Police. We're not getting what Olson says. We're not getting what Shepard says. We're not getting what they really say. And I think Dan Hinnon has actually asked for some of those recordings, if I remember correctly. But it would be good to have a strategy to try to... I know we can't get those recordings, but why couldn't we get the transcripts of those recordings similar to the 911 call?
Exactly.
So we need a good game plan for that too, I think.
Now, bringing me back to Teresa Shepard. She's at 1066. I think she's left of... Yeah. Anyway, I have... like you said, Greg, she did see the back slider open. In my opinion, obviously this is all speculation, I don't think she could have seen the door completely open. Like, I think it was too close for her to be able to see anything, but maybe, I don't know, it could be possible. But I feel like her vision could be distorted due to the fencing that David had in the backyard. Plus, it would have had to have been the right time of day for her to be able to see anything useful. Because I guess I don't know. I'm trying to think about a good way to explain it. If I try, I don't remember what kind of fence David had. I think he had the chain link, right? Anyway, there was a fence in David's backyard, and
it was a fence, but it was a chain link fence, yeah. And those fences are very, very small. It looks like everybody can see everybody else's backyard, which to me that would not work for me. I like having my high fence.
Yeah, me too. But I don't know. To me, I feel like it would have to be the right time of day for her to be able to actually see anything. But it could be plausible. It is possible. That's just my opinion on looking at Google Maps and whatever. And it's obviously not extremely correct because it's I'm not there.
Right.
Yeah, and we don't know what she did, even if it was dark and if she turned on her porch light, you can still see, because when I turn on my back deck light, I can see my neighbor's backyard. Yeah. So yeah, we don't have enough information from her to really determine the whole scenario.
Exactly. And then that brings me to Mark Torkelson. I don't know how to say it. This is the father and the daughter. And they live at 1070, which is directly behind the Crowley house. Yes. Now, from the police report, I had taken like a quote out of the report from him. And I guess this is his daughter saying that they had basically spoken to the homeowner, which said that the residents of 1051 Ramsdale Drive had been dark since around Christmas, and that they hadn't seen the occupants in a long time, other than the room in the back of the house, and the lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. She said that anyone at the house since the weekend before Christmas school break, which started 12/19/15. She said she believed that the daughter had started school and that the mom was a stay-at-home mom. Said she had never heard the couple fight and that she used to see the husband running around the neighborhood. Lastly, said the mother talked about having her babysit the daughter, but she said that she didn't think he liked her and whatever. So basically, to make it make any sense to me, and let me just go off topic, these police reports, their spelling sucks. Like, I had such a hard problem. Like, I took it, I copied and pasted it onto Google Docs, and I had to literally go through it to make sure that everything was spelled properly so I could read it myself.
Well, that's because you're a Canadian. That's why. That's what's going on there.
Hey, I'm offended,
just kidding.
Okay?
I'm just kidding. You know I'm kidding.
But
they also got a date wrong because remember he said 2015, 12/19/2015, when really he did mean 12/19/2014.
Yeah. So basically what they're saying, in my opinion, is like the daughter had seen their backlight shining on, like, in her window, but said that she hadn't seen it since before Christmas break, which was the 12/19. So it was obviously December 19th.
Right.
So that would pretty much mean that they basically went completely dark in the house and didn't have any lights on, wasn't letting the dog out the back, whatever. And to me, that does not sound right, because just motherly instincts. I mean, if you think about the way that Kamel was with Raina, I would not.
Mr. Alam did not speak to any of the family. Sidra was the sole person dealing with everything. Miss Alam was really sick at the time, and they were in Dallas in another hospital. So Sidra basically told Mr. Alam, don't worry about anything. I'll take care of it. You worry about Mom. Her husband will take care of the businesses, and she'll handle all of this. So that was what was decided in between all three of those.
Do you think that any of that was encouraged by the Gray State team?
So I believe when the whole documentary thing happened, I think, yes, I do believe, I think they took advantage of Sidra, her being naive and, wanting to see the good in everyone, which, I mean, even from certain things that had happened and while I was there, I kept telling her, just don't trust everybody. And, it stuck out to me, especially with Mason Hendricks. He really didn't want Mr. Alam on the documentary. He kept pushing for just Sidra. He even told her not to tell Mr. Alam about this documentary. He put her in a position where she was very, she didn't know what to do. But but yeah, I definitely think, they kind of liked that they were just dealing with Sidra and not Mr. Alam. Because in all reality, if Mr. Alam had been dealing with all this would have been a whole nother thing. It wouldn't have transpired to all of this. It wouldn't have gotten to this, especially with the documentary.
Have you seen the documentary?
Yes, I have. I have
do you have any views you want to share?
And, which one? The previous cut or the one that's out there on Netflix?
The previous cut.
Well, what could I say about that? They picked and choose what they wanted to put in there, obviously. They did a lot of editing. They just took out some words that Sidra had said and Mr. Alam had said. But the things that should have been there weren't on there that they really wanted on there.
When you're comparing the two versions, is the narrative a lot different?
The one thing that stuck out to me on the second one, the official one, they kind of try to make Kamel look crazy, in all honesty, by showing her clip. And you know what the crazy part is? Mr. Alam had never seen that footage till the day it got released, so that was the shitty part in all
really?
this. Yeah, we had never seen the footage, and that is why he was so upset that that's his daughter, out there looking crazy, and that's not something they even asked for permission. So, Eric Nelson definitely had an agenda on what he wanted to show. So, after the rough cut, that was sent to Mr. Alam, Mr. Alam basically said he wasn't going to sign any paperwork till he saw what the direction was going to be. And that's something Nelson had said, that, everybody's story was going to be told and he didn't have an agenda. Just whatever the interviews were, he was just going to present them how they were. So I'm glad Mr. Alam was pretty smart, and, he wanted to see the rough cut before he signed it. I mean, they were pushing Sidra to sign her part. But Mr. Alam made sure and was firm that Sidra didn't do that. Once he got the cut, he was not happy with it. He told him, what's the moral of this movie? What are you trying to get at? What's the point of it if there's no lesson? Because that was what was told to the Alam side. There was going to be a lesson in this. There was going to be something for others so they can be enlightened, PTSD or, mental abuse, or for, with women, just something, there should have been something. In all honesty, there was nothing about that documentary. I don't see why the Crowley side agreed to it. It shows their son as a crazy lunatic. If the roles were reversed, I would have never wanted that out for my son, But that's just me.
Yeah. But if they could show that it wasn't just him and it was her too, then it goes back
and
to the pack theory.
That's kind of what I felt. There was no reason for them to put that footage in of Kamel,
Agreed.
I feel like the reason why they put that in is to put that pack theory in people's head that, maybe she was going crazy, maybe they decided it together. So I just didn't see the point of that. And, another weird footage was Ronnie in the basement, and that made no sense. And the other one, I'm glad you brought that up. The footage of Ronnie talking about the bloody man, they make that seem so bad, and it's actually really funny. It's I don't know if you've seen in the big certain movie productions, there's this little red man that shows up before a movie starts.
Can you name one? Because I've been looking for this for months, maybe years now.
I will get back to you on that.
I can't find it.
I will get back. I will get back to you on that. Cool. Yeah, but it's this little red man that they always scared her with. You know, he was a little red man, and you know that footage was actually recorded by.
Could be a touchstone thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it could be. I think so. I'll look into it. I'll ask Sidra. She probably knows. And I'll let you know. But yeah, it wasn't anything. I mean, yeah, I know as the third person looking in, it sounds so creepy for a little kid to say that, but she was a very, you know, she had a very broad imagination. You know, she talked like that, and they just turned it around and made it sound so awful for her. Like, you know.
No, she was very bright. That's the way. Yeah. Like, she was bright. She could understand all the. Yes.
She was extremely bright, you know, when I met her, you know, she it didn't seem like I was talking to a 5-year-old, you know. She was very intelligent for her age, and I think that was part of her autism. I know that they're very bright, and, you know, so I think that has to do with that. But yeah, just going back to the documentary, you know, certain things they showed had no reason to be on there, and that were shown were completely out of context. So that was what Mr. Alam didn't like.
Yeah.
And you know, the sad part is, you know, the Alams this had already been decided, and you know, they were like, you know, they got their interviews towards the end. It was around July. Sidra was like 9 months pregnant when they shot all that. So apparently they weren't even going to be on the interviews, and not Danny Mason, I always get them confused. Mason Hendricks convinced Nelson to put them on there. So yeah, it was a pretty shitty part on their end, and I think Crowleys are to blame too, because, you know, they had no contact with the Alams. Sidra was always the one trying to contact them for anything, and, you know, I get, you know, they feel guilty or, you know, with what happened, but, you know, communication was very, very poor, and it was all through, like, Mason and, you know, Sean, and they shouldn't have been even in the middle of this, in my opinion. You know, it should have been the families talking, and that just wasn't it. Dan Senior never wanted to talk, you know, just it would be through email or a text message, and a day late or a week late conversation. So yeah, they're a hard family to communicate with, and that's something even his friends say, you know, that's just how they are, that they're a little weird, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, right, which is different than saying that, oh, because they weren't talking to David or because they didn't talk with him every day or whatever, you know.
Yeah, because that's something Mr. Alam brought up. He said, I understand, you know, from our side, we're far away, you know, we're dealing with Nyla's sickness. So what was y'all's excuse for not, you know, being in each other's lives, you know? Like, he's like, if that was me and my daughter isn't talking to me for this long and she lives literally 10 minutes away from me, I'll pop up at her house, you know? So, I don't know. Their family was a little odd, but I mean, I'm not going to say too much on that. I don't know them that well, so.
Yeah, sure. Can we go back to a little bit about when we're talking about Rainey in the basement? And can you give us the correct pronunciation of what the daughter's name? Yeah. Can you say her name?
Her name is Rania.
Okay, thank you. Rania. Okay, so can you give us a little, because you've watched that documentary, you've seen both versions of it. The version that certain people have, you know, kind of teased us with or tempted us with or whatever. But in that version, what is happening with Rania in the basement? Is there any?
Honestly, there was no point of them putting that on there. It was just a little tantrum. She was in timeout, and that was all there was to it. And it was funny how she was acting. And David loved, the thing with David, he documented everything. This may be TMI, but he even recorded her first poop. But that was just him. He loved recording things like in the moment. You'll see a lot of their pictures. They're not posed pictures. They're in the moment pictures. That's what he loved. So it was just something he documented, and they chose to use that, I guess.
Yeah, that seemed kind of strange. Out of all of the stuff that they had,
yeah,
that seemed kind of strange that they would use.
They were just really, trying to, prove, how David was, and make him look uglier, in my opinion.
But they put that, like, it's not just that they showed it in there; it's where they showed it. They showed that in the cult section. So we're here talking about this cult, this and that, and like, I don't know, like a lot of that stuff.
You just don't get a good feeling after you watch that.
No, because it's just more like fear. It's like, well, it raises so many different things, whereas a documentary is supposed to give you closure. It's supposed to help us understand what really happened here so that we can move on. This did not. This is not a documentary. So,
absolutely not. I completely agree with you, and that was part of the reason why Mr. Lam and Nelson were going back and forth. He said he was going to add some stuff in the end. He was going to. Apparently, he added the dog at the end. Apparently, that was supposed to be a lesson, which I don't see how. It's just crazy to me. I don't know how David's family agreed to this. I wish they would have taken back their interviews too, and this wouldn't have happened. But
now, is it possible that they signed the same contract that I signed, and that then they saw it later and they were like, "Wait a minute, like what the heck
because
is going on here?"
When I went with Sidra to the hotel where they were gonna shoot their interviews, they wanted them to sign it there, and Mr. Lam was not okay with that. He's like, no, I will not sign any paperwork till I see what your agenda is. So, yeah, that could very well have been what had happened. But I also do know Sidra had told me that Dan Sr. had talked to her a little bit about this, and he didn't want to go through with this. Apparently Nelson had reached out to him when all of this had happened, right away, and he shut him down. But I think the Gray State family had a lot to do with why they went through with this. That's just my personal opinion from what I saw.
I totally agree. Mm-hmm.
They pushed it. Honestly, Dan Sr., he's a very sweet man from what I have heard, him talk, the way he's talked to Sidra, he's a sweet man. Think he got manipulated into doing this. His friends basically, that's what he told Sidra was, they said this would be a tribute to his son, which I don't see how the heck this is a tribute. But, like you said, maybe he signed it off thinking that would have been a tribute. And afterwards, it wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it was kind of the same thing that they told me. Oh, we just want to get to the truth. We think you guys are great. You guys are on to it. We just want to get your guys' side. And I'm sure, and now what I'm learning is they told everybody else the same thing. We just want to get your view.
Yeah.
That's it.
Absolutely.
But make sure you sign this document. Like the only reason they wanted me to sign that document was so that I could not sue anybody else, so that I cannot sue it. And it was just like, wait a minute, like, so I even tweaked it, and they didn't really notice it, but it was just like I don't really care because I don't have anything, but it shows that they were not trying to make a documentary. They had ulterior motives, from what I'm saying.
Absolutely. They told everybody, different stories, and I really wish, we everybody got together before all of this.
But they were,
Yeah,
but they were keeping us separate. They were trying to make both families think that people that were asking questions were the enemy.
Yeah. It just shows their motives. When Mr. Alam at the end, he told him, there's no way he was going to sign off on this documentary. And, Nelson said he respected his wishes. He would take off both Sidra and Mr. Alam's piece on that. And that was the end of it. And he said he was going to let him know when this aired. He was going to have him fly out to New York and all this stuff. But, they honestly, it's pretty crazy, but they didn't even know when it was going to get released, the documentary. I actually told Sidra, because I would regularly check up on y'all's page, and that's where I saw it at. And I told her, I was like, hey, did you know that the documentary is getting released? And she had no idea. And then she told Mr. Alam, and Mr. Alam actually flew out to New York with his lawyer. And he was present at the release, but they had no idea. They were undercover.
Right, which they shouldn't have had to be if all of this was just going to lead us to the truth, right? There was no need for any of that.
Supposedly they went through tons of stuff and went through all of his videos. And I think that's something that Dan Senior had told Sidra about. That was part of the reason why he wanted to go through with it, because he wanted someone to come in and dig information. Because that's something he has always had trouble with. He always told Sidra, he can't find the why, So I guess that's part of the reason why he went through with it. Maybe someone would be able to find the why.
Do you know who interviewed them?
So I don't know names exactly, but Nelson was there. I was there. I was sitting outside when they were getting interviewed. Nelson was there. Mason was there. Chris Peck was there. And there were two other guys that were holding the camera, and there was a skinny guy that was holding the microphone, I believe. Yeah, they wanted to interview both Sidra and Mr. Alam separately, but Mr. Alam didn't want that. He said that if they wanted an interview, it'd have to be together. So they both sat down together. So on the raw footage, they basically, if they wanted to show Sidra separately, they just zoomed it in all the way on her to make it seem like she was separate.
So how much footage is there of them? Of the alums?
They try to get Kamel's side of the view on who she was as a person. Sidra talks about that. They talk about, when they got married. Mr. Alam was opposed that. They talk a lot about, most of it was for Sidra's side, when she went up there in October. So they touched up on that. Her interaction with David, and just basically he asked stories of Kamel, and if we knew anything about her paranormal activities, and if they had any occurrences. And Sidra had mentioned one that she had when she went up there in Minnesota when they were living in their apartment. So she brushed up on that part, so that was on the documentary as well. And they ended it showing that she was pregnant and, something good was going to come, which was so stupid, but sorry, I just really hate
weird.
The documentary.
No, I do too. I've only seen it once, and it was the only time that I watched it live. So
do not want to see it. But wait, so
yeah, it's a bunch of vomit. Yeah, they actually didn't have the dog part. Then they ended it with showing Cidra's stomach and
Are you
saying,
serious?
"Okay, yeah." Well,
You gotta be kidding me.
They showed it because Cidra's due date was actually Rania's birthday, so they thought that was so intriguing. So they wanted to end it there by saying, "Oh well, this baby's gonna come on Rania's birthday," kind of thing,
Oh. Okay, so they're pulling at our heartstrings. Okay.
Yeah, they
Gotcha.
even said that they were going to do it that way because it was just crazy to me. Like, it was just so stupid. I'm glad they pulled it out because, gosh.
That seems weird. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. They wanted some kind of emotional thing to end with. That's why they chose the dog. So everybody, he even said it. When Mr. Alam said, take our stuff out, he said, okay, we'll all have to take some stuff out. We'll go ahead and put the dog on there, so we can have that, ending to it. And, everybody can feel happy, giddy, I guess. I don't know how you could feel that way, but the weird thing about me is I get to see both sides. I agree with you guys at certain aspects, and I agree with Sidra, As far as journals go, I think that should be released, but that's just me, The reason why I say that is the journals have a lot of information, David's were a little weird, he wasn't the easiest person to read, but, as far as Kamel's go, that's all she spoke about. So I think, maybe in time, Sidra would be willing to, release some of the journals, but it really shows you what Kamel was going through. And I don't think she even understood what she was going through. So, it started in July when Nyla got sick. And, she started writing just, I guess, her thoughts and stuff. And, she talks about her dad and how frustrated she was with him and just, back and forth with the family. She was just trying to understand her feelings. And I think she was just very confused because she wanted to be there for her family, but I don't know why she didn't say that on her journals, but David didn't want that. He didn't want her coming down here. And that was, that was the plan. Even after she disagreed with Mr. Alam about, doing chemotherapy and stuff, she was supposed to come down here for Nyla's surgery. Mr. Alam was going to buy her a ticket, and, even though they didn't agree on things, they were still, she was still there for them. And then one of the journals that stuck out to me was overnight, she sat down with David and he convinced her that she shouldn't come here. That's not her family anymore. Ronnie and David are her priority, and let them figure it out. And it's just a pattern. It's very interesting, reading them and seeing how it shifts and how her even her own emotions change. She starts doubting herself. She starts off strong, and you can see a pattern.
Kamel's mom, is going through all of this pain, all of this suffering. Why wouldn't David want Kamel to go see her mom? That
was
kind of
about
bothers
control.
me.
It was more about control for him. I think ever since that time when Kamel called her dad and said she was leaving him, I think ever since then it was very, I guess he was scared for that. He didn't really like for Kamel to come down here. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but she's only came down to Texas twice. And it was the 2 times that she got the cars, and one of those was Cidra's graduation, but any other events, she never came down to Texas. Sidra was the one that would go in the summer and, spend Christmas with them because she just couldn't come down here. And I think that speaks like a lot too, because it just shows, what daughter wouldn't want to visit their, her family and her friends in Texas. And I think that speaks a lot from his side on how controlling he was on that aspect. I mean, everybody, every man is different, and to a certain extent, there is some control there, and that's totally fine. Everybody has that in their relationship, but, to a point where, you can't do certain things. He's making her quit her job, and he even writes that in his journal on how he planned it, and he was surprised that he was able to convince her. So, I mean, it just shows manipulation, it just shows like how possessive he was over her. And the night of David's reunion, he writes about that, how one of his old buddies from school complimented Kamel and called her beautiful and whatever, and he didn't like that, and he just writes a whole article which was so crazy, and it shows his possessiveness. He says she's mine, and I married her because of her beauty, and it's bizarre. I don't have the journal with me right now, so I could read it, but he was very possessive. Even Ronnie, he writes about her, how he came in between their marriage, and as a parent, I would never think my daughter would come in between me and my husband, so I mean, it just shows how possessive he was over Kamel. So I think that's part of the reason why, she wasn't able to come down here. He was scared. He didn't want her, coming down here and maybe, changing her mind and wanting to stay here in Texas. I don't know what was going through his mind, but I think that had a lot to do with it.
So when you say his journal, because we've heard from different people, multiple sources, blah, 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 about different journals, when you say that he wrote this in his journal, can you clarify which journal you're talking about? Because I've heard about several journals.
So the only journals I've seen is a written journal that he had. He had 3 journals. He only wrote in one. One of them had 1 page on it that apparently he was going to, keep up with, but he never did. But the one I'm speaking of was a DK and a heart on it. That was the front page of it. So I'm guessing that was David and Kamel. And
so these are
it was a written journal. Yes, these are written journals.
Okay, yeah, because we've heard about a written journal, a video journal, and then I guess this journal that came out.
I don't think there's any truth on the video journals. That is something I asked Sidra about it, and she said that it was said that there was an online journal, but she hadn't seen anything from the online journal. It was just a written one that she knew of, and that's something we both have read.
With her journal, was there anything in there too that would help us understand why the family thinks David Crowley is guilty?
She talks about a lot of mental abuse and him wanting to try different types of what would you call it, like drugs, and you could tell that she was very the way she wrote her journals, it basically, she was talking to the journal as to, I feel like that's something she was venting, she was living 2 different lives. She was agreeing with David just to keep the peace in the house, but the way she truly felt, she was writing down on her journals. And there were a lot of different instances where she also spoke about being scared of him. She wrote one time that she took Ronnie out to she just left the house because she was so scared of David, because I think that was the time when he tried shrooms, and he was hallucinating, and what else did she say? She said, I wish I had the journals on me, but she basically just talks about how scared she is, and that's not something that Ronnie should be around, and apparently she didn't even know he was going to do, which she was really angry about. They hadn't, that caused a really big rift between their relationship, because that's not something that Kamel wanted Ronnie to see, you know.
Was David doing this by himself, or was he with friends?
No, this was by himself. And she wrote that she locked him in the room. I don't know which room she locked him in and how she did that, but she said that she was scared for him and she didn't know how to handle it. And she also wrote that she thought about calling his dad, but and she also wrote that he has alienated everybody, and I don't even know who to reach out to anymore. And, you know, just certain things she says, it just shows how alone she felt. And, you know, it shows that she didn't agree to it. You know, most of the things that were going on, it's just, you know, it's just beyond me that she was such a strong, independent girl, and she didn't think I just don't know why she just didn't leave, you know, if she felt that way, you know.
Yeah, I can relate to that, because I've dealt with a similar thing, and you do kind of wonder that, like, why don't they just leave? But obviously,
yeah, I mean, I've never been in that situation, so I mean, I wouldn't, you know, I thought about it, you know, but I've also heard that I guess you just get so into it and you feel like you can change them, you know. So yeah, I guess that's why they stay. But
do you know who? Go ahead.
Oh no, what was that?
I was just going to say, going back to the drugs, I was just trying to, do you know who he got those from? Is there any mention of, like, who, because obviously he doesn't just, and really, to be honest, you know, I've never done shrooms or anything, but if I was going to do something like that, I wouldn't want to be by myself, and I definitely would not want to be around my wife. I'd want to be with close friends that I trusted.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was something, that was part of the reason why she was writing in her journal, because she was so that he would do that to her. You know, he would put her in that position where she wasn't even aware of this, you know. So that was part of the reason why she even wrote it in her journal. And he did mention in his journal about asking Danny Mason about shrooms, because apparently he had done them before. And Sidra had asked Danny Mason about it, and he said that David had asked him about his experience, and Danny told him, I don't think you should go that route. I didn't have a good experience with it. And honestly, he also said that, what else did she say? He said that once you get that high, you always want something, you know, more, like something more that'll give you that high. So that's not the route he should go. And Danny told her that David said that he was just tired. He wanted something more. You know, he wanted to feel something more. So, but Sidra asked him if he was the one who had given him the shrooms, and he said he had no idea about it. So I don't know if it was Chris Peck or who it was who gave him that.
Okay. But she didn't, do you know if if Kamel ever experienced with any of that? Or maybe that's not even relevant. Maybe that's...
She didn't talk about shrooms. She did talk about, you know, smoking weed. She did say that, you know, it helped her anxiety, and that is something she had told Sidra in the past too, that she did. It helped her her anxiety levels. But,
right, and she would know because she was in the medical field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so she didn't do it that often, but, whenever her anxiety level was high, that is something that she would do. And she also suggested that for her mom's pain, like medical marijuana, for instead of the pills that she takes for her pain.
Sure. Yeah, they're giving my stepmom CBD oil, I think, for her bones or something like that, and it's definitely working.
It's very helpful. Yeah, it's actually helping with Mrs. Alam too. It helps her be a little more hungry, since she's on feeding tube or TPN. It helps her be a little more hungry and gain some weight and just not be as nauseous, and so yeah, I believe that helps.
Sure. Going back a little bit to what you said about when Kamel wanted to leave David, I'm trying to get a good timeline about when that first happened, when Kamel contacted her dad. And I know it's been mentioned, but just thinking here now, I'd like to have that so people can go back and say, okay, at this time.
Don't quote me on this.
Sure.
Don't quote me on this, but I think it was around 2012. It was summer 2012, I believe.
Okay.
Or no, actually, no.
I think it might have been later on.
No, it was actually before that. It was 2011, actually. Okay. Yeah, because when Kamel had came down for Sidra's graduation, high school graduation, that is something Sidra didn't even know about this. Mr. Alam did not tell Sidra about this conversation at all. He kept it to himself and didn't tell his wife or Sidra that Kamel had called him. He didn't. I guess that was their little secret. But Kamel had told Sidra about it, and in 2011 when she came down here, and when we were having lunch, it was brought up, and I was there too. It was a very weird lunch. That is where I saw the disconnect from Kamel.
Okay, so all three of you were kind of there?
Yeah, David was there too.
Who was there? Oh, David was there. Okay.
Yeah.
But there was something odd? You just felt something weird, or?
Kamel was a very perky person, she has a lot of energy to herself, and, I'm sure you guys can gauge that from the videos on how she is. The way she was talking and the way she would look at David for approval, that's something I've talked about before too, but that is something that struck out to me. I don't think Sidra had noticed that. I even brought it up to Sidra, and I said, Kamel's pretty different. She's talking a lot more like David, and she's like, well, they're married. You live with somebody, you start talking like them. And I was like, yeah, but, any little thing we talk about, she always looks at David. Like, is it okay? I think I had mentioned that I had arranged a little get-together for the girls in her last visit in May. I asked if she could come spend the night, just us girls have movie night and stuff. And her first instinct was to look at David and see if it was okay with him, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, She was only down here for not even 3-4 days. So, yeah, it's just different things, anything she said or thing that was talked about, that she would always look at him for his reaction. Is he okay? You could tell, that was her main thing. Even with sitting with Mr. Alam, Mr. Alam, I don't know if you know, he's very, he's a character. He's a very good person, and he'll speak his mind. So just having him around David, her anxiety level was so high because she was holding David's hand, and she would just always look at him every time Mr. Alam would talk, to make sure, is he okay? It just didn't make sense. It was just a really awkward place to be in for myself.
So this has to be clear. In the first Apple Valley Police Department press release, This was released at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on January 17, 2015, 2.5 hours after the bodies were found. And they are treating this as suspicious deaths. Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to the residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report of dead bodies inside the house. The initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence. The investigation into the matter is ongoing. Agents from Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are assisting Apple Valley Police Department detectives in the investigation. One day later, January 18th at 11:40 a.m. Central Standard Time, here is where they start accusing David. On Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to a residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report that a person checking on the residence saw dead bodies inside. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults and 1 child deceased inside the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. At this time, it is believed there is no threat to public safety. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is working to positively identify the 3 deceased. Again, not positively identified until January 21st, but we're already accusing David of the crime. They haven't even done the autopsy on David yet, and they're already accusing him of this crime. David's autopsy will begin about 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m., January 18th. Investigation into this matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police Department with the investigation. So now we have the Sheriff's Office also assisting. All right, now the third press release is January 19, 2015 at 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now this one gets a little more in-depth, pretty much the same thing. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults, 1 child deceased in the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. Police located a firearm at the scene and have determined the cause of death to be gunshot wounds. This is an isolated incident and the public is not in danger. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is continuing its work to positively identify all of the deceased. No positive ID yet. Investigation into the matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police with the investigation. So by the 5th press release, now we got names: David Crowley, 29, Kamel Crowley, 28, Rania Crowley, 5, all dead of gunshot wounds. Investigators found a handgun next to David's body. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner determined Kamel and Rania died of a homicide, while David Crowley died of suicide. So here it is. By January 23rd, we see what the Medical Examiner's Office has determined. Now we need to understand why they determined that. That's going to be our focus here today. They also say, while this remains an ongoing investigation, updated information is being made available about the incident. The 3 bodies were found in close proximity of each other in the front room of the residence. There were no signs of intrusion or struggle. There's also no sign that they found a bullet hole right above their heads, but we'll save that for later. Investigators have determined the last verified activity from the residence happened in late December. Investigators seized several personal electronic devices and computers from the residence. The Dakota County Electronic Crime Scene Task Force is completing forensic analysis of the devices. The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, said Apple Valley Police Captain John Bermel, but that analysis will take time. The investigation into this matter is ongoing. Minnesota BCA is still involved. Dakota County Sheriff's Office still involved, assisting with the Apple Valley Police Department. January 23rd, 2015 at 10 a.m. When you focus on the documents, you get some clear facts. You have clear questions, but clear facts. Sometimes those facts are just questions. They're interchangeable, apparently. All right, so let's go through this. The medical examiner. examining the bodies. Okay, so the final diagnosis of the medical examiner's report stated Rania was shot in the right parietal scalp. The bullet went through her brain and exited the left side of her scalp. 3 gray-colored metal projectile fragments were found in her left temporal skull. The trajectory was described as leftward, downward, and backward. It looks like Rania was shot from behind on the right side of her head, next to the ear. The range at which she was shot could not be determined, but there was no suit or stippling, which would have indicated murder at close range. The final autopsy report, initially dated February 6, 2015, with signatures dated March 16, 2015, stated Rania was found partially decomposed with moderate decomposition. Livor, discoloration of the skin, and rigor mortis, stiffness of death, were absent. Even so, according to the external examination, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. Examiners also observed evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging. The evidence was the absence of the right arm. Possibly related to animal scavenging was the jagged and tattered skin and soft tissue defect where Rania's arm would have connected to her shoulder. According to this report, the 10x8 defect exposed the glenoid fossa and the lateral right 1st through 4th ribs. Also observed was a fracture in the 3rd rib and numerous short white hairs adherent to the pants. Kamel's autopsy began with Assistant Medical Examiner Mitchell Murray as the pathologist. Detective Sean McKnight and Brian Bone observed the autopsy. Kamel was identified by dental radiographs and tattoos. Kamel weighed 85 pounds. Lividity, discoloration, and rigor, stiffness, were not recognized on her body. Body cavities contained small amounts of decomposition fluid. Kamel was shot twice, with both entrance wounds in the left posterior parietal region of the skull. The trajectories of the 2 bullets were listed as left to right and back to front. However, in the external examination, the trajectories for both bullets are listed as left to right and front to back. Large skull fragments are also mentioned. The scalp was absent according to the report. The missing portion of Kamel's head was most likely the right side of her skull. All that remained of her head were portions of the posterior skull, specifically most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone. No brain tissue remained in the skull. Irregular bony and soft tissue margins were consistent with canine scavenging. According to the report, most of the head and the hands are missing. Many of the bones found were consistent with fragmented digit bones. The distal aspects terminate with absence of the hands. Bone fragments, wavy dark hair, and white cotton debris were all mentioned under the internal evidence section of the report. Amongst this bony material, the report continued, are 2 mandibles. One shows numerous restorations. In addition, there are 2 fragments of bone with 2 and 4 teeth. Multiple irregular bone fragments range from 1.2 to 8 centimeters in size. Regarding animal scavenging of Kamel's neck, the forensic pathologist wrote, the anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and laryngeal cartilages are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. All that remained of the neck was the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. There is extensive bloating, the report continued, skin and slippage, and discoloration of the body surfaces. Hair was found on Kamel's right sock and the anterior left leg. The left sleeve of Kamel's sweater was frayed. Decomposition fluid and apparent blood were both present on the sleeve. Underneath the sweater was a Gray State t-shirt soaked in decomposition fluid and blood. At 11:40 a.m. January 18, 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department released their second press release. This one states David Kamel and Rania Crowley died as a result of an apparent murder-suicide. This is interesting because David's autopsy hadn't begun yet, and the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office was still working to positively identify the 3 deceased. David's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m. The pathologist was Jessica Lilinski, who was once again assisted by Mitchell Murray. Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone were both present during the autopsy. Due to the condition of David's head, the pathologist was unable to determine the entrance, pathway, and trajectory of the gunshot wound. They did determine the bullet exited through the left parietal bone and scalp. External beveling, external cone shape, and radiating linear fractures were visible on the left parietal bone. The posterior calvarium and overlying scalp were visible, as was posterior neck skin, soft tissue, and the cervical spine. The scalp had patchy, short brown hair. Skull bone fragments ranging from 1.5 to 14.5 centimeters are mentioned in the internal evidence section of this report. The skull bone fragments articulate well with each other and with the remaining calvarium of David's head. Separately, a non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment has a rounded defect along with one edge with apparent internal beveling. The bony skeleton, the report continued, apart from previously described skull injuries and artifact due to animal scavenging, is intact and normal. The gunshot wound was 2 by 1 centimeters and was a regular edge. The bullet was not recovered at that time. They would not find that bullet until a month later, only because they were notified about it. Examined separately from David's body at the time of the autopsy was a maxilla with well-preserved teeth. The report also claimed Palaio was responsible for the absence of David's brain, the majority of his skull, neck skin, neck soft tissue, neck muscles, the hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, the tongue, the larynx, the trachea, and the thyroid. The remaining bone fragments are irregular and of unidentifiable origin or consistent with phalanges. Regarding the missing right hand, the distal right forearm shows intact, smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. The left hand was mummified. In one crime scene image, the index finger of the left hand is pressing against the thumb. According to David's autopsy, dried drips of red brown blood-like material are on the dorsal left hand between the thumb and first finger. Additionally, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, slippage, blistering, and mummification of the left hand and feet. David weighed 128 pounds and was identified by dental records and body tattoos. Medication and food were not found in his stomach. Now, I also wanted to take a few minutes to thank all of the many researchers out there, all of the people who have been helping us on the sidelines, out in public, in their spare time, praying for us, wishing us well thoughts, encouraging us. I thank all of these people who are seriously trying to get to the truth, regardless of your view, regardless of what you think happened, regardless of what you think about the people who are researching it. The main thing here that everyone needs to understand, and a lot of people do understand it, and a lot of people still act like they don't, but they do. There is no evidence that will conclusively prove that David Crowley is guilty. There was no reason to close this case and claim that David Crowley was guilty. In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. David Crowley was never proven guilty. How did we get here? In the beginning, you had many people telling us there's nothing to see here. Pay no attention to the man behind that curtain. It doesn't exist. It's not there. Life is good. Enjoy your family. Enjoy life. Forget about this case. It's an illusion. It's gone. Puff, puff, pass, right? and it's gone within the blink of an eye. Real life doesn't work like that. And a case like this cannot work like that. When a child is involved, you have to take this seriously. When two young people are involved, these people were under 30 years old. These are babies. These are what I would call babies. They're very young people who were doing a lot of interesting things. These were bright people. These were not mentally ill people. These were people who had a lot of things going for them and might have had a lot of targets on their back. Those targets will be exposed. whatever it is. We are dealing with multiple things now. It's not just no longer, it's not just about who did this. It's not just about why they did this. Mr. Alam told Sidra's friend the one thing he doesn't understand is the why. We spoke with Russell. Russell says what we need to understand is the how. I want to understand it all. I can't have one without the other. Gotta have it all. Gotta have the full picture here. Now, regardless of what we might think about the Apple Valley Police and the mistakes that they made, and there were many mistakes, it's not all of them who made the mistakes. Unless we're talking about the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. They all made that one. Nobody saw it. That's clear. If there was a photo of it, or if they noticed it in the corner of one photo that they took on January 17th when they found the bodies, if there is a photo that shows that there was a bullet hole in that ceiling, that's even worse, right? But at least it was there. So a few steps are being taken right now to get that answer, to get that photo. Because the police are telling us the photo is there. If we don't ask for it, if we don't request it, if we don't demand it, if we hit stone walls, if we hit brick walls, if we don't demand that we see it, and we shouldn't have to, by the way, but if we don't, we're never going to get the answer. We're never going to get that clear answer. And it's going to be in limbo. And we can't have that with this case. There's already too many things that we're never going to know. We know that. But they never talk about the things that we are going to know, and the things that we do know right now. And the most important thing, the one thing that counts, what proves David Crowley guilty? They can't answer the question. The answer is not a logical answer. It is a logical thing to ask the question. If you do not get a logical answer, what do? You keep searching, you keep digging. And I am encouraging everyone, keep searching, keep digging. What's different about this is we're doing a lot of this stuff public. Some might say that might hurt what we're doing. It might hurt the end result. I disagree. I think that's how confident we are in this, knowing that there is no proof that shows David Crowley is guilty. I'll give them everything. I'll let them know exactly what I'm doing. It's not just about who gets to know the truth. Who decides that? Who decides who gets to know what really happened and who doesn't? Who gets to tell us when to stop looking, when to shut up? Who has the right to stand in my way looking at this case? You don't. In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you did. To me, you are innocent until proven guilty, or until you confess. We don't have a confession here. We don't have a suicide note. We don't have any indication that there was a suicide note, even though early media reports led us to believe that there was, and there wasn't. On and on and on. The narrative is slowly fading away. It's slowly going back into the darkness where it belongs, because the darkness is not truth. This official story just does not stand up. And we'll get there. Thank you for listening. Until next time.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon along with Greg, Catherine, and Sophia. Today is April 22nd, and we've got an update for the Crowley case relating to the phone records. Now, the phone records we've gotten via a FOIA request in the past, and that has all helped, and that's been very interesting. But the new thing that has come to light is when looking at David Crowley's personal account that he had, his cell phone account, and we need to remember that Anjum Alam had been paying for David Crowley's phone number, but in October of 2014, due to some rift, Anjum Alam canceled the number, so David went out and got his own, created a brand new account. And so what we've got here, what Catherine and Sophia have discovered along with Greg's help, is the fact that after the bodies were discovered, is that the warrants were issued, the search warrants to go into the cell phone, AT&T cell phone records for David Crowley. And at that point, his account was in a suspend mode, suspended because of the bodies were dead. Now, recently, we have activity on that account that it was never shut down or never closed. And what we've got on the screenshot here is that as of this day, I mean, we're talking April of 2019, that David Crowley's account is still active. That cell phone account is still active. I don't know what cell phone number, for instance, or what 10-digit cell phone number is being used, because I do believe, Sophia, you can help me out, but they can recycle the numbers if they're not used for a while. They can reissue them to someone else. But the account number itself would not be something that would be recycled. And in fact, when we pull it up, it still shows that David Crowley's name is on that account. And it's currently being paid on a monthly basis. So,
yes, it's
what can you say about that, Sophia?
Well, when I went in and talked with one of the reps, he told me that the phone number had been recycled, but the account number was still active. Now, on the 18th, which was Thursday, the account had been suspended on March 21st, 2019. And it was suspended for non-payment. But when I went back to a different store on April 19th on Friday, the account had been paid and it was active again. And he pulled up a screen where it showed payments all the way for the past year, back to March 2018. That was as far back as he could go in the store. And I mean, it's kind of important to find out why his account is still active and who has 2 phone lines on that account. Why do they still have them? Who is making the payment? And I mean, it's still active because as of the 19th, it was still active.
Yeah, because that's a lot of money to put into an account, $184 every month for 4 years. Mm-hmm. That's a lot.
Absolutely. It adds up.
Mm-hmm.
And needless to say, I was kind of shocked when I came across that information. I was not expecting that answer. I had gone in because of codes that we were researching. All 4 of us were researching, and just questions in regards to those codes, and come to find out that the account was still active and being used. That was just a little shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, when you called and told me that, it's like I sent Dan an email right away, and I'm like, we need to talk. It's like, what's going on here? Okay, this is not right. Something's off with this.
And that's and you mentioned $184 per month. If that was active this whole time, 4 years, that's 48 months. That total is $8,832 that someone is using, unless it's just a random person that created an account called David Crowley. I don't buy that. But
no.
And like I said, it's not going to be recycled. Do you think that that account went dormant for some time after the killings and then someone just reactivated? But if they did, why would they use the name David Crowley?
Well, and again, like you said, Dan, it is the same exact account number, so they're not going to recycle an account.
Yeah, the old phone number pulled up with his name, but that account number is absolutely the same. It wouldn't change. It wouldn't be recycled, but it's all there.
And when I've been searching the phone numbers, the 4890 comes up, and it even on anybody can do a Google search on that and pops up as David Crowley. And then when I pull up Kamel's phone number with the 0072, it says nothing can be found. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, and it shows if you look onto even the subscriber financial liability for AT&T, and it does show the date here, customer since 10/21/2014. This is when David Crowley called AT&T and set up his own account to get his own cell phone number after Mr. Alam canceled his. And so at the end of October, less than 2 months, roughly 2 months around allegedly the deaths, he did get his brand new account set up, assigned a new account number, and was paying the bills and everything else. And then after the bodies were found, you would think that that account would go dormant, and as part of the, I don't know if you'd call it, as part of the estate, for instance, would be shut down. Who's ever handling the account, the estate would be shutting down these accounts. And it does look like a couple months ago, whoever was doing it had forgotten to pay a month or two. And I think sometimes it takes maybe 3 months for it to actually get suspended or shut off. And so someone skipped a couple months, and now they paid it again. So it is actually, this is what we're talking about is a current cell phone account with two, Sophia, was it two lines connected to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be, if we're talking, $90 an account, two accounts, $180 bill every single month, that's $8,000. Who's paying that bill? Who's using it? And why in God's name is David Crowley's name on that account?
Yeah, and Sophia, didn't you find the account was actually in something called David T. Crowley, LLC?
That's what the gentleman at the store told me. And I don't see it on the screen, the shots that I was able to get, the two photos. I don't have the actual page that shows that, though.
But I mean, that's okay because, you had verbal proof, or someone verbally spoke to you and said that this account is registered under a David Crowley LLC.
Yes.
Not a Dan, not anything like that, but David, correct?
Yes, it had David's name, and it still has David's name with the LLC after it.
And one thing to note here for this episode, we know that Mr. Alam also gave the cars to Kamel, and then David got one or Kamel, and they ended up changing the ownership. So at the time of death, I think both of those cars were still in Kamel's name officially, with titles in the state of Minnesota, and that one car then stayed, I guess, allegedly with Dan Crowley Sr. So he went through the effort to change the title and the insurance over to his own name there with that one car. But some may assume that this is, Dan Sr. may have taken over this account, or Dan Jr., David's brother or his father. But you would think the first thing you'd want to do is either shut the account down altogether, because those two individuals already had their own cell phone service and cell phone accounts. They wouldn't have a need to be piggybacking off David's, but even if you did keep it, I would guess that you'd want the name changed off of David's, but...
Yeah, I mean, because legally, I'm not sure they can actually keep an account open in someone else's name. I mean, that then becomes, a tax liability. And so, it's crazy.
To be able to do any type of work on that account, whether it's to get a different phone or to call in with concerns, you need a passcode. You cannot get anywhere, whether on the phone or if you go into the store. They look up they look up the account. They can give you information in regards to who has that account, but that's it. You can't go any further. So if I was to go in and say, I would like to pay this bill, I don't have a passcode.
Is there a mailing address on that account? Did they show you a mailing address?
No.
So they're probably getting
he couldn't get into it.
Paperless bills, so it must be going to a email address. The monthly bill.
Yeah, and it's right there. It's like David is financially responsible, but the contact email is Kamel.
Well, it's certainly an interesting thing, and I'm glad we're getting this out there because, once we said again that it doesn't matter what the phone number is, it's the account has been active since David set it up in October of 2014. It's gone through a couple of times. It seems that it has been suspended, but the account is still there, and it's currently, as of today, in an active status, generating a monthly bill that someone is paying. And so that's a question, I think, and once we get this video out there, if anyone in this background or in this industry could, comment below, because I can't think of a situation where you'd still be wanting to use that phone or use that line or that account, I should say.
Yep, I agree.
Greg, what do you have any thoughts, Greg, on why an account would be in the name of David Crowley? Under the business name David Crowley LLC?
No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Yeah. And it would be interesting to see who's actually paying that bill. So if you know of anything, please leave your comment below because that's an expensive bill with two lines beneath it. And wow, I don't know, but hopefully we'll trigger something that someone could comment below.
And just so everybody knows, Sophia and I are going through the phone records with a fine-tooth comb, and we will have some extremely interesting information for you regarding that as well in the near future.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to get out because those phone records came out, and some of those files, those PDF files, are quite large. And we've been putting together some of these spreadsheets and finding some very interesting things. So that'll be coming out once that gets wrapped up. But we wanted to get this information out there right away with this account number because this is odd because this is an ongoing account that is live, active, and being paid for by someone to this day on a monthly basis.
Yeah, a dead family's cell phone account is open 4 years later and, still active and still being paid. There's something wrong there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was not the response I was expecting to get when I went.
No.
At all.
Mean, and this has been turned off. So it was turned off at least by 2/18/2015, according to this file right here. And then all of a sudden the bill is paid, and I mean look at where the bill is paid to. This is where they're billing it. You would have to live here in order to change that billing address. I don't understand.
You would have to have his personal information to be able to get that account started back up again. So if it's David, who is doing it? Is it fraud? You have to ask that question. This person is dead. His account is active. What's going on?
This account I don't see any reason why this account should be active at all.
Yeah, and those for watching on the screen there, it's an account that ends in a 247. That is the actual account number at AT&T. And the owner of that account is David Crowley. So I would agree with Sophia this seems to be something fraudulent in some sort. Very strange would be the low end of things. It could be fraudulent.
Yes.
Who knows?
Yes, it was not the answer I was expecting. It was not the response, but it was still active. You can imagine my shock. Poor guy. But, yeah.
All right. Well, that's all that.
Something that needs to be looked in.
That's all that I had. Did you have anything else, Catherine, to mention, or Greg, or Sophia?
No.
No, I just want to reiterate what you have already stated and hope everyone understands the point we are making is that the account of a dead family is active and still being paid. Who's doing it? Is it fraud? Is it the family who's kept it open but has decided, which I don't see how they legally do it, but it's something to seriously think about. This family died 4 years later. Their accounts are still being paid, and it is still open, which should not be. So, like Dan said, if anyone out there has any good explanation for this, please let us know.
Very good.
Thank you, Catherine.
All right. So please leave your comments below with any suggestions, and we'll get this posted out there on YouTube, and feel free to share it. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. We are doing a Crowley case update conference call tonight. Today is April 26th, 2019. And we've got a bunch of topics, a bunch of things to discuss and go over. We've got the chat lines open, and we've got Catherine Michelle on the line, Greg Fernandez Jr., and several others. We'll go around and get some introductions out of the way, but we've got 3 hours here set aside to get ourselves up to date here with the recent things. Catherine, welcome.
Thanks, Dan.
And we got Greg. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. It's another beautiful day in the Bay.
Perfect. And you can see the others that are online. Do we have any other ones that we want to mention, or should we just go forward with anonymous questions?
We do have 2 other names. If they're okay with that, I'll wait. If they don't mind, us saying their names. Otherwise, yeah, maybe they don't want to be introduced. I don't know.
Well, whatever works, we can get the ball rolling. Like I said, Greg, you've got a 3 hours window set up for this freeconferencecall.com, and
that's right.
It's a good Friday evening to feel free to call in and get on the chat or raise questions or comment on various things. And where would you like to start? Any starting points?
I'd like to start with the video that you just made last night, or put out last night.
Okay, I can start on that, and I'll give the viewers an overview for the listeners if they haven't seen it. It was a fairly quick one. It was 18 or 19 minutes, I believe. It was called "The Curious Case of Dan Crowley Sr." And it just goes over his the information that he turned into law enforcement as far as a timeline, and then we matched that up with the actual phone records, and none of those jibe. So the question is, was he lying? Was someone else lying, or are we missing something? It seems that before we implicate someone with actually lying to police, we like to get the full side of the story. So there was a timeline given as far as correspondence to and from David Crowley from his family, and that didn't jibe at all. So just to summarize, I think David Crowley only had, 16 text messages being sent and received in that time frame of the month of November. The timeline provided by Dan Crowley Sr. Was all dates given in the month of November. So I just isolated that month of November of the year 2014 and matched them up with the phone records from the AT&T that were responded to in the police warrant for the records. And so we looked through those, and not only wasn't there not a text from Dan Crowley Sr. to David Crowley's phone, there was also not a text, vice versa, from David to his father. So there was no correspondence there at all. But the timeline shows that Dan Crowley Sr. was in communication with David, responding and replying back, having full conversations, and keeping up to date and having a great relationship with the holidays of Thanksgiving coming up and things like that. And none of that turned out to be true. And it also makes interest because we know that David was pulling away from his brother Dan Crowley Jr. I think they had an argument or a fight or something in August, and they were not speaking at this time. And it also appears that he was pulling away from his own father. So this kind of confirms it, but it was an interesting layout as far as the events. And the only question we have is, what was the response back from Apple Valley Police to Dan Crowley Sr. when they noticed these discrepancies? Or was there a response at all? Did the investigators or the detectives, typically they'll do a follow-up on things like this and notice these discrepancies. Some of the comments on my video that I made have suggested that that's a reach. It's a reach to even expect that they do a follow-up like that. So maybe that's our first question or comment for tonight. But is that a normal thing, protocol in an investigation? Is when you get information from a family member, do you just assume that it's correct and true, or do you verify it, or do you back that up to substantiate it? And if they haven't looked into this, then they were being lied to directly to their faces. But what are some of the thoughts on that?
Well, I know when I spoke with my sister, who was the sheriff's deputy for several years, and I asked her that very same question, and she said that absolutely they are to follow up. They don't just take, or should not just take anyone's statement. I don't care who they are, a statement as fact or okay, they're fully telling the truth. They, in order to go the direction that they went, they should have substantiated what was said. And because since we got these phone records from them and the text logs as well, there are only 4 texts from David himself in the month of November. There are 18 or 19 total incoming versus outgoing, but only 4 from David. And like you said, not one text or phone call that came in or went out on Thanksgiving. No, none of his family text. He didn't text them. He never received a text from his dad. And I like how you put it, Dan, because I tend to just be blunt and say, well, okay, this is just a lie. And you said, okay, don't say that. You just say that the evidence is not substantiating what they're saying. So it's a little more tactful, and I appreciate that. But yes, they should never have just taken the word of Dan Sr. They should have gone in, and since they had these records, they saw for them, or should have, if they didn't look at it, they should have looked at it. And if they had, they would know that the story that they were told is not true in any way, shape, or form. Somebody either misunderstood what they were supposed to do, or somebody misinterpreted what was said. And why does it always go silent?
I would also say this is the second time, right, that this has happened.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
With the follow-up on Dan Crowley. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so remember this happened when they questioned Dan Crowley about Chris Klein, and he tells cops that he wasn't in the house with Chris Klein on January 19th, 2 days after the bodies were found. Mm-hmm. And the police never follow up on that either. It seems like we have 2 things here, both related to Dan Crowley Sr. that were not followed up on when they clearly should have been.
Yeah. And if they're looking and they're trying to say that David went berserk in December, when his last text that he sends out is supposedly he sent out, which was on November 13th to Kamel's old phone number. That is, according to the phone records that we were given, that was the very last one. And then the last call that David himself made, supposedly, was November 23rd, I think, or something like that. So in the month of November, David goes completely silent. So why and how is that when he seems to be pretty active in the early months of November, texting quite regularly with a couple of people, and then just to drop off and have nothing? And they, meaning the police, didn't follow up on that.
Yeah, I agree. I was on mute before, but this is Dan again. It's a good point, and Greg brings up the point about the Chris Klein issue at the home when Chris says, I was there, but I was let in by Dan Jr. and Dan Sr. And Dan Sr. heard that and says, I was never in the house with Chris Klein. So we've got unsubstantiated, or we've got things that don't jive. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and here's something else I find interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I see no communication between David and Chris Klein at all. So what was he doing in his house? I mean, there's no phone call to Chris. There's no text to Chris. And these go back, I think, to October. And so obviously they weren't friends. So what was Chris Klein doing in his house to find that elusive bullet that nobody else found before?
The magic bullet?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's the other thing with the comments that I've been receiving as far as on that YouTube video that I did was, did David Crowley have a secondary phone? And maybe the texting was all done on that secondary line. Well, the answer to that is that he had a mobile phone that was cut off in October by Mr. Alam. And then he got this new one. So this is the only mobile line that he was able to text to and from. He did not have a business account or a secondary line, and this is what came back from the police record. So this is all we can substantiate, that there's no evidence to support more than these 16 texts during the entire month. None was with his family. 2 came in from Dan Jr. That weren't responded to, but we know that they were fighting, so it makes sense. The other thing is maybe they went, maybe the communication was to the mother. And so the question for the new people, lots of new people joining, lots of new members is joining here. Be sure you also go on mute if you're typing in the background, because the microphone's very close. The other thing is that for the new members, they were divorced. It was Dan Crowley Sr. was divorced from Kate Crowley, several years in advance. So they were separated. So Dan Crowley was living by himself as the father, and then Kate Crowley was the one who mysteriously wound up dead 7 months after the bodies were discovered herself, which is very, once you start looking into this, the Dan Crowley Sr. side of things, it really gets, it really raises the suspicions to her death, so to say. Dan Crowley was also the one that we still haven't gotten the answers on, $50,000 cash withdrawal that took place in the form of cash at a local Wells Fargo branch location in the month of October, which is a month before these texts were going back and forth, in a month that he was out of the country the entire month on business, or so he tells law enforcement. That withdrawal was taking place out of his account in person by someone. And so we got the Chris Klein mentioning the going into the house with Dan Sr. We've got the $50,000 relates to Dan Sr. Whether or not he withdrew it was still out of his account. And then we get these long list of timeline of events that he gives to authorities that don't jive at all. I mean, he wasn't off by 1 or 2 or a handful of things that could easily be explained away by a time zone difference or something to that effect. These dates, the text never even took place on those dates that he had said. And the other thing that I was going to bring up here before I let Catherine answer that last question I believe she was talking about is, I think when they submitted that timeline, Dan Crowley Sr. says that he worked on this with the family. He gathered the timeline with the daughter Allison, the son Dan Sr., and himself all got together to put together and establish this timeline. Now, if it's wrong and all three were involved in creating it. That other leads to other questions as well, because we can't assume that Dan just put this together and sent it on to authorities. I do believe in that paragraph on that page 64 in the police report that says clearly that they worked on this together in a joint effort to put this together.
I think
that's a very strange thing. If knowing what we know now, if they were all, I don't want to say in on it, but none of that stuff was true. That was forwarded. So it's very very strange to say the least.
Yeah, I totally agree, and you're correct. I do remember seeing that as well. So it wasn't just Dan Sr., but it was the family it was a joint effort, which then makes me wonder, why would they say that? Were they being misquoted when someone did they write it out, and did somebody not understand what they were saying, and so they typed it wrong, or was it dictated and then it was typed out when they were whatever that type is, they're typing it out. We don't know that for sure, but what we do know is that the timeline that Dan Sr. gave to the police and the comments and statements made by so-called family and friends, I have not found anything to match up with the evidence we've been given. And now that we have the phone records, and we all have been working hard on these, and we've all gone through, and we have every single phone number, and it is attached to a name. We know every person that they called, every person that called them. We know every person that sent a text to, and every person that sent a text to them. And it doesn't match. And why doesn't it match? The police, it's in your face. It's not even something we had to look that far into.
Yeah, and that's part of this information that will be being released or public coming up soon here this weekend, I believe, with the rest of the phone records. My piece was just the Dan Sr. piece that related to those handful of text messages, but what Catherine and Greg and Sophia have been looking into is the phone records from a whole host of people involved with this family the last several months of their lives. And if we go back and trace it back to the comments and quotes that they've made to various media outlets and in press releases as far as contacting them, they do not line up. And so this really begs the bigger question: was it on purpose that they gave this wrong information, or was it just not followed up on? Did the detectives not do their job on the follow-up, or were they lied to from the beginning? Or why is all the lying taken place? With a case like Dan Crowley Sr., he's the father of the alleged criminal here, which is David, and we can't point the finger at him being a suspect in this triple homicide. Would he be a person of interest to that someone would want to speak to? I would say yes, but certainly relating to the crime or not, regardless if there's any involvement in the crime at all, he would certainly not be telling lies or giving misleading information if he was on the up and up. So that's what we've really got the question for. We do know that the only person in this entire scenario that was finding this whole scenario suspicious, strange, and frankly unbelievable was David's mother, Kate. And she's the one who was found slumped over her table in her backyard patio under strange circumstances. So we got a whole host of things here going on. And what's some more that's coming out here with this other information, Catherine? Some of the other things that I've seen is you get these so-called friends or best friends, but when you look at the phone records, we see these people not in communication with David at all.
Can I go back to the back to Dan Crowley? Two things. I think we need to clear up two things. Okay, first question that I've been hearing is it possible that David Crowley, that we didn't get all of the phone records, that maybe David Crowley had a different phone, other phones or a burner phone, something like that? And is it possible that when Dan Crowley Sr. was talking about he was texting David and all that, is it possible that it was through some messenger on Facebook or Skype or something like that?
No, good question. Good question.
There's calls that that's the only thing that I could really think of why.
Oh, the other thing, just to jump in here, Catherine mentioned if someone maybe transposed it wrong or during the jotting it down from the notes. It looks to me, and I could be wrong, it looks to me like this timeline narrative was put together and typed and then forwarded to the detectives in the form of an email or something like that. But I don't believe there's any room for someone typing something wrong or incorrectly. The way that the police received it with there were some spelling mistakes and some grammar mistakes and things like that. I think they just copied and pasted that into the police report. So I believe the Crowley family put something together and forwarded it on. So I believe we can rule out any miscommunication or transposing of anything incorrectly. But that's a good point, Greg. If there was other types of communication, messenger, Skype, something else that could have been used as far as communication, all we see is the word response and the word reply. That leads me to believe that they were replying to a conversation, an ongoing conversation that was not on the telephone. And as far as we know, David only had that one mobile phone that was being used.
I'm trying to look up that page because they don't specifically say what phone number either, right? What phone number they call. Nope. They just say David's number.
Nope.
I wanted to find that.
Well, then that's what leads me to believe that it wasn't on Messenger or on Skype, because the verbiage would have been, well, we Skyped, I sent it on Messenger. But to say I sent him a text, the implication is that it was via the phone. So the fact that we infer the fact that it's a phone, it just goes by what he is saying. So
could he text to Skype or something? I don't know. I don't know. That one's weird. Now there was one that he said. So he said he called David on November 7th, right? But then it turned out to be the 8th. Am I incorrect on that?
Who called?
That David Sr. called or texted. That Dan Sr. texted David Crowley on November 7th.
The phone records do not validate any phone call or any text. The phone records we have from Dan at all, none.
So he's not on any of the phone records?
No.
Dan Crowley Sr.
No,
he had a different number, because there wasn't even any calls, I think, on November 7th. I don't think on the phone record.
Correct.
I could be wrong. I'm looking at that again, but
no, you're correct. I went through every phone number and I looked up every single phone number, as well as a couple of other people. It's been triple checked, and which is good, because what I thought was one person's number, the other two found it to be somebody else. So their search was better. So we have triple checked. We've all got, so we're all in accordance now with the same name and on these numbers, and not one of them belonged to Dan Sr.
And the only troubling thing with that, and I would say it's safe to assume that they were not speaking or were not talking, and David did cut him out of regular communications, and that's fair enough, I think, to say. The question that I have, the troubling thing is that Dan Crowley Sr., the father, went out of his way to tell police that they were in communication. They were responding in what sounded to me like a healthy relationship. But the key word for me is that he went out of his way to plant that seed that the deal fell through. Mm-hmm. I walked away from the deal. Reasons of the heart, I guess. I walked away from the deal. So now it's not only just either misremembering the conversation or planting the seed of saying that I was in a good relationship with my son who did this. He goes out of his way to paint David as the bad guy, that the deal did go through, that he was despondent. He walked away from this deal, and he went out of his way to tell Dan Jr. his new phone number when he got it, but he didn't tell his own father. So it's the planting of the seed of walking away from the deal, which we have also proven and debunked that the deal fell through. The deal, just for the record, the deal never did fall through. You know, we've got that on record with the interview with MEG President Mike Boggio. So the deal was not off the table. And if you look at the texts, David's most recent text, Zach Carter, working with MEG, was one of the persons he was most frequently contacting via text, talking about the production of that deal, of the movie, of the web series, whatever he was working on. So,
yeah, there was a lot of communication between David and Zach Carter. A lot, yeah.
Yep. So,